right through your lies. I see it in your eyes. You afraid to ride, you afraid to die. I see right through your lies. I see it in your eyes. You afraid to ride, you afraid to die.
You know who expressed that part? Rosa Parks.
Mm.
You
Yep.
know, and the Taylor never been this way.
Mm. How so then?
I'm maturing.
You maturing?
Yeah, I'm maturing. I'm maturing in that way of how do I conduct myself? You know, I was taking everything in and like, why are they treating me this way when I've done this and that and the third? It's like I shouldn't be treated this way. Is it because I'm not black enough, or is it because I'm not white enough, or is it because I'm not Spanish enough? Which one is it? Or is Asian enough? You know, it's however, I can't tap in there no more. I just gotta say that there's only one race that I believe in, the human race. And you know who expressed that part? Rosa Parks.
Mm.
You
Yep.
know, and for it being saying the 400 years of slavery, why hasn't anyone stood up to the words of the likes of Martin Luther King Jr., the likes of Malcolm X, the likes of those like Bob Marley, right? Rastafari, man. You know, it's the Trinity. You know, so why is it that a guy like myself, and just to educate everyone, we're all black. We were born actually in South Africa. It's the origin. I like to go down to the depths of where everything came from. But we're gonna get sidetracked, and I don't want to get my man Evan Corn a little riled up. So we're gonna go back to boxing because this is top rank. And
So your dad says knockout in 6 rounds. Tell me,
Oh my gosh. Ladies and gentlemen, smash the like button, subscribe to the channel. It's your boy, Rapstar Boxing Knowledge. It's fight week, and we have a fight. Teofimo Lopez versus Jermaine Ortiz going down in the next couple of days. And Keyshawn Davis versus Jose Pedraza is going to be the co-main event. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to keep it 100% with everything I always tell you. I keep the same energy. Whatever I saw Teofimo Lopez speaking about today, man, I ain't going to lie to you. After a little while, I just turned it off. I said, this is a bit off. This guy's off. But let's not forget, this is Teofimo Lopez. So one thing I know about Teofimo Lopez, doesn't matter if his mind is like a philosopher. He's trying to be a philosopher now. Sometimes he'll be crazy. Sometimes he'll sound delusional. Sometimes he'll be like the takeover. Sometimes he'll talk how special that he can be. But Teofimo is all those people in one brain. And what I've noticed about Teofimo, sometimes he can say stuff that's energetic and it's really inspiring. And it's really, really something that we like talking about in boxing. But sometimes the man can sound cringy. And sometimes he can sound off. Sometimes he can sound like he's totally hungry and he's really wants to kill someone. But what I've noticed about Teofimo is that he's all over the place sometimes, right? But at the end of the day, Teofimo, I've noticed, we got to take this into account, ladies and gentlemen. He puts himself under a lot of pressure. And also, leading up to the fight, when you're making weight, you got to remember this. It's 12, 13 weeks of hard, grueling training. And then cutting that weight, coming to that weight. Sometimes that can play an effect on people as well. But this is what championships and champs are made of. And Teofimo sometimes looks lost. And he looks like he's in his own world. Sometimes, I feel like Teofimo doing a lot of reading, a lot of documentaries, watching a lot of things like Malcolm X, yeah, Martin Luther King, talking about big philosophers and watching a lot of things and inspired. And the biggest thing that he spoke about today, that I will give him a pass. I will give Teofimo a pass about this, though, is that Teofimo, no matter what he's thinking in his brain or what he is, he could have been crazy. Last time he was acting crazy. Let's not forget, Teofimo went on my mate's channel, Mr. Punch Drunk Boxing. He went on Punch Drunk Boxing's channel last time and said, fuck this and fuck that. You know what I mean? And he was saying something about, no, they can take the black people. Remember, Teofimo can act off the roof. Yeah? Sometimes Teofimo can say some crazy shit, but that's the kind of shit that you want to hear. Because that's like a Mike Tyson kind of, that's where Mike Tyson used to go crazy. And Teofimo has shown that he can go to another level. You understand? You heard what he said on Punch Drunk Boxing's channel. You heard the way that he was speaking, and that went round the world. That went viral. I think people got to recognize Teo can go from 1 to 100 in seconds. This Teofimo, he could be a philosopher on a Monday. On Tuesday, he wants to kill you. On Wednesday, he fucking going crazy. On Thursday, he wants to fucking entertain. On Friday, he wants all to inspire the whole world. Teo is all those people in one brain. You understand? And that's what I know about Teofimo Lopez. That he just a character like that, bro. He has a personality that's on another level. But one thing I know about all these fighters, yeah? Devin Haney, Teofimo, and all these guys, even the Shakurs, all these guys, all these fighters, all the boxers, once you're in a boxing world, they ain't no gangsters. They are not no gangsters, bro. They can talk like they're OGs, but they're nothing to do with gangsters. They got nothing to do with the street community. But they can sound like this and they can sound like that. But come on, deep down inside, whatever's going on in Teofimo's mind, only Teofimo fucking knows what's going on in his mind. Only Teofimo knows. Because in that press conference, it was boring as fuck. Hey, bro, that press conference for Teofimo Lopez, the takeover, it didn't spark up for me. That press conference did not spark up for me, ladies and gentlemen. I wanted more. I wanted to see something. But, you know, we had the philosopher Teofimo reading. He was reading for ages. He was reading this book. Now, I'll give him a pass. It was Bruce Lee. What? Bruce Lee, bro. Bruce Lee. Hey, yo, I ain't going to lie. When I'm a younger guy and I was training, trying to get those 8-packs, I was trying to rip my life. I was ripping myself. And when sometimes I thought, nah, man, this is too much. I used to watch Bruce Lee. And Bruce Lee, yeah, he does inspire. Bruce Lee inspired me. But what the fuck is Teo bringing in Duke Kendo? And he's reading Bruce Lee by himself, reading that book. You know what I mean? Hey, Bruce is the man, though. I'll give Teofimo this. He's at least fucking got... Hey, Bruce Lee's a bad motherfucker. Say what the fuck you want. There has never, ever been a man that put Duke Kendo, karate, martial arts in this world who had the fastest punching as well, like a man like Bruce. So Teofimo right now is in the Bruce Lee transition. But let me tell you, even if Teofimo could be right now in his own world and his whole brain could be in his own world, yeah? And nobody could understand Teofimo. But one thing I got to tell you, all that goes out the window. The only thing that matters is if Teofimo got to do what he got to do on Thursday. All that matters is Teofimo got to perform on Thursday. Even if you think Teofimo looks nervous, is all this pressure getting to Teofimo? Is Teofimo not mentally right? Is Teofimo just playing the people? Is Teofimo just playing this script? Yeah? Is Teofimo know exactly what he's doing? Does Teofimo have a plan? All that is irrelevant for me. The only thing that's relevant is what the fuck is the takeover Teofimo Lopez gonna do on Thursday versus Jermaine Ortiz. Nothing else matters for me. Yeah, it's all entertainment. Yeah, I like it. I know Teofimo, he's a character. Yes, it's a personality. But the only thing that matters is what Teofimo's going to do. And that's the only thing that really has any weight. What the fuck is he going to do? Because Teofimo can be in a lost world. Teofimo can be mentally crazy. Teofimo may be, having some whatever. That don't matter. The only thing that matters is how he performs and what he's bringing and how he's going to come on Thursday night. Because I will say this to you, ladies and gentlemen. Teofimo Lopez, he got something about him. There's something about this motherfucking Teofimo, bro. I don't care what anybody says, but Teofimo, he is the most unpredictable figure right now in the sport of boxing. But this motherfucking guy's got something. He can shock you. He can make you fucking believe this and do totally opposite. And I'm going to say this, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't matter how weak you think he looks, or if he's nervous, or if he doesn't know what he's speaking about, or sometimes he sounds cringy. I'm going to tell you this right now. I am never going to bet against Teofimo again. I am never going to bet against Teofimo. Teofimo is one of the only guys who has shocked me twice. He has surprised me twice. So I ain't going against Teofimo. I'm going to just say it as it is. I'm a realist. But Teofimo definitely has that X factor that even if you doubt him, even if you think he might be somewhere that he can't do this or can't do that, bro, this guy can do something that you would never believe he could do. Teofimo could be weird. He might be weird. Yes, I get it. He might be a little bit weird sometimes, right? He might not even be in your planet. Remember what he told you. I'm not 2.0, I'm 8.0. I'm not 2.0, I'm 8.0. So I'm just going to say this right now. Either Teofimo could be his own worst enemy, or he's just can be on another level. You know what I'm saying? Teofimo now, he's got a lot of haters. Yeah, that's another thing though. Teofimo's got a lot of haters. Teofimo Lopez has ultimate haters. I'm telling you. If you just go around the whole YouTube and social media, you'll see a lot of people are they're against Teofimo. They're not rocking with Teofimo. So Teofimo has that attitude. Like it's me against the world. Teofimo does have that attitude like it's me against them. Because even Teofimo's own countrymen, a lot of his countrymen, they don't rock with him. Americans don't rock with Teofimo like that because he's rubbed people on the wrong way. Teofimo has said things. Teofimo has, you remember when he said to Deontay Wilder, he said Deontay Wilder's a bitch. So Deontay Wilder's fan base, Errol Spence fan base, Terence Crawford fan base, Tank Davis fan base, Devin Haney fan base, they don't like him. They don't rock with Teofimo because Teofimo is too vocal, too raw. And when Teofimo says Deontay Wilder's a bitch, and then he said one time that, listen, that all those black fighters, they can go to ESPN. All those black fighters, they can have them. See, Teofimo's too raw. And they don't like it. They don't like it, bro. They're not rocking with that shit. You understand me? So it is what it is. Now it's up to Teofimo Lopez. Because if Teofimo Lopez wants to make noise and he wants to be considered as one of the top OGs, then he got to perform hard. He got to come out and he got to show that he's the takeover. Because that's the only way our people going to believe him. And the only way they're going to believe him is if Teofimo performs in the ring. It don't matter what he does. It only matters if he gets the W. That's it. Nothing else matters. The only thing that matters is Teofimo Lopez does show that he is who he is in the ring. That's it. It's only what he's got in the ring. You understand? But give me a minute and I'll be back.
Right, what's going on here, Donny's on the next? Barry's actually going to propose to Sandra. Sandra has been giving Barry mad head lately, and he's witch, yeah? He's doing this behind the back of the boys because they know, yeah, they would have cussed him out for proposing to Sandra. Tracy had one job to do, and that was to record it. But she's all over the bloody place. Barry's clocked that she didn't get the footage, so he's going to propose to Sandra again. Oh, for fuck's sake, Tracy! What's going on?
So let me give a shout out to the people that's coming into the channel. We got the one and only, yes, the man, the Teofimo Lopez #1 fan, Danny Medina in the motherfucking house. He's all about the makeover, the takeover, the breakover. He's all about the Teofimo Lopez. I got it, Danny. I know that. I know you're rocking with Teofimo till the wheels fall off. You get me? Yes, Danny. I got you, bro. But yes, we got the Teofimo Lopez week. We got the Teofimo Lopez week. It's Teofimo Lopez time. Crypto in the house. Yes, my bro. Matten 509. Yes, bruv. The scary Chuck. Yes, Chucky. Don't be hanging out with Chucky thinking he's all kind of cute. That's the same Chucky who'll fuck you up in the night, bro. He'll take your face off. And the one and only, ladies and gentlemen, please get the red carpet out for the Queen, Lisa Snow. Eric G 713. I don't know what the rest is, but I'm sure it's a part of your group. Yes, my brother. Respect to Eric G 713. Any boxing fan. Yes, any boxing fan. What's going on, bro? But yeah, it's Teofimo Lopez week. And we got a super chat here from my bro, Kwamo. Big up with the super chat. And he says, Teo by stoppage. Teo by stoppage. Trist 805. Teo by stoppage. Yeah, so at the press conference, it wasn't too much at the press conference. I gave it like a 4 out of 10. I was not too impressed with the press conference. It was what it was. But yeah, that Keyshawn Davis, you know, and Teofimo were having a little talk. I heard a little bit of it. Keyshawn Davis said to Teofimo, you went out there and you kind of disrespected me, saying that I was a groupie, that I wanted a picture with you. And Teofimo just said, look, man, you've been disrespecting me behind the scenes. And then he said to Teofimo, look, I didn't mean no disrespect like that, though. And Teofimo said something about don't bite the bullet. And I don't know. Then Teofimo took his hand out and shook his hand. I mean, they were doing their own little talk. I think Keyshawn Davis was feeling a certain way. He was hurt. And Keyshawn Davis was feeling like maybe Teofimo put him, but it was what it was. You know what I mean? And then they were doing this dumb shit. I mean, not even dumb shit, but the guy said to him, what did you say? And Keyshawn Davis came out with, well, Teo said that I wanted a picture, but, you know, after the fight, he said, don't be calling me out. So that tells you what you need to know. But I don't know. You heard what you needed to hear. It is what it is. But yes, Crypto, it's Teofimo Lopez week. Is Teofimo Lopez the takeover? Is it the makeover? Is it the breakover? Is it the philosopher? Is it the crazy man? Is he the delusional man? Is he a genius? What Teofimo Lopez is coming on Thursday night, Crypto?
What's good, rap? Yo,
You already know rap don't play.
at this point, you already know Tio is what he say he is.
No,
He's
no,
a
no, no,
class.
no. Speak up louder because you're going to put your name on it. You
You
have
hear
been
me?
speaking big
You
about
hear?
Teofimo. Yeah? Crypto has been saying Teofimo is going to take over. Okay?
Definitely.
Right? So I want your name to be recognized and please explain what is going to happen on Thursday, bro.
Thursday night, I think
Yes.
Ortiz is gonna get decapitated. I think
Okay.
it's gonna
How?
be a one-sided beating. I think I was watching Ortiz couple fights and dang, what's that Puerto Rican kid I just seen him fight? Um damn, what's his name? He was rocking him. He had Ortiz hurt. He dropped, he had him out on the ropes, scored a knockdown. He punched Ortiz through the ropes. He had him busted, leaking. I don't know. I think Ortiz is a good fighter. I think he did good with Lomachenko because Lomachenko was like on a little layoff and he was his sparring partner, for like 4 months. So Ortiz was in the ring with Lomachenko for 4 months prior to them getting in the ring. So he knew he was more confident going into fighting Lomachenko. And on fight night he's pretty big. He was a big 135 pounder. But I
Now,
think
would you say
versus Tio,
to the people that said, well, Teofimo, he sounded off? Teofimo, Abel says Teofimo got mental health problems. What do you say to the people that just don't know how to work him out? Because he talks like a philosopher one day, then the week before he wants to do this and do that, and then the week before that he's coming at every single body. Then today he wants peace. He wants to show people that you gotta remember Teofimo Lopez, yeah? What we gotta remember about him, Crypto, and the people in the chat, they focus too much on his mind. Focus in the ring. I keep telling everybody, no matter what Teofimo's thinking, doing, you think he's crazy, he got mental health, it doesn't matter. At the end, the only thing that really matters is what the fuck Teofimo's doing in the ring. Talk to me, Mr. Punch Drunk Boxing, who's right there with Teofimo and them people right now. Talk to me, bro. I don't know what
Tio's
happened
the
to Punch, but
Tio's
he's
the
there.
Joker
I
right
can see
now.
Punch, but go ahead.
Tio's the Joker right now in Gotham City. You know, Tio's
Yeah.
that crazy, brilliant mind in boxing right now. Where people think he's crazy, they think he's just talking and rambling. Sometimes he does, but you got to take it at face value. This kid takes punches for a living to the head. He's a fighter at the end of the day.
So I'm asking you a simple question, bro. As Teofimo, do you think he's a bit off, or he's
No,
just, or do you think Teofimo is just that guy? He's himself finding himself because once the takeover realizes how much pressure is on him, and he realizes by being a two-time lineal champion, you have to. It kind. You think that's taking pressure on him, or you just think he's made for this? It's just that you don't focus on his mind. I mean, what do you think about him, bro? About his
I think
mentality?
Teo's been to the top of the mountain, bro. So this is nothing new for Teo. If anybody's gonna feel pressure on fight night, it's gonna be Ortiz. Teo Ortiz is the lamb being led to the slaughter.
Mm.
Ortiz is tailor made for Teo. Ortiz comes forward. He doesn't move his head that much. He fights at spurts here and there. But more than anything, Teo's not gonna have to look for Ortiz. Ortiz is gonna be there to fight, and he's gonna
Okay,
get
you
fucked
didn't
up.
answer the question, bro. But I guess
But what
the
do you
good
mean?
thing you
What was the
doing,
question?
you're keeping it to boxing.
What was the
I don't
question?
think you're understanding the questions. I asked you his mentality, the way that
He's
people are
fine, right?
speaking
He's
about.
good.
Do you feel that he's proper good, or do you feel like that's just Teofimo Lopez? He's up and down.
He's good. He's selling the fucking fight. He's promoting. What people gotta understand is that he got everybody talking about him, and he got everybody watching
What's
him.
the name of the book?
All right. Well, the
Like,
other thing I'll say to the people who said he sounds cringy, he sounded off. I mean, you go in front of thousands of people. Sometimes you're gonna
they
speak what
always
you want
gonna
to
say
speak.
that shit,
Yeah,
right?
hear
But
me?
yo, let's talk to the man who's with Teofimo soon, going to the fight, or he's already probably with them. I don't know. But it's punch drunk boxing again. What's happening?
What's good, bro? You hear me?
And we hear you now.
Okay. All right. All right. All right. Talk to me, Rap Soul Boxing Knowledge. What's good, everybody in the chat? What's good? What's good on the panel? What's good, crypto
Yo,
ass? What's good?
All right,
he
let's
said
get the
crypto
super
ass
chat quickly, Punch, before
pelagato.
I let you take the floor.
El maldito
Kwamo says,
maricón.
what's the name of the book Tio is reading? It's the Bruce Lee book, the Juke Kando. I
Everybody
think
is
it could
kung
be the...
fu fighting. Huh.
But let me say this, though. Did anybody
This is
take anything from
life.
Teofimo just reading today and just keeping a whole different energy?
At least he's reading, you know what I'm saying? So people, you know, at least he's reading,
I knew
just to
Punch would make it
educate the
look good.
people in the boxing world that reading is fundamentals. You
Yeah.
feel me? You know what I'm saying? We all saw Floyd Mayweather.
I
He
Punch,
couldn't
but you
read.
a real brother. You a real brother from the street of New York. So I talk to you different. Did Teofimo Lopez sound a bit off or a bit cringy, or you felt like, man, what am I listening to?
This what I'm gonna say. This what I'm gonna say
Come on,
about.
because you know how
This
you
what
are.
I'm
We
gonna
are.
say about my boy, my friend. You know what I'm saying? My bro. This what I'm gonna say. And it's gonna and it's going to translate to other fighters
Mm,
like Teofimo Lopez. Hold on.
mm. Yes, JV
Teofimo
Sport.
Lopez been
What's
fighting.
going on, Ralph?
We're good.
Teofimo Lopez started fighting at the age of 3, 4 years old. Like many of the greats, Flo Mayweather started from since he was born, right? This is the first time for a lot of fighters like Teofimo Lopez, whether people want to acknowledge or not. But let's acknowledge that we all humans, right? But the life of a fighter is kind of different. For a guy like Teofimo Lopez, he's been in the dungeon. He's been molded as a fighter, not necessarily molded as how you say it, like just a regular human being. And if people understand when you in the amateurs and you fighting twice, 3 times a week, and you're just in the gym. You know what I'm saying? You're just in the gym. Now where he's at in his profession, where he's fighting 2 or 3 times, two times a year, you could say. That gap is now he's getting to know who he is. He's getting to know himself more than just a fighter. And some people may not understand it, but it happens to a lot of fighters. You know what I'm saying? Remember when Earl Spence said leading to the Porter fight was he said, "Yo, I never had 8 months to myself. I didn't know what to do with myself." He's saying that because he never had that time to grow as a team, to grow as a man, to grow. Everything been fighting, fighting, fighting,
But
fighting
he's
from
grown a
fight to
lot,
fight.
Punch, since the last time you spoke to him, and that whole interview between you and him went round the world viral,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
The last time you spoke to him, he's grown. He's grown a lot because now he's talking about Martin Luther King, Malcolm X. He's talking about whole different parts of philosophy, how he wants to be inspiring from a man who had a lot of rage, a lot of hate. He had a lot of these things in his blood, the way he was feeling about certain fighters in ESPN and the way that he was coming at everybody and everyone. And he wanted to kill people. He was another guy after Deontay Wilder. He's the only man, even though after Deontay Wilder said, "Nah, man, I'm gonna kill this
No, no,
motherfucker."
and that's why I'm saying what I'm
Right, right, right.
saying.
But I'm just
Just to
saying,
have
this guy
context,
to who he is today. You're saying that this is who he is, or this is just him blocking
just
out? Is this not him blocking out all that energy?
just to have context behind it. That's why I just thought I said what I
He's
said
grown a lot,
in the
then.
beginning. This is he's expressing himself in a way like when you hold a lot of things in and then finally you get to say something and everything is just it just flying like a machine gun. You know what I'm saying? He's expressing himself like other people won't express himself. Not necessarily that they all think alike, but he's just expressing himself, everything that he's been learning throughout the times that he's been off, out the ring. And some people are gonna understand it. Some people are gonna understand in between the lines and what he's trying to say. Um, I could say that he's just an interesting human being in the sport of boxing, just
I
like
mean, yeah, but what we love about Teofimo, we need characters like this in our sport, whether you understand him or you don't, because without characters like this, it'll be boring. We need Teofimos in our sport punch, but just to see a guy that's going through this to that transition and seeing him in a total different energy, it just is. It's just. I don't know, man. It just made
T.O.
somebody
is T.O.
punch.
Hey, yo,
Go
rap
ahead.
star.
Go
T.O.
ahead.
is to boxing what Kanye West is to hip hop.
That's
He's an
right.
open book.
Yeah,
One of the
yeah,
things
yeah.
that we love about one of the things that we liked about Mike Tyson is that Mike Tyson was just an open book. He talked the way he talked. He said about he told us his vulnerabilities. That's Teofimo Lopez. When he talks about his marriage, when he talks about his father, when he talks about his health, when he talks about fighting, he's just an open book. Some people may not like it. Some people may appreciate it.
Yeah, but
Teofimo
he might be an
Lopez is just
open
an
book.
unfiltered. Hold on. Teofimo Lopez is just an unfiltered human being in the sport of boxing, and there's very few guys like Teofimo Lopez. Hate it or love it, he's just going to tell you how he feels, unfiltered, whether people like it or not.
And one thing about Tiafimo, and I want to get to others in the panel for a sec, is that he has no mercy for anybody who's been close to him, around him. He doesn't like what he did to Rolly Romero. He was boys with Rolly Romero. They were close. Rolly was the only guy that was always backing Tio. And all of a sudden, Tio now, he don't give a fuck about Rolly. Today, Tiafimo opened up on Shakur Stevenson and told people around the world that Shakur did such a boring fight that's why he's angry right now and crazy because Top Rank don't want to pay him no money like he was getting. So he has to take a back step. Now he puts people in the dirt. Tiafimo is like that. He will put you in the dirt. Is that because he now don't trust no one or he thinks it's him against the world that anybody who gets close to him, he don't really care?
No, it's because in reality, he's living by the code that every fighter knows they got to live by. There
Mm.
are no friends in the sport of boxing.
So you
and
can't
he
trust him.
and the thing is we got accustomed to fighters linking up with other fighters, being friendly and stuff like that. Teofimo Lopez, Rolly Romero was his friend outside of the sport of boxing, but Rolly Romero is a champion in the division that Teofimo Lopez is campaigning.
Mm.
Teofimo Lopez is about legacy. So right now I have no time to be your friend. You are an
All right.
enemy in my division.
Right. Okay, I get it. sometimes there's no hostages. Teofimo's got no hostages. But JB Sports, did you take anything from Teofimo reading the book, keeping a total different way, being a philosopher that he likes to be? Did you take anything from it?
All I took for it is the Teofimo Lopez. He's a different cat. Yeah, he's a different cat. I kind of agree with what Punch was saying. He's basically expressing himself, kind of like a comedian, man, that gets up on stage and talk about his life experiences and put a comedic spin on it. That's what he's doing on these interviews and at these press conferences. He just kind of, he's kind of blossoming, like a flower, blossoming and is kind of growing as a man, and is basically expressing himself and showing a different side of a fighter, man. He's showing that he's an intellectual guy. And he's a well-rounded guy. He thinks outside the box. He doesn't think like a normal fighter. So
So let's
he
think
just brings a
about this.
different element.
This book he was reading, at least it's calmed him down. Because
Yeah.
the way that he was in this press conference, it was boring. I wanted to see the other Teofimo if you really want to know the truth. I like that shit. Yeah. I'm about that fucking entertainment. And I know Teo can entertain. It was boring as fuck for me. But him being this quiet, yeah, I'm chilled. I know what I got to do. Do you think this is him just blocking out what he was saying? Like not long ago on Punch Drunk Boxing's channel, he wanted to kill everyone and go at everyone. But this Teofimo is like a whole day and night difference.
Yeah, he doesn't have that opponent in this fight to get, kind of bring that type of
That could be a
personality in him like
downfall
he
for
had
him.
in Cambosos.
No, because I
Cambosos,
like that TOJB. The one
yeah,
that just, when everybody called him crazy against Lomachenko, he
yeah.
fucking turns up. And when he goes crazy against everybody and says, fuck you all, and they say, nah, fuck Teofimo, he ain't going to do this, do that, he turns up. That fire in Teofimo is there. I don't know why, but this Teofimo that Punch is saying is focused. He's getting sure of himself. He knows what he needs to do. Then maybe, yeah, he might be already too focused and he's on a killer mode. Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with Punch.
No,
But I say the Teofimo I like, and that's just my preference, I like the Rat Montana Teofimo. I like that Rat Montana Teofimo because that Teofimo, there's something about his killer instinct in the way he is. And I seen that in him. And that's the Teo that I did not see now. But Punch said this is the better Teo. This is him getting sure of himself.
no, I think that the Teofimo that Teofimo Lopez you're talking about is actually that Teofimo Lopez has been on display for several weeks. It may be not towards Jermaine Ortiz, but it's towards Subriel Matias, it's towards Terrence Book Crawford, it's towards Devin Haney, it's towards Ryan Garcia. You understand what I'm saying? That Teofimo Lopez, if you look at the past 2-3 weeks, it's been people may say that Teofimo Lopez is looking past his opponent. He's promoting his fight through those other avenues in which people are talking relevantly. That people talking about that
But you don't agree with JB that the pattern has shown that sometimes Teofimo thinks he's too much for any opponent, and then sometimes he puts that pressure on himself where he acts like a madman, and then he performs like
he's the is the
this
only
is
is the only way he's gonna perform at his best if he put
so
pressure on himself.
yeah. So he has put a lot of pressure on himself.
I mean, Lomachenko and Taylor was the ultimate pressure in those respective division, and he knows that Jermaine Ortiz is not going to give him, even if he beats Jermaine Ortiz, whether significantly or it's not gonna give him what beating Taylor and Loma is. So, adding that much pressure to himself to perform to the level of when he performed versus Lomachenko and Taylor, because people say that he performs to the level of his competition, he needs to put that type of pressure to actually entertain to the point where if he beats Jermaine Taylor in a beautiful in a
Jermaine
beautiful
Ortiz.
performing, his call out with Terrence Bud Crawford is going to be justified.
Yeah, so that is the big question: is the Teofimo, what Teofimo is coming out? Because there has been some question marks in the past, which
Yeah,
hopefully ain't going to be what we need to judge him on the future, because of the way that he has announced himself and put himself in pole position by beating Josh Taylor. JB, what
yeah.
does he need to do to put everybody to know? Okay, Teofimo is where he needs to be. he's the top boy in the division, and this is the guy that you need to recognize. What does he need to do on Thursday?
He needs to go out there and dominate Teofimo Lopez. I mean, he needs to go out there and dominate Jermaine Ortiz. And Jermaine Ortiz presents a style that has given Teofimo Lopez problems in the past. He's a guy that can box. He's a guy that has a good jab. He's a 1-2 fighter. Left jab, right hand. He doubles up on the jab at times. So he's a guy that tries to control distance. And he's a guy that he comes forward too, though. He's a guy that's very versatile fighter too. So he's a little bit more of a versatile fighter than Josh Taylor is, even though Josh Taylor had more accolades and had more accomplishments in boxing. Jermaine Ortiz is a more versatile, in my opinion, a more complete offensive fighter. So it's gonna bring a different element, kind of like the Sandor Martin fight.
Their prediction is Teofimo's prediction. I've heard it 4 times now that he's going to stop this guy. So people are
that'd be impressive. That'd be impressive. If he stops him, Jermaine Ortiz has never been stopped before. I know he got dropped twice in the Adorno fight, but he's never been stopped. So that would be impressive to stop Jermaine Ortiz in the style of fight that he presents to Teofimo Lopez. That's going to be impressive because, again, that style has given Teofimo Lopez his trouble. Sandor Martin, guys like that can come box, stay on the outside. A guy that knows how to control range, that has given Teofimo Lopez his problem because Teofimo Lopez had a problem cutting off that ring. So we're gonna find out if he's gotten better in cutting the ring off, and he's got better in establishing his jab to close distance, to get inside, and to set traps and stuff and get off his power shots because he does have a power advantage in this fight. So it's going to be a lot of questions that's going to get answered in this fight, man. He's fighting a different style. He's fighting a style that has given him problems in the past. So we'll see what happens Thursday night, though. But he says he's going for the knockout, and he says he's got a plan A all the way to plan Z, and he seems to be saying that he's a more complete fighter, and he's got an answer for any test that Jermaine Ortiz presents. We're going to find out Thursday night, man, because his style is going to be different than Josh Taylor. He don't fight like Josh Taylor, Jermaine Ortiz. It's a different style, more versatile fighter. So we're going to see with Teofimo Lopez, has he gotten better, and has he shown that he's a more versatile fighter than he's shown in the past.
But after beating a fighter like Josh Taylor, you would expect, and him having 2 fights coming into that fight, you would expect Teofimo to be more sure of himself and more of a grounded fighter at 140 pounds. You would expect him to be fighting like a champion because him in his mindset knows he's a two-weight lineal champion now. For me, do you think Teofimo still doubts himself? Do you think Teofimo still feels like he needs to sometimes be sure that he is that guy, that he still has a doubt, like he doubted himself after one of the fights when he said, do I still got it anymore? But that Teofimo said that he does that to himself to rise to where he needs to be. But if he's sure of himself, then I don't see how Jermaine Ortiz can fuck with this guy, bro.
Well,
I'm not saying that Jermaine Ortiz ain't good.
Let me ask you a question.
We're looking at Jermaine Ortiz and we're looking at Teofimo Lopez. He's a champion, bro. This guy's showed he could be different class.
Styles will make fights, rap. Styles make fights. It's a different style than Josh Taylor. He's not as accomplished as Josh Taylor, but it's a different style.
Is Teofimo, can he stop? Is he stopping Jermaine Ortiz? What, the haters can shut up? Is he doing it?
I mean, he could stop him. He could outbox him.
But is he stopping him? Your prediction?
My prediction, he's going to win by decision.
See?
That's my prediction. That's my prediction.
That everyone else is saying.
But what I'm saying, I want to ask a question is, are we looking for Teofimo Lopez to be like, or any other fighter? Let's just say any other fighter in this level. Are we looking for that perfection that you can't be touched, you can't be hit, you can't have no vulnerability? Like, what are our expectations for Teofimo Lopez and Jermaine Ortiz? Like, Jermaine Ortiz can't land a punch, or because I don't know. I don't know where like I have respect for Jermaine Ortiz. I feel like he could have some certain spots in this fight where he could be, he could win certain rounds. He could land some combinations. He's good off the back foot. Like, what are we looking for? Perfection? Or are we looking for a good performance, great performance, a good fight? Or are we looking for a perfection? Like, he cannot be hit. He cannot be bloody. He cannot be nothing. It has to be perfect.
No, we're not looking for no perfection. We're looking for more dominant performance than we seen in a Sandor Martin fight. A lot of people thought he lost to Sandor Martin. It was a very close fight. He got dropped. He said it was more of a push, whatever. It was counted as a knockdown. And he struggled in that fight. He struggled in that style. So we want to see you fight a guy that fights not exactly like Sandor Martin, but a similar style. Can you show growth from the Sandor Martin fight? Can you dominate Jermaine Ortiz unlike you dominated Sandor Martin? That's what we're going to find out
That's my
Thursday night.
point. But that's my point. Sandor Martin is the guy that retired Mikey Garcia. Sandor Martin, when he
Facts.
fought Teofimo
Why they don't
Lopez,
say that, bro?
Sandor Martin, when he fought Teofimo Lopez, was top 5 in the rankings. So if we're looking at best fighting the best, top 5s in the respective division, are we looking for Teofimo Lopez just to have an easy outing? No, I there is some competition when it comes to Sandor Martin. So maybe it's not that Sandor Martin gave us
I
some
think Sandor
competition.
Martin. I think if you
Maybe
really
it's that
ask me the
people
truth,
didn't.
Punch.
Maybe it's that people didn't expect nothing from
Yeah,
Sandor
but
Martin,
Punch.
and when
If you
Sandor
ask me the
Martin did
truth, brother.
something, it was like, oh my god.
Yeah, but Punch. Let's be honest, man. I think Sandor Martin's better than Jermaine Ortiz,
Okay.
Yeah,
and
I
I'll
think
tell
so
Uh,
you
too.
why. I think he's more versatile. I think he's a better fighter in all in all, because
he's
even
better
Jermaine
defensively.
Ortiz, yeah, I've been watching some of his fights. Yeah, he won unanimous decision against Jamel Herring. Yeah, you know what I mean. He beat
Not
that
impressive
guy.
at all either.
There's people that feel, but rap. There's people that feel that Jermaine Ortiz had a draw with Lomachenko, that he put up a better fight
Yeah, I was just
versus
gonna get to that.
Lomachenko than Devin Haney. So if this fight is a little bit competitive, or is Teofimo Lopez, and let's say Teofimo Lopez win, is he gonna get crucified because he was competitive with Jermaine Ortiz? That people felt that Jermaine Ortiz actually performed better than Devin Haney versus Vasily Lomachenko? Like, what are we looking for?
I mean, look, we got to look at
I'm
the
looking for
guy
the
all
knockout.
round. We got to look at the guy all round, yeah. And I'm gonna let Crypto go next. Jermaine Ortiz has been just winning on unanimous decisions on the fights that he has been winning against the Herrings. The guy, if you remember that guy, Adamo or
Yeah,
somebody,
Joseph
Adamo.
Adorno. Yeah.
Yeah, that guy was. If you go watch that fight, yeah, the guy Joseph was fighting Jermaine Ortiz. He was getting his way with Ortiz, and Ortiz, yeah, cause I've been checking him out. He ain't no fucking hard puncher like that, bro. That's why they call
Nope.
him a little technician, because he ain't nobody who can punch like that. He even took old Jamel Herring to point. I'm expecting Tio to put hands on this guy, bro, because isn't Teofimo a special fighter? Isn't he got that X
Facts.
factor like the Shakurs, like the fucking Haneys, like those guys? Is he not a special fighter, bro? So I'm
Yes,
looking at Tio. I'm
he
looking at Tio, what he is as a fighter today at 140. I'm looking at Jermaine Ortiz, and Jermaine Ortiz's best life is having 3 good rounds against Lomachenko. Because I
I
even watched that fight again, and Lomachenko started putting hands on Ortiz afterwards. It's just
He,
that in the
I
beginning, Ortiz was doing good in the beginning. My
I
thing
think
all over, I don't rate Jermaine Ortiz more than a 7.
no.
I
What I'm
rate
saying,
Jermaine Ortiz as
what
a
I'm saying.
7. He's a good fighter, but I look at Tio as becoming one of the greats.
And I no, I understand that.
So I don't want to see no tough fight here, bro.
I
But
look at
that's me.
Teofimo
But that's
Lopez
me.
as a special fighter, but I look at Manny Pacquiao as a special fighter, and he got knocked out early in his career. I look at Buck Crawford as a special fighter, but Mean Machine put up a better fight than Earl the True Spence. I look at Buck Crawford as a special fighter. I look at Teofimo Lopez as a special fighter, that he beat Lomachenko and Taylor, but struggled with George Cambosa. I look at Marquez as a special fighter, but he lost early in his career. I look at Hopkins as a special fighter, but he lost early in his career. And that's what I'm asking the question. Are we looking for a perfection, or are
No,
we
we're not
looking at a
looking for
special just because
perfection.
they're the
No, no.
special
No,
fighters?
I'm not looking
That
for
doesn't mean that
perfection.
doesn't mean that we gotta look at Teofimo Lopez on Thursday, that he has to look perfect. He
He
likes
don't need to look
perfection.
perfect, bro. Nobody
No,
needs to
no.
look
No,
perfect,
no.
but he needs to show that he's separating himself from this opponent at some point in the fight. That's it.
Okay.
Yep. He got to do that unlike what he did versus Sandor Martin. That fight was close from round 1 to 12. A lot of people thought he
Yeah,
lost
but
that fight.
that's not the Teofimo I want to. That's the Teofimo that's learning from that. I
Okay,
want to see
we're gonna
this
find out. We're gonna
Teofimo.
find out Thursday. He's
I
fighting.
But
It's
want
a
to
that's what
see
I
similar
mean.
this
style.
I
Teofimo
mean, if we look at
that's
it one,
more of
if
a
we look at
fighter
it
that's
one,
getting close to being a complete fighter.
no, I'm saying if we look at it one way, then we're all going to say the same thing. But are we respecting Sando Martin though? Like
They
Sando
better
Martin is not a
respect Sandor
pushover.
Martin.
Yeah, Santa
They
Mars, he's a
better
good fighter.
respect
He's a
him.
good fighter.
Like
Nah, he
if
put
you look
that.
at if
Yo,
like,
man, he
I'm just
stopped.
saying if you look at Teofimo
He
Lopez
retired Mikey
resume,
Garcia, bro. Come
He
on.
He's
beat a
got a
Hall of
difficult
Famer.
style. He's a good fighter.
all right
Difficult
then.
style.
So let's give that. It's not supposed to be easy.
And it was a 10-round fight. Like, let's not act like it was a full 12
Okay,
rounds. Like,
Crypto, what's your prediction of Teofimo and Jermaine Ortiz? I heard what you said earlier. Please tell everyone.
yeah, I think you know what. Like, I'm rocking with Tio. I think he stops this kid. I think Ortiz is a tough outing for anybody, but I think Tio is just
He's
at
special.
that world championship level, and I think Ortiz is not a world championship level type of fighter yet. And I
Like
think
Tio's supposed to know in himself now that he's a two-time champion. He knows what it's like to be champion, stay champion, and you know, understand that. Jermaine Ortiz ain't been there. Tio's at the dig deep.
nah,
So, you
and
know,
that's what I'm saying. Like I looked at the film, and that Adorno fight. I'm sorry, bro. If Adorno was able to fucking put hands on Ortiz, have him
facts.
leaking, bloodied all over the place, knocked him through the ropes with an uppercut, like, I'm sorry, bro. This guy's tailor made for Tio. Tio and his fucking workout was catching and shoot. Did you see his catch and shoot? This guy is about to
Yeah.
fucking in 3 or 4 rounds find his fucking target, and once he gets in his rhythm in 3 or 4 rounds, I think it's over, bro. By the sixth, seventh, it should be done
I mean,
because
look,
I
Tio
think
I
Senior,
sense a
I
lot
think
of
Tio
pressure.
Senior,
Ortiz.
I sense
Tio
a lot of
Senior don't
pressure.
normally get it all the time, right?
I think
Tio
Ortiz. I think
Senior has gone out
Ortiz
on public
comes to fight.
himself.
Like
Yeah.
Ortiz still comes to fight. Every film I watch, he can't. He don't box on the back foot. He don't fucking box lateral movements side to side. No, he does little bounces here to there, but he's a come forward, fighting spurts type of fighter.
I
I
sense a
think
lot of
or
pressure.
He's a 1-2 fighter, man.
It,
He's a
I
1-2.
think or
1-2.
I think
this is
So
not
Ortiz.
about
wait,
winning.
punch.
This is about how he wins.
You still sense a lot of pressure. The fighters, Tio's fighting with a
Nah,
lot
I
of
think he
pressure
gets the
still.
knockout, bro. He put that pressure on himself as well. He's saying that he's
No,
gonna wipe the floor with Ortiz. He
I,
said flawless
I
victory.
think that certain fighters are held to a different type of standard.
Nah, he don't
Teofimo
have to get the
Lopez,
knockout, but I'm expecting for him to get the knockout. Just based off the film, from what I saw, Lomachenko put Ortiz on his tippy toes. If old Lomachenko could put
Loma
this
hurt
man on his
Ortiz in
tippy
that
toes,
fight as well. He hurt him
I'm
at
that's
Yeah,
what
yeah,
I'm
sorry,
yeah. You
saying.
heard
bro.
him
Like
late.
we're
Yeah, you heard
thinking
him late.
about so
He hurt him late, bro.
if
Yeah.
Lomachenko is this is elite fighter. A lot of people feel that Lomachenko beat Devin Haney. A
He
lot of
did.
people feel that Jermaine
He
Ortiz
beat him.
gave Lomachenko a run for his money. And I was in the fight. I went to that fight. A lot of
It
people
was a
thought that
close
it was a
fight.
draw, or maybe
Nah,
it could have been given to Jermaine Ortiz, vice versa. It was a close fight.
Yep.
So,
eh,
what level of it seems like if Teofimo Lopez beat Jermaine Taylor, it's just not beating him. He needs to outclass him significantly,
I
knock him
think he
out.
will though.
So
I
for
just
him to
think he
get the
will.
respect, is it that?
Nah, I
No,
think Tio's already got the respect. Like, first of all, Josh Taylor is better than Ortiz. Like, let's get this like already out there. Let's put that out there. Josh Taylor would beat Ortiz. Like,
All right, let's get
Tio
this super
already
chat though.
beat
Let's
a
get
better
this
he's more
super chat.
opponent,
accomplished. He's
Josh
more accomplished
Taylor.
than
Yo,
Ortiz.
can I get this super chat, please? Epoxy Magic, the brother Epoxy Magic says Tio is a great fighter, slightly more aware than a Rolly Romero. He's a 2.0 special. Tio is gonna be a fan favorite, and maybe there is a lot of pressure because Tio also says what he wants to be and what he wants to do as a fighter and what he sees himself. And I think a lot of fans have expectations out of Teofimo now because Tio says he want to fight Crawford. And Tio says that, look, I'm the man. I'm the man that people got to recognize. I can do what I want with a fighter. So show us. Because otherwise, ain't nobody going to back him in no fight with Crawford. So I want Tio to show the haters, show us why we should be backing him. Why should we back him? So I want to see that on Thursday night. And also, he put that on himself, JB.
Yep.
Last time he put himself on the pressure of the mad one in punch drunk boxing. Now he's put himself on another level that everybody and their mum and dad's watching him because he's put Crawford's name in the dirt, right? So if he
Yep.
wants to put Crawford's name, say he ain't fought nobody. So how about you fight me? Let's have a look, Tio, because I don't want to sit back with Tio anymore. Let's go. The takeover. I want to see why the fuck. And if he's going to fight Crawford, that can only show me on Thursday night who the fuck he is. I don't want to hear this tough fight, hard fight, because Terence Crawford will fuck up all T's. So, yo, Tio's put himself over there, bro. And
Yep.
now we got another guy there. Talk what you want. But Devin Haney ain't playing. Devin Haney has already showed everybody he's taking over too at 140. You got Matthias. Matthias now is talking that big talk. Well, come on,
Yep.
Teofimo.
Got
I
some
want to
killers
see
at
the
140.
takeover. I want to see the takeover because the haters are all going to be there. Everybody's going to have this thing to say. I want Tio to show us what's going on Thursday night. But go on, JB.
I hear you, rap star. You saying that he needs to make a statement Thursday night, and I think he needs to win. And I think he needs to win where there's no controversy. There was some controversy in the Sandor Martin fight. A lot of people thought he won. So a lot of people thought he lost. So we don't want to be having that discussion after this Jermaine Ortiz fight. We'll be looking at, oh man, there's a couple of who you gave round 9 to, who you gave round 6 to. A lot of swing rounds could have went either way, and maybe Ortiz outworked him and won the fight. We don't want to be having that conversation after the fight. It need to be a clear win for Teofimo Lopez. I'm not saying he's gonna go in there and knock the guy out
It
in
will be.
91 seconds like Tyson did Michael Spinks. We don't have to see that, but
Hey,
we
did
want
you
to see
see
him
what
win a clear
Teofimo did?
decision.
Did you see what Teofimo did in his early career? How he used to flash fighters, how he used to take the piss out of guys. Did you see what he did to Josh Taylor? He
Oh
fucking
yeah,
did the
Josh Taylor.
Matrix. Did you see the Matrix punch? What
Yeah,
Teofimo did? And
yep.
that's
Yeah.
He ain't
what
go
Ben
Mandalorian.
Whitaker does. That's
He
what
ain't
Ben
go
Whitaker was doing,
Ballerino.
right?
That was devastating. Hitting him with
Let me
them
tell you
hooks
something.
back to
That's the
back.
kind of Teofimo that I saw. And I saw
Yep.
that in Teofimo when he was younger coming up. He can fucking totally fucking know your steps and he fucks you up. They're saying that I want to see with Teofimo this Thursday night. He got to show me why he is the man.
Yep,
That's it.
yep, yep. He's a very athletic fighter, Teofimo Lopez. He really reminds me of Roy Jones Jr. with his athleticism. He is very athletic. When he get later on in his career, if he continue to fight, he's going to have to develop a little bit more technically to be able to, when your reflexes go, that's what hurt Roy when he got a little older. His reflexes go, he couldn't rely on his athleticism. He started getting knocked out. That's one thing that Teofimo Lopez is going to have to develop. Hopefully, he's been working on that in the gym to be a little bit more technical, a little bit more fundamental sound because he's very athletic and he's got a lot of power. He's able to get away with a lot of shots from positions that other fighters ain't able to get those shots off of because he's so athletic. But he's going to have to be a little bit more technical as he gets older and if he continues to fight. But he reminds me a lot of Roy Jones Jr. actually with his athleticism.
This what I
Yeah.
say
And can I
about
just
T.
get the super chat, please, brothers? Epoxy Magic with a super chat. He says, I wish Teofimo wouldn't open any books with words he can't read out loud. He goes, boy is a fighter, not a scholar. But you gotta love him for trying, bro. You gotta love Teofimo for fucking trying, bro. He went. Hey,
That's what I'm
listen.
saying.
Reading Bruce Lee.
Teofimo Lopez wants to find. Teofimo Lopez wants to sound educated. Tank Davis look like he can't even fucking spell. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like they don't know what the fuck people want from these people. Sound educated, sound dumb. I don't know. But
No, but at
listen,
least Teofimo trying, bro. Even Trump would be saying it. At least he's trying, bro.
I
Um,
I, I
you know
say
what the
this.
funny thing is, though, Punch. This time people did lose him for words a little bit.
No. I never looked at Teofimo Lopez since the amateur as a knockout artist. I think that when he knocked out Richard Comey, people looked at him like almost how people may look at Tank, right? Teofimo Lopez not a knockout artist. Teofimo Lopez got power. He
Yeah.
could break you down. You know what
Mhm.
I'm saying? He's a counter puncher, but he's not this knockout artist. That's just something that came about. If you look at the best wins of his career in Josh Taylor and Lomachenko, he didn't knock him out. He outclassed them.
And
That's
that's
who
what I was saying.
That's who
outclassed the guy.
Teofimo Lopez really is, and that's why I'm saying with the Jermaine Ortiz fight, I look
Ortiz is
at
not
him
no
out.
fucking Lomachenko or Josh Taylor.
I look at him outclassing Jermaine Ortiz. I'm not looking at Teofimo Lopez knocking him out and making the type of. I don't look at it like that. I never looked at Teofimo Lopez like that. I never break down Teofimo Lopez like that. So that's what I look at. If
Yeah,
he
but
want,
that's why I said
if he wants people to look at the Terrence book Crawford versus Teofimo Lopez, that's when he have to knock out Jermaine Ortiz and make a statement. If he wants to make just a statement for the 140, he could play around with Jermaine Ortiz like he did and win
yeah.
every round like he did
And
with
that's a
Dante.
good way. That's a good way you just said it. You
But
broke it down two
if
ways.
he wants,
Because if he wants to
but
make that statement, he knows what he needs to do, and he needs to put
exactly,
pre. And that's why him reading that Bruce Lee book, in his mind, I think, and I know you know him a little bit more than anyone else, but I actually think he knows he's got two ways to look at this, and part of him is thinking, I've got to fuck this guy up, and he ain't gonna be easy.
Yep. And ain't Teofimo Lopez, hasn't he been predicting a knockout going into this fight? He's been
But I do
saying it.
need to talk about
He's saying
this,
he's gonna
right?
knock the
Because
guy
this
out.
guy,
So
hey, look, I need to talk about these two super chats because I missed the super chat. And Danny Medina says, bend the knee to the king, Teofimo. I told
Yeah.
everybody. But yo, Danny Medina will back Teofimo till the cows come out. He is that fan. And you got to rock with him because, hey, it's Teofimo all the way for Danny Medina, bro. Yeah, let's talk about this as well. Cuomo says, yo, rap star, can you please tell me about Keyshawn Davis versus Jose Pedraza? Man, oh man.
that's gonna be an interesting fight.
Yeah, because you know why, JB? I'm not
Might
too
be a
high on
boring fight.
Keyshawn Davis yet.
Yeah,
I'm
me either.
not
Me
too
either.
high
I
on
think
this guy yet,
I,
bro.
I don't. I know a lot of people saying he's gonna be
I've
the
seen a
next
few
guy coming up.
good body shots with him, JB. I've seen a good, some good boxing from him, but then I've also seen him. He goes in his shell. I mean, he's good. I mean, I don't know about Keyshawn Davis, but
he's
Jose
very very
Pedraza's
good.
already lost many times. I'm just gonna say Keyshawn Davis is gonna beat Jose Pedraza by points.
Yeah,
He's
he's a
very
younger, fresher fighter. He should win the fight. Like you say, rap star. He's got to get a little bit more consistent in the style that he fights in. He's got to get a little bit more consistent. But he's shown flashes. His last fight, he didn't look that great, but he's fighting a guy that was actually a good fighter, but didn't have the accolades, and he kind of struggled in that fight. Some people even thought he lost that fight. I thought he won it, but he struggled in that fight. This is going to be the type of fight where he's going to need to show improvement and show that he is a guy that's going to be one of them young guns coming up. Right now, I don't think he's as good as the hype that's around him. I think he's shown to be like a B plus level fighter, not an A level fighter like a lot of these other young fighters that I think coming up. I don't see him on that level. I don't even think he's good as Frank Martin, actually. I don't put him up there with Frank. But I think he's solid, man. He's got room to improve because he's like, 24 years old? So it's definitely room for improvement. And this could be the first step toward that against a guy that's a veteran guy, a guy that's been in there with some big names in Pedraza. He's fought Tank Davis. He's fought Comey. He's fought a lot of top names, Beltron. He's fought some good names. So it's a good step up test for Keyshawn Davis to show that he has arrived. And I know a lot of these guys on the panel might have caught the little back and forth that Keyshawn had going with Teofimo Lopez. A lot of people talking about maybe that could be a fight down the line as Teofimo Lopez goes after Crawford stablemate Keyshawn Davis.
But one thing I like about Keyshawn Davis, yeah, they're not rushing him, but they're giving him okay opponents. He's only fucking 9 fights, I think. I'm not sure how many fights he's had, right? 9 fights, I think.
Yeah,
And
he's not no.
if you look at the fighters that he's been fighting, yeah, on his I remember his 5th fight, he fought a guy called Esteban Sanchez, and that guy was only had 1 loss. Keyshawn fought him. Then Keyshawn fought another guy called Omar Tianda, who had about 5, 6 losses. Then he fought, you remember that Carlos Burgos?
Yeah, he fought.
Yeah, and
He
that
fought
guy had
Gidget.
about 6, 7 losses. But these are his early fights. So he's not
Yeah,
fighting guys with 20, 30 losses like other guys. He's still
he's,
coming up okay. The last guy he fought only had 2 losses. So him having 9 fights, and if you look at his record, I'm sure you can go check, right? You'll see
Yep.
that his record, they're moving him good.
No, and,
So
and that's what I was gonna, and then that's what I was gonna say. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? Like Keyshawn Davis is a good is a good technical
he's a technician.
fighter. Does got good power and stuff like that, but he's moved fast. He's
Yeah,
moved with good quality opponent. He's not moved like fighting a guy that's 10 wins and 50 losses and things of that nature. So you know what I'm saying? I think that Keyshawn Davis is going to beat Jose Pedraza. And again, Jose Pedraza, the ex-world champion. It shouldn't be just a easy fight. I'm not looking for an easy fight.
yeah,
I'm
but it
looking
might
for
not be an easy fight. But let's remember that guy that doesn't like Teofimo and always talking shit about Tio. What's his name? Barboza. Barboza beat Pedraza. So Keyshawn Davis, if he's only just going to beat him in an okay fight, then he's just like going to be like a Barboza. But is Keyshawn Davis coming up like a Kid Austin, like some of these other guys? You know what I
but that
mean?
He's further along than Kid
but
Austin.
that's
He's
what's
more further
gonna
along.
that's gonna be good for him to win in his ninth 10th fight versus Pedraza, in which Barbosa has a
Yeah, he's
whole
at about 25
career.
fights, isn't he?
This is what 10th fight, 10th or ninth fight,
Mm.
where Barboza have a whole career, and that's his best opponent of his career.
Yeah, so let's see how he plays against Barboza. I mean Pedraza, but they're gonna
Yeah.
compare him to the Barbozas and all these other guys, Jose Ramirez. I mean, these guys all just beat him recently, and Pedraza is just a gatekeeper, bro. So let's see how Keyshawn Davis does. Where does he win in a tough fight? Ain't nobody gonna think much of Keyshawn. Just
Yeah, he's
saying,
got to
innit?
put on a he's got to put on a good performance against Pedraza, man. If he can get the stoppage, that'll be good. But if he can dominate the fight, leave no doubt that he's a superior fighter. That'll be a good win for him, and he can move on because he's a guy that's a big player at 135. I think he's ranked in the top five of every organizations in the lightweight division. So he's definitely a
But
major
wasn't
player
Pedraza
in the
fighting at
lightweight
another
division.
weight class? Did he not go up to 140?
Yeah, I think he did go up to
So he's coming
140.
back down to fight again.
Yeah, I believe so. I think he's gonna make down 135.
Okay.
You know, he's looking for the money fight. At this point of Pedraza's career, he's looking at the money fights, man. It presents a good payday for him, so he's gonna come down and make the fight happen.
And
I
you
look
know,
at it as a great win, whether how he wins, if it's just like like a shutout win. I think it doesn't. I look at it as a great victory. I'm not looking at perfection.
so how many rounds you expecting him to win?
I
It's a
mean,
10 round fight.
if it's a 10 round fight, I mean, I could see him winning, 7-3, 7-3. It'll be just fine with me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
seven
that sounds
three
about right.
shows you're
7-3.
moving up. Shows you're moving up.
Mm-hmm.
Of
Yep.
course, of course. I mean, I think that I think that the
What do you
boxing
think about
community,
people saying Pedraza's shot? He's a shot fighter now.
what fight that we seen him that he shot.
Mm. I mean, did he
And let's
look?
be real, and that's what I mean. I think that's why we won't give certain fighters the benefit of the doubt, because when do we see Pedraza shot? Is he
That's
elite?
he's been
No, but
losing. That's
when
all.
did we see him shot?
Yeah,
Mm.
no, he's not shot.
He's not shot. He put up a great fight versus Jose Ramirez. He put up a great fight versus Richard Comey. Where is he shot?
Yeah. The Comey fight was a draw. He actually looked good in that Comey fight. I think he hurt Comey a couple times. That was a good fight. So it's a good step up for Keyshawn Davis. He said if he gets the win, he's gonna try to get a fight with Navarrete. Navarrete's fighting for the vacant WBO belt against Baranix, whatever his name is. What's his name? He's gonna be fighting him for the vacant WBO. So he said he's gonna call him out if he gets the victory over Pedraza. So that'll be an interesting fight if they can make that fight later on in the year.
Man, I think it's a good time in boxing. You know what I'm saying? It's a great time in boxing. Oh, let's see what Andy Cruz who he's gonna fight next, and then let's see if he's still gonna be calling out Keyshawn Davis.
Now, what do you guys think about the statement that Tio made? And Shakur's been taking digs at Tio in the last couple hours on Twitter now.
Oh yeah, I heard he went in on Shakur. He said Shakur just got a jab. You get past the jab, he don't have nothing else. And he said that Shakur is scared to get hit. So Shakur
And
gonna
then
be
he
at the
said
fight
that
Thursday.
Shakur,
So if
hey,
I'm Shakur, I
Shakur.
get in the ring. If he win, I challenge him. I say I come
But
up to
what do you?
140,
Yeah,
no
but
problem.
and also he said why Shakur's mad is because that boring performance he's given, Top Rank don't really want to pay him like that no more. So he's had to take a pay cut and he hates it. But what do you think of that statement, bro?
Well, yeah, he might have to. He might have to take a pay cut. But if he fights one of the top names, I don't think he has to take a pay cut. He's trying to fight Navarrete, but Navarrete and his team don't seem to be eager to fight him. They say he's boring and it's like watching paint dry and all that type of stuff. So they don't want to fight him.
Man, that's
So
fucked up. I never heard that if a fight could be, but mind you, his fight was one of the most boring in the century, they said. But if a fight could be that boring, and his was that bad, they could go back and put in your contract less money. Is that what they can do? There's
No,
like a loophole. There's like a loop there, or there's
no.
something they have to What is it? Reset? I mean,
no,
what is
he don't
Teofimo
fight
saying?
about. I don't know if he got that contract like Crawford had with ESPN, where he was guaranteed at least 3 million. I don't know if he got that type
Yeah,
of
he
contract.
does got that contract.
Oh, okay. So that could be a problem then. That's why he's looking to get in with a big name opponent. He don't want to just fight anybody. He's the WBC lightweight champion, so he wants the big names. Navarrete, he wants the big names at 135. If not, he might have to move up to 140. He gonna be at the fight Thursday. Teofimo Lopez seems to think he's not that good outside the jab, and he don't like to get hit. If I'm Shakur Stevenson, I get in the ring after the fight with Ortiz if Teofimo is victorious, and I challenge him. I say, hey, you looking for a dance partner? Seems like Haney and these other people gonna be busy. So Matisse, they got fights pretty much lined up. Ryan Garcia. So let's let the fight happen between me and you. Big fight on ESPN pay per view. Teofimo Lopez versus Shakur Stevenson. Big fight, Madison Square Garden. That'd be a big fight. Maybe wait till Heisman Trophy night. Put it on Heisman Trophy night in the what's that, December? We can make it happen. That's what I do, man. Because he's gonna have to have a type of opponent to justify that type of money that he's gonna want. He's not gonna get that fighting, anybody. He's going to get in there with the big names. Teofimo Lopez. He's gonna have to be willing to just not to be married to the 135 division. He's got to be looking at. Hey, I'm looking at the big fights at 135 or 140. Whatever big fight presents itself, I'm game. So that's what he got to be looking at if he wants to make the type of money that he's been making.
Lisa says, Rap, how do you feel about Ortiz saying that he wants to knock out Teofimo? He better be saying he needs to knock out Teofimo and hyping himself out, Lisa, because he never knocked out Jamel Herring. He
And let
nearly
me ask
got
you this.
fucked up against the other guy that he fought.
Let me
And
ask you this, Rap Star.
he's not somebody, Lisa, that's got that kind of a knockout kind of a fighting the guy who goes in there for that. So, I mean, he's got to hype himself up, though. I
Yeah.
understand all that.
Yeah, the thing about Jermaine Ortiz, he had a hard time making 135. I think the fight after the Lomachenko fight, he missed weight. He had a hard time making 135. I think he will be stronger at 140, but he's not going to be all of a sudden become some knockout artist. But he actually might be a more better puncher at 140 than he was at 135, trying to make that weight. He's a big guy. He's a bigger guy than Teofimo Lopez. You just look at the stare down at the press conference today. He's a naturally bigger guy. So it'll be interesting to see how strong and how much snap on his punches he'll have at 140 that he did not have at 135 when he was probably weight drained in a lot of those fights. That's an interesting twist on that. So we'll see. We'll see. He don't have the power with Teofimo Lopez, no doubt, but he might be a little bit more strong at 140 than he was at 135.
Now, I'm going to take this a bit raw, and I'm going to wake some people up. And what I mean by that is there's two ways to look at this. And that is, yeah, if Teofimo does what JB said, Punch says, you guys are mostly saying, then ain't nobody going to take that call out with Crawford serious. Okay? And all these other call outs that he's calling everybody out, if he wants to put everybody on notice, then he got to put Jermaine Ortiz on notice. It works simple. It's either A or B. Now, if he wins the fight against Ortiz and he wins a decision, it's a very close back and forth fight. He wins the decision. Then they're going to say, well, he's still one of the guys for 140. But you want
Yeah.
to be the top OG, the top dog, and you want to call out other people and put people in the dirt, then it comes with the territory. Then you need to perform like the champion to show that you on this level. And you ain't just an ordinary, not an ordinary, but you ain't just a champion. You a great champion. Do you understand what I'm saying, JB? You can't
Yeah.
go two ways about it. There's two discussions that's going to happen after the Teofimo fight. And that is either Teofimo called out everybody, and he can call out everybody because it shows that, this guy's got something special about him now that he's shown after Josh Taylor, Lomachenko. Now look how he dealt with Ortiz. He put him in the dirt. Then he can put people's names up. Then he can put people in the dirt. But he got to show that.
Yep.
Otherwise, all those call outs and everything else, ain't nobody going to take it that serious.
Yeah, you're right about that, rap star. I remember when Felix Trinidad fought William Joppy, and there was a lot of speculation that he was going to fight Roy Jones in the near future. Everybody, oh man, Felix can't beat Roy. Roy's too athletic. He's too this. He's too that. But when Felix Trinidad dominated William Joppy, who was a champ, who was a top fighter in the middleweight division, dropped him multiple times, made him look like he just went on Trinidad's level. Everybody started taking that fight with Roy Jones a little bit more seriously. They started saying, well, that's going to be a good fight. We can't just assume Roy going to just dominate Trinidad. That's why people started taking that fight serious. Teofimo Lopez got to do that against Crawford, because right now a lot of people don't think he's going to beat Crawford. He has no chance to really beat a Crawford, who's a #1 pound for pound fighter in boxing. Arguably a top 5 welterweight of all time. A lot of people ain't going to give him a chance, but if he can go in there and do to Jermaine Ortiz what Lomachenko couldn't do, Herring couldn't do, O'Donnell dropped him twice, but all those 3 of those fights were very close. And he didn't get dominated. He ain't got dominated really in his whole career. If Teofimo Lopez is able to do that, beat him down, stop him, and just make it look like he on a whole nother level, then people start taking that Crawford fight a little bit more serious. They'll start saying, well, you got a chance against Crawford. That ain't no just automatic win. That ain't just no, we can just assume Crawford going to beat him. It's going to be a great matchup. People
And
start
I'm
taking
gonna
the
call
fight a
people
little bit
out
more
by name
competitive, a
right
little bit
now.
more serious.
I'm gonna call people out by name right now because I want the people and the fans to recognize it's gonna go two ways. And those two ways are for the TO fans, the special TO fans when it comes to Max, Real Boxing TV. He will live and die for Teofimo. I got it. Danny Medina's my bro. Yes, Danny. Crypto. Yes, Crypto. You know what I mean? All the many, many more. Right?
Yep.
And this
Yep.
is what I'm gonna say. It goes two ways. You've been saying that, yeah, T.O. fights Crawford. T.O. does this to Haney. T.O. does that to Matthias. All right. I like Teofimo. We need Teofimos in our sport. Okay? I get it. But if Teofimo wants to put everybody else in the dirt, and you guys want to put other people in the dirt for Teofimo, then Teofimo got to put Jermaine Ortiz in the dirt. It is what it is. If he's in a tough fight, and he's in a tough fight, don't be coming up here talking Crawford's name anymore. I keep it 100. Don't be calling out Crawford anymore, bro, because I ain't going to listen to it.
Yep. You're right
Yeah?
about that, rap
I'm
star.
going
You
to
got to
keep
make
it
a
real.
statement.
But yeah, at 140, it is what it is. 140 division can be open. Okay? But I'm going to say this right now. Even if you want to be the king of 140, people are going to check you out for what you're doing now after what your peers are doing in that division.
Yep.
So I'm just going to say this, bro. Yes, if Teofimo Lopez shows his class, shows his special attributes, shows that he is showing us now that he's schooling this guy, yeah? Even if he's schooling this guy, yeah, then talk your shit. Then come with that takeover train. Yeah, I hear it. I'm not, yo, you got to speak your shit. Then you got to come here and speak your shit. But Teofimo better come like the takeover because he been putting people in the dirt as well. Now, I'm just keeping it 100. I'm rocking with Teofimo for this fight, but I keep it 100. But go ahead, JB.
Yeah, you're right about that. He's got to make a statement. If he's talking about being taken seriously as a top fighter against Crawford, having a chance, a legitimate shot against Crawford, he's got to make a statement. He can win the fight and still campaign and try to take over the 140-pound division. But when you talk about fighting Crawford and people giving you a legitimate chance to win, I'm not saying 50-50, but 30% chance to win. Right now, I think people are giving him a 10% chance to beat Crawford right now. But if he's able to make a statement against Ortiz, a guy that's in his losses and draws has never been dominated. If he's able to dominate him or stop him, he's never been stopped in his career. He's able to do that, then that'll be making a statement. Then people be taking him seriously in a Crawford fight. So it's a lot on line for him tonight.
All that talk, it can either come or it can go. That's it. It can either come or it can go.
Yep.
That's how it works, bro. But JB, there's a lot of people in the chat. Let me change over my device. We're on this topic. Teofimo Lopez, Jermaine Ortiz, Thursday night. What's next? What is Tank gonna do? What's Haney doing? What the fuck is everybody else gonna do? But eyes are on Thursday night. But let me change this shit. If you want to talk to the chat because everybody's watching.
Okay, let me talk. Let's see what the chat's got to say here. Danny Medina. Let's see. They got a lot of civil war going on in the chat, seem like. Let's see. Lisa Snow is in the chat. She says T.O. has to KO Ortiz. Ortiz switches like Crawford, too. From orthodox to southpaw. Yeah, he's more comfortable in an orthodox stand. He's a classic 1-2 puncher, Lisa. Left jab, right hand. He tends to double up on the jab, but he's going to give Teofimo opportunities to counter him with the right hook and overhand right. So he's got to be very leery of that, especially with a guy that has the power of Teofimo Lopez. So he can't be tentative with the jab, but he can't telegraph the jab at the same time. So it's going to be definitely adjustment. It's going to be definitely a fight that Ortiz is going to have to rise to the occasion, man, because he's fighting a guy that's very athletic, power in both hands. You think you out of range. He's got to be either all the way in, all the way out. If he's in the mid range with Teofimo Lopez, he's going to be in trouble, man. Because Teofimo Lopez is the more explosive fighter and has got the faster hands. So he needs to be either all the way in, or all the way out, in my opinion. He needs to smother Teofimo Lopez offense, get all the way in, and it keeps Teofimo Lopez on the outside with the jab, try to control distance. I think that's his best opportunity. Mid range, he's in trouble, in my opinion. XX Quizmax says Tank versus Ben. Yeah, I heard Tank and Ben going back and forth on Twitter. Twitter beef is really prevalent in boxing these days. Do I think that fight is possible next? I don't see it. Tank is at 135. Ben is at 152, 154. He's not even at 147. He's like in between welterweight and junior middleweight. So I don't see that fight happening next. I think Tank, if I had to make an educated guess.
Let me just catch this. Let me just catch some heat over here.
Yeah.
I want to catch some heat, but no TO fans are really hitting the link, right? Teofimo even went and turned around and said earlier on through the week that the Puerto Rican fighters ain't that good. He tried to say that the Puerto Rican fighters ain't that good. He tried to say all the Puerto Rican fighters of today ain't got what they got. But then he twisted it, didn't twist it, changed it, or did he not change it, but rephrased himself? After I'm thinking they must have got some heat from Puerto Ricans or something, because the next day he says, but I don't mean that about the fighters like Miguel Cotto, Tito Trinidad, Wilfredo Gomez. He's saying that I'm talking about the Puerto Rican fighters of today. They ain't got it.
They don't have a great Puerto Rican fighter right now.
When you put fighters down in the dirt, you got to imagine then, what are you? He got to show that he's on a separate level then. So people are going to let him, everybody can talk their shit. But go ahead, JB. Give me a minute. Go ahead.
Yeah, Puerto Rico boxing has a great tradition. Like Teofimo Lopez said, he said, Felix, Tito Trinidad, Miguel Cotto, Wilfred Gomez, they've had a long tradition of great champions coming from that island. Now, we don't have a great Puerto Rican right now. You got some guys that maybe could be good down the road. We got Edgar Berlanga. We got a lot of American Puerto Ricans out here fighting. He's kind of from the same mold as a Danny Garcia, who's a Puerto Rican, but he's from Philadelphia. Edgar Berlanga is Puerto Rican, but he's from New York, Brooklyn, Borough, whatever he's from. So, it's not a great present day Puerto Rican fighter right now, but we got some people that could rise to the occasion. Maybe Edgar Berlanga is the next great Puerto Rican champion. We'll have to see, man. He's got a fight coming up. I believe it's February 24th against Padraig McCroy, whatever his guy's name. Never heard of him. That's going to be a Matchroom promoted card on the zone. I think it's going to be in 2 weeks. I think on the 24th of February, if I'm not mistaken. So if he gets that win, I'd like to see him take on Jaime Munguia next. That'll be a great Mexican versus Puerto Rico battle. We've had a lot of great fights throughout the history of boxing, featuring a Mexican fighter taking on a Puerto Rican fighter, and that'll be another competitive big-time fight between Jaime Munguia versus.
But do you think he was taking digs at Puerto Ricans because of Subriel Matias?
Oh yeah, I forgot about Matias. He's Puerto Rican. Yeah,
remember that's where the Puerto Rican kind of thing that he's come with this little bit of bad blood. I don't know where he's come from.
Yeah,
Puerto Rican fighters ain't what they are because of Subriel Matias. Now we got Xander Zayas. Where's Edgar Berlanga from?
He's Puerto Rican, but he's from New York. He's
but he's a Puerto Rican, right? So when you're talking about all the Puerto Rican fighters now, you know what I mean? He's saying they ain't got what he's got. So show us what he's got.
Yeah, I forgot about Subriel Matias. He's probably the best Puerto Rican fighter out there right now. So he's a guy that's got power in both hands. Now he's kind of straight up and down, no special effects. He's coming forward, coming straight at you. He's not gonna give you a lot of different looks. So it's just a matter of can you hurt him and can you keep him at bay, man? Because he got power in both hands, but he's very straight up and down, man. He come in on a straight line too. So a guy like Teofimo Lopez could actually just make him look bad at times, man, because he's very versatile, very explosive, very athletic. He's not going to be there a lot of times. But when he coming straight out the straight line, he's going to be able to maneuver, give him different angles and basically, I'll position him in that fight. So that'll be an interesting fight. But Subriel Matias is definitely the top fighter right now from Puerto Rico, man. He's one of the top guys at 140, and the boy got bricks in both hands. The man got a body on his record. We talk about Deontay Wilder, say he want a body on his record, and Teofimo Lopez has said that in the past that he wants a body on his record. Subriel Matias actually has a body on his record. He actually has one.
But that's not a good thing to talk about because I don't like it.
Nah, I don't like it either. I'm just saying actually it's sad to say, but he actually has
I want everybody
one.
to know. Do you know, and I'm sure all the boxing fans are very clever. Have you noticed on all Subriel Matias, they don't talk about that as anything anymore because you can't promote that, bro. Even though you could say, man, this guy, he really has put someone in a casket, right?
Yep.
That's not something that him, his team, or anyone around him want to live with right now, because that can fuck with your head, right?
Yeah.
Every man, every woman has a conscience. Right. And this is not what media wants to speak about either. When fighters it's an accident, bro. You killed someone by accident.
Yep. I remember when that fight was on ESPN. I think it was on Friday Night Fights when he fought that guy. When that guy went to the hospital, Subriel Matias was really concerned. I even think he might have even went by the hospital, but it really hit him hard, man. He didn't fight for a while. He didn't immediately fight, man. I think he took a little time away from the boxing after that, Matias. He didn't come right back and fight, so it took him a little while, man. It wasn't his fault. It was an accident, but that's still a hard thing to think about, man. He was in the ring with a guy that.
Yeah, you actually two fighters though, JB. I think they were from your time as well.
Yeah.
Right. And they from my country. It affected them mentally just by putting two fighters in a coma. One of those guys, it affected mentally. He's had many breakdowns, and that's Chris Eubank Sr. Okay. And the other guy that is affected mentally is Nigel Benn. Both of these guys couldn't be the same fighter after they nearly killed two guys each. Nearly killed the fighter, right? It affects you.
Yep. Ray Boom Boom Mancini wasn't the same after he unfortunately got into a fight where his opponent died. The Asian fighter. He died and stuff. And Ray, he kept fighting, but he never was the same after that. So it affects you, man. You don't want to be a part of that, man. You know, when Muhammad Ali fought Joe Frazier in that first fight, man, Joe Frazier was in the hospital for like a month, and there was rumors going around at that time that Joe Frazier died. And Ali said, if he did die, I would never fight again. I would never put on a pair of gloves again and get in the ring. He said that. So yeah, you don't want to. You don't want to. You don't. That's a.
You can't really promote anything like that. You can't talk about it like that. But deep down inside, another fighter must look at that fight and say he's kind of like a boogeyman.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely, man. He got power on both ends, man. He's coming too. He seems to have a great chin too. So the punches that you throw at him don't seem to deter him from coming forward, man. Letting his hands go. So he's a problem for anybody at 140. You know, he just signed with Matchroom. Ain't that the room he signed with Matchroom? He's gonna fight Liam Perro
How would you
in Puerto
feel? I
Rico.
want to ask everybody in the chat. How would you feel if this was your job and this is everything you've done as a kid as your sport, but you know that this guy killed somebody, but you go in against him? Inside your mind, yeah, you must want to take that out, right? Because you don't want to think about this guy has killed someone that can affect like you going against him. You must still be so composed and focused on your game plan and not be bothered in that aspect because you got to be at the best you can. But I'm sure, JB, if somebody you was going to fight and he had killed somebody, I'm sure you would think something about it.
Yeah,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
yeah. You would think about it. You would think about it. Be in the back of your mind. You know, everybody gonna say the right things going into the fight. I'm a warrior. I'm gonna implement my game plan, and I'm the superior fighter. And I show him that I'm the better fighter on that night. Everybody gonna say that, but when you get in the ring with that guy start getting to you like he gets to his opponent, landing those big shots, man. You know, you're gonna be thinking like, man. Because see, that's what happened with the guy he fought, man. That guy, he didn't knock him out. He took a sustained beating for 12 rounds, and that's what ultimately cost him his life, man. Those concussive shots to the head. And that's what you got to worry about. So some of the fighters might just lay it down. That's why he might be getting a lot of his knockdowns, man. He getting the taking over, putting the pressure, landing those shots. Them guys say, I'm finna go get up out of here, man. I'm not finna take these type of shots for 12 rounds. I seen what happened to that guy. It's not gonna. I don't want that to happen to me. So they just kind of waved the white flag and succumb to him. So that's how he might be getting a lot of his stoppage. Not to say they don't have power, but you know, once he start taking over, they're like, man, I'm finna get up out of here. I ain't taking this type of beating. I'm gonna live to fight another day.
No, for real. But I also do believe, though, at the end of the day, yeah, there's two types of fights. Like, if you look at how Dillian White got knocked out with one punch, right? And you looked at Deontay Wilder's second fight against Fury, which I watched the other day again for the fourth time. That beating that Deontay Wilder took consistently to his head, to the body, in that second fight is a worse beating than a man taking a one-punch knockout like he did with Dillian White. Because just like you explained, those consistent punches that go to your head, they're the ones who will damage you later in your life.
Yep. That's what got Muhammad Ali, got him that Parkinson, man. He had a great chin. He was able to take those punches, especially late in his career. But those punches what did damage to him, you know, when he got older and when he got retired from boxing, man. He wasn't, you know, he was a shell of his former self because those punches he took. He took a lot of punches over a long period of time, man. 12 rounds. He didn't get knocked out. He didn't get knocked down hardly at all. So he took a lot of those shots. So sometimes it's not the worst thing in the world to get knocked out, you know, especially early in the fight, man, because you're not taking a sustained beating for 12 rounds. Those are the more damaging to your body and to your career than a one-punch knockout.
I'm talking about the second fight, Lisa, but that Wilder took a one-sided beating. But Spence had took a bad beating as well.
Yeah, he took a beating that Crawford fight, and then he
That
was
Crawford
in
fight
two
had
accidents.
damaged Errol Spence. That's took him back some years, bro.
Yeah, and he wasn't living a fighter lifestyle either. He was blowing up in between weight, but he was young enough where he was able to get down to the 147. He was able to continue to win, but his lifestyle that he was living was not a fighter's lifestyle. You know, those two car accidents he was in, that took years off his career too. So
And I'll tell you what, if you really look at all the fighters at the moment coming up, You got to take a punch to give a punch. You got to take some punches to give some punches at some time, right?
Yep.
Now, the Tank Davis has been taking a lot of punches. He's close to getting CTE soon because if you look at his fights, he takes a lot of punches in the early rounds. Okay, now Tank keeps taking those little punches and then he dominates. That's because Tank knows that his style is a way where he needs to let a fighter come out and give as much as they can so he can then, overpower them or find ways to land his shots. Now, he takes punches sometimes, but a guy like Shakur, he won't take much punches, bro. Shakur Stevenson don't want to take no punches. Like Teofimo said, Shakur's scared to take punches. We're willing to take punches because I want to hurt my guys, right? So
Yep.
Shakur is exactly what they're saying, right? That he don't want to take no punches like that. Devin Haney is like that. He don't want to take many punches, but he's going to give out more than he takes. Overall, it's the fighters like Shakur and Haney which are going to have more of their faculties in play, but they're not. But the other fighters are willing to, hurt a man and willing to put themselves in that harm's way as well because they have more of a killer instinct as well.
Yeah, that's the catch-22 in boxing, man. You want to put on a show for the fans, blood, sweat, and tears. Rock 'em, sock 'em, robot. I'm gonna take 2 punches and land 3. That sound good. That's entertaining. But when you look at what's gonna happen after your career, when those fans go, they go to cheer for another fighter, be a fan of another fighter. You a vegetable, or you having all kind of problems after your boxing career is over with. Brain injuries and brain trauma. You ain't like you was earlier in your life, and you're not living the life that you want to live. It's a different situation. So I always believe in the sweet science in boxing. Boxing is the sweet science. Hit and don't get hit. That's what Mayweather did. He retired with all his faculties. Andre Ward retired with all his faculties. And that's what it's all about in boxing, man. That's the name of the game. Hit and don't get hit. All that, that's good to, I'm gonna go in there and lay it on the line. I'm gonna go head up with him. I'm gonna fight him toe to toe. That's good if that's your best way to fight. If you don't have the talent to fight the other style, that's cool. But if you got the talent to fight the other style, by all means, fight that style. That's gonna be what's gonna get you the win and get you as healthy after the sport that you would be fighting that type of fighting that other style. That'll be the best style to go. Hit and don't get hit. That's the sweet science of boxing. Let's see what the chat.
To all these people in the chat for a sec, bro. I'll be back.
Okay. Lisa Snow said, let me see what she's saying about Tank. Tank said he doesn't do it on purpose. I don't know. I guess they got a little civil war going on in the chat. Let's see. The boxing scientists say Floyd cherry-picked to stay on the field. You look at Floyd Mayweather Jr.'s resume, man. It's very strong, man. A lot of world champions. I think it's like 23 world champions on his resume, man. It's a lot of people like to have that narrative about his resume is full of cherry picks, but you really look at it, that's not the case. Danny Medina, I think I like hit me and I'll make sure you don't want to again. Okay. Oh, it's a little civil war going on in the chat. I guess I got a lot of stuff going on in between people in the chat talking about a lot of things. Yeah, there you go. X Quiz Max says Floyd beat 23 champs. Hate all you want. Yeah, exactly. You gotta look at the resume. Look at the resume. People say cherry pick, and you look at anybody's resume, they got some light touches. They ain't gonna fight. They ain't gonna have 50 fights against 50 Hall of Famers. That's just not how it works. You're gonna have some light touches in there, but overall, he has a strong resume. Stacks up with all the great champions of today and yesterday. Okay, I see what you're saying, Lisa. No, you say Tank says he doesn't get hit on purpose. He said in an interview he doesn't take punches to give. See, Tank is the type of fighter where he kind of downloads information. He goes into the fight. He tries to see what his opponent bringing to the table. He might give away some rounds. He might take some punches. You look at the Leo Santa Cruz fight. That was probably his first big breakout fight on pay-per-view. up in San Antonio, the Alamo Dome. That fight took place during COVID, right after COVID took place. They still had a good crowd out there in the Alamo Dome, and probably the first 4 or 5 rounds, Leo Santa Cruz was ahead. He probably won at least 3 of those rounds, if not 4 out of the 5 rounds. He was ahead definitely after about 4 or 5 rounds. And he was able to win. He was able to get his shots off. Leo, he's throwing a lot of punches, and he's throwing a lot of punches, man, being aggressive, letting his hands go. And he was outworking Tank. But Tank was downloading information, seeing what he bring to the table, and he set him up. When he got him up in that corner in front of that turnbuckle and hit him with the knockout of that particular year, knocked him out. And that's what Tank does, man. He fought up Mario Barrios. That's another fight that a lot of people had him down going into the championship rounds, and he was able to get the knockout then, man. He's a guy that he's going to see what you bring to the table, and he's going to methodically set that punch up to get you up out of there, man. He's a master at that. And right now, he's undefeated. Yeah, so it's going to be a great night of boxing this Thursday night. Mandalay Bay, Las Vegas, Nevada, a.k.a. Sin City. It's going to be a great matchup. We got the TAKEOVER, Teofimo Lopez taking on Jermaine Ortiz, the main event. That's going to be a good fight. This is a big opportunity for Jermaine Ortiz to be the number one fighter at 140, because that's what's on the line for this fight. We have other champions at 140. Devin Haney is the WBC junior welterweight champion. We got the boogeyman of 140, Sabril Mathis. He's the IBF welterweight champion. We got Rolly. He's the WBA welterweight champion. But make no argument about this, that Teofimo Lopez is the number one fighter in the junior welterweight division, because he beat the number one fighter in the junior welterweight division. That guy goes by the name of Josh Taylor. So he's got the lineal belt, and he's got the Ring Magazine belt along with the WBO belt. So he is the number one guy at 140. So that title is definitely on the line Thursday night. If Ortiz is able to pull upset the apple cart, he'll be the number one guy at 140. So there's a lot on the line this Thursday night. Then we got the up-and-coming Keyshawn Davis. Big step-up fight taking on a veteran Jose Pedraza. That fight's going to be at 135. I wonder how long Keyshawn Davis is going to be at 135. He's a tall guy, long reach, young guy. I can see when it's all said and done, he'll be fighting in his prime at 147 or even 154, man. He has that type of frame. So it'll be interesting to see how long he stays at 135. He's got to make it happen, I think, a little sooner rather than later if he wants to get a belt. I don't think he's going to be long for that division, man. He's a young guy, tall. I think he's going to just be a matter of time before he gets to, he starts moving up to the bigger weights. But he's got a good step-up fight against the veteran Jose Pedraza. The boxing scientists say Tank is manufactured. Tank resume is not as good as Teofimo Lopez or maybe Devin Haney's either. But his resume is not as bad as people make it out to be. It's kind of like, in a way, similar to Floyd Mayweather's resume when you say it's a bunch of cherry picks, which that's not the case. He's fought 23 world champions. Same thing with Tank Davis. His resume is not as bad as people making it out to be. He's fought some good fighters. Jose Pedraza was a champion. He was an underdog in that fight when he beat Jose Pedraza. He's fought Leo Santa Cruz, who's going into the Hall of Fame. He's beat some good fighters. Mario Barrios was a champion at 140. I know a lot of people say, oh, that was a regular belt. It was a regular belt. There was only 2 champions at 140 at that time. That was Josh Taylor and Mario Barrios. He moved up the weight and fought Mario Barrios. And Mario Barrios' next fight, he fought a welterweight. So Mario Barrios was a big 140-pounder. And Tank, in all actuality, is a 130-pounder. So he was giving away a lot of size and a lot of weight. He's able to get the job done. So that was a good win. Beat Rolly Romero, who was undefeated. He beat Hector Luis Garcia, who was a champion at 130, had beat Roger Gutierrez, had beat Chris Colbert, had 2 strong back-to-back wins. A guy that was a champion, a guy that I think he either had one loss, but it was a guy that was really had a lot of momentum behind him. He stopped him in the ninth round. He couldn't even see. Hit him with a shot to the eye. He couldn't see no more. He quit on the stool. So he's got some good wins, Tank Davis. He gets shit on by who he fought, and he ain't beat nobody. But you actually look at his resume. He has a solid resume. It should be better. We won't see him against Shakur Stevenson at 135. I think his next fight is going to be against Frank Martin. That's a good test. Frank Martin is undefeated. Frank Martin is a guy that, in my opinion, that's a top 5 lightweight. So that'd be a good test for Tank going against a guy that will present a different style than he's fought. Uh, since, I don't think he's fought that type of style yet in his career. Tank Davis fights the style of a Frank Martin, a guy that can box, a guy that knows how to fight off the back foot, a guy that knows how to come forward, a very versatile fighter, a guy that's defensively responsible, not easy to hit. It's a good fight, man. Frank Martin, then you got a good trainer behind him and Derek James. That's a good step-up fight for Tank. Different style too, so that could present some problems for Tank. We have to see how he fights with that fighting that style of fighter. So that'd be a very interesting fight once it gets made. So his resume is not as bad. It's not as good as Teo Devin, but it's just as good as Shakur and a lot of other guys at 135. Lisa Snow say the fight tomorrow. Now the fight well, I guess we Wednesday. I guess it is tomorrow. It's Wednesday. What is it? 1 in the morning? Yeah, it's tomorrow. Thursday on ESPN. I think the main card started at 9:30, but they're gonna have a card on ESPN Plus. I think gonna start around 6:30, I think, or 7:30, depending on where you live. 9:30 Central Time, so it'll be 10:30 East Coast time. I think is the main event card. That'll be Keyshawn Davis versus uh, Jose Pedraza starting off, and then the main event come on after that. Teofimo Lopez versus Jermaine Ortiz. Kicking off Super Bowl weekend. So it should be a lot of athletes and entertainers at that fight. Lisa Snow say Tank missed weight at 130, so he's not a naturally 130 pounder. Yeah, he wasn't professional in between fights. He was a guy when he was young, he used to blow up in weight. Just like I said with Errol Spence Jr. blowing up in weight. And that kind of contributed to the downfall of his career, man. Blowing up in weight, got into them 2 car accidents, wasn't living the fighter's lifestyle. Same thing with Tank. Tank wasn't living the fighter lifestyle. That's why he had a hard time making 130. He actually had a hard time. He actually missed weight against Yorkis Gamboa. That fight was at 135. He missed weight in that fight, and that was his first fight at 135. So he was a guy that was, blowing up in between fights. Wasn't living the fighter lifestyle, but I think he's changed. Look at how he came in the Ryan Garcia fight. He made that weight comfortable, and he's been in good shape. And I don't think he's really got out of shape since that fight. So he's going to be ready to rock and roll in his next fight, man. And like I said, I still say that he's a 130 pounder. When he's living the fighter lifestyle and doing what he's supposed to do in between fights, he's actually could go down and fight at 130. He's a little guy. He's 5'5", 5'6". He's not a big guy. He's not a big guy. So what he did at 140 against Mario Barrios should be commended, man, because the man is a small guy. He's actually a natural 130 pounder. He could easily make 130. But it's the bigger fights at 135. So he's fighting 135. Lisa Snow, you say Barrios wasn't even ranked before the fight was scheduled. He was number 10 at 140, while Josh Taylor was undisputed and Regis was calling him up.
Right.
Well, Lisa Snow, Barrios was the regular WBA junior welterweight champion. Go check box record, Lisa. That should clarify it for you. He was a champion. He wasn't, you saying he went in the top 10. He was a WBA junior welterweight champion. That's what he was. Tank beat him and won and took his belt. Let's see here. What else we got in the chat here? You know what was interesting? If y'all seen that the press conference today the exchange between Teofimo Lopez and Keyshawn Davis was very interesting. They asked Keyshawn to elaborate on that, and Keyshawn said that, look, when I was trying to talk with T.O. before this press conference, T.O. was saying he didn't want to take no picture with me and don't call him out after your fight. I'm like, why would Teofimo Lopez say that? Why would he just up and say that? And then when they asked Teofimo Lopez about it after the press conference, he said, he took the bullet, he bit the bullet. Like he was setting Keyshawn Davis up. He wanted him to react off what he had told him at the press conference when they was talking. They was probably talking while they was asking the other fighters question. Him and Teofimo Lopez, they was having a little exchange, off to the side. They was having a little conversation. So, and they asked Keyshawn about it, and he told them what happened. So, and it kind of interested me. That kind of had me thinking that maybe Teofimo Lopez, who been saying that he wants the Terrence Crawford fight. He said he wants that fight after the Jermaine Ortiz fight. If he's trying to maybe go after Terrence Crawford's stablemate, a guy that has the same training, a guy that trains with Terrence Crawford and Keyshawn Davis. Maybe he fights him, knocks him off, and then Terrence Crawford say, okay, I'm going to avenge my stablemate's loss. You beat my stablemate, you beat my trainer, your team, you and your dad beat him. Let's have a matchup with me and Bo Mac taking on you and your father. Let's see how that go. You beat my stablemate, you beat my protege, but let's see how it goes with me and you fight. Maybe that's what Teofimo Lopez is thinking about when going after Keyshawn Davis. But I don't know why he would think that Keyshawn gonna call him out after that fight. Because number one, Keyshawn is at 135, you at 140. Number two, Keyshawn is a young up and coming fighter. But again, he has the same trainer as Terrence Crawford. He's a stablemate, so maybe Teofimo Lopez is playing chess while everybody else is playing checkers. He's thinking like he had an ulterior motive for going after Keyshawn Davis in pursuit of a Terrence Crawford fight. So it's just something I was curious about. I was like, man, they gonna call you out, man. Y'all not even in the same division, so why would you even say that? So maybe maybe it's ulterior motive on Teofimo Lopez's part. We'll see. Yeah. So what will be Teofimo options after the Jermaine Ortiz fight? What are his legitimate options? Because when you look at the 140-pound division, all the champions fight on different platforms. Devin Haney, right now, he's with the Zone and Matchroom Boxing. Sabril Mathis, he's just signed with Eddie Hearn in Matchroom Boxing. He's going to be fighting on the Zone in this next fight versus Liam Para. So that'll be those will be difficult fights to make. Then you got Rolly Romero, the WBA junior welterweight champion. He's with the PBC fighting on Amazon Prime. And then you got the WBO champion Teofimo Lopez fighting on ESPN with Top Rank. So it's going to be interesting to see. It's going to be hard to make those fights with those other guys because they're all on different platforms. And when you look at the fighters that's with Top Rank, most of the big names at 135. Shakur is at 135. You can say Keyshawn Davis is becoming a big name in boxing. He's at 135. He's young. So what are the biggest fights out there for Teofimo Lopez at the Jermaine Ortiz fight? So maybe that's the reason why he kind of went in on Keyshawn Davis out the blue like he did at the press conference today. Maybe he knows, he said, man, this could be a possible opponent. He's a guy that's getting his name circulating in boxing, a young guy coming up. I can knock him out, beat Terrence Crawford's protege, and then call out the big dog Terrence Crawford after that. So I don't know. It's interesting to see what would be his options after the Jermaine Ortiz fight. You would think he'd be fighting one of the other champions, but that's easier said than done because again, those guys are on different platforms, and which makes those fights difficult to make. Shakur Stevenson say he's gonna be at the fight, by the way. So if I'm him, the way Teofimo Lopez went in on him saying that he's scared to get hit, and all I got to do is get past his jab, and I got him figured out. If I'm Shakur Stevenson, after Teofimo Lopez is victorious, if he's victorious, I would jump in the ring and challenge Teofimo Lopez. Say, okay, you say I'm scared to get hit, let's make it happen. I'll come up to 140, no problem. Let's make it happen. That's what I do if I'm Shakur Stevenson. That'll be the big fight you're looking for. This was supposed to be this fight here this Thursday night was supposed to be the start of a big month in February, but we got undisputed in heavyweight division that got postponed because Tyson Fury got cut in sparring. Now, when I watched that sparring video, I'm like, man, why is you fighting that type of sparring? Why are you having that type of sparring this close to the fight? I'm talking about that was a real fight. That was almost like a street fight. Tyson Fury grabbing the dude behind his head like he always do. He trying to grab the man by his head. He trying to hit him, and I guess the guy got tired of him. He said, I'm gonna hit you with this elbow. You trying to grab me by my head while you punching? That's not real fighting. He did that to Deontay Wilder when he fought Wilder in the second and third fight. You know, grabbing the man by the head where you can hold him where he can't move away from you. You grab him behind the head with your left hand
Stop
and
complaining.
holding him while he can't move, and then you hit him with the right hand. That's like street fight. He tried to do it to that guy in that sparring video, and he got cut. That guy hit him with an elbow. Say, okay,
Deontay Wilder was going to get fucked up regardless of whatever was going to happen to him.
if we gonna street fight, we gonna street fight. That guy hit him with an elbow,
Wilder
and
was
cut
going
him
to
up.
get fucked up, man.
He cut him open, didn't he? He cut him
Wilder,
open
bro.
he cut him open like a
Let's not
cantaloupe,
make
didn't he?
excuses for Wilder,
No,
bro.
I'm just saying though. Did you see that? I'm just saying. Did you see that video though?
Some dumb shit you guys sound like sometimes.
Did you see that? Did you see that video of Tyson Fury though? Did you see that video?
All I know is Fury was going to beat
some aggressive
He would
fighting.
have beat the brakes out of Wilder. He came
That
the
close.
third time.
That close to a fight.
Shit,
Why would you be sparring? Hey, let me ask you this: why would you be sparring that close to a fight?
Bro. Even in the third fight, he beat the fuck out of him. After all,
I'm just saying. What I'm saying is, in that sparring video though, that was some aggressive fighting,
bro. He still beat him up at the end, bro.
Yeah,
but that sparring video, no. At that sparring video, I agree with you.
Yeah, why would you be fighting that type of fight that close to a mega matchup? Why would you be having that type of sparring that close to a fight?
I asked the people in the boxing world. They said, right, most fighters go hard all the way to the last third week. And they said it's not nothing unusual. It's just shit happens. In boxing, shit happens, bro. And he goes, that's just the way it goes sometimes. If the fighter wants to consistently work hard, then it's on the fighter and the trainer. But some fighters, they stop training hard on the last 2 weeks. They don't train hard anymore. You know?
Yeah, he got that master though, Fury. Where he grabbed a dude by the head, like I'm gonna hold you here and I'm gonna hit you with the right hand. He got that master though. And that dude got tired of it. That sparring partner got tired of him. He hit him with that elbow intentionally because he got tired of him grabbing him by the head and trying to hold him there while he can hit him with the right hand. That's how he was doing Wilder. That guy that said, okay, we street fight. That's what you call street fight. That's not boxing. That's more like street fighting where anything goes. I'm gonna grab you and hold you down, put you in the headlock where I can punch you and beat you down. And I guess that dude said, okay, we on this type of time. I'm gonna hit you with his elbow. Then we UFC is everything. Anything goes in this type of situation. Hit him with an elbow and split him open like a cantaloupe.
Yeah, I mean everybody has. You know, I think that's just fucked up, bro.
Mm-hmm.
No fighter wants their face cut open right now.
Yeah.
To be honest though, did you see his pictures? He fucking looks in good shape. The fat fuck.
Yeah, he look in good shape. He look like he's in good shape. He's ready to rock and roll. Look like it's unfortunate that could happen, but the fight just got postponed a couple of months. They got a new date, May 18th. That'll be 2 weeks after Canelo versus Jamal Charlo. So May setting up to be a good month of boxing.
What do you think about the fight that's made? June, I think it's in June. Arthur Beterbiev versus Beterbiev-Bivol, undisputed.
Yeah, that's what we've been waiting on. Those are the two best guys at 175. You know, we've been talking about that fight for at least 2 years, if not more. So this is a fight we all been waiting on. It's a good fight. You got a classic stylistic matchup. You got the boxer versus the puncher. You got a guy that's very technically sound, a guy that does the 1-2-1. He don't do the 1-2, he do the 1-2-1. That's how he was able to beat Canelo off the 1-2-1. And he's a guy that knows how to control distance. He's not gonna take a lot of chances. It might be a boring fight, but he gonna do what he got to do to get the win in Bivol. He fighting a guy that's a brutalizing puncher in a Beterbiev. Guy that got power in both hands, a guy that's an underrated boxer, a guy that does get hit a little bit, and a guy that does bleed a little bit in Beterbiev. It's gonna be a good fight. It's gonna be an interesting fight. I can't really call it right now. I gotta kind of think about it a little bit more, but it's what you call a 50-50 fight. A lot of people like to say a lot of fights 50-50, and they really don't be 50-50, but this fight here is really a 50-50 fight. So it'll go either way. So it's going to be interesting. That's gonna go down June 1st up in Saudi Arabia. So I'm definitely looking forward to watching that fight. In the winner, I would like to see the winner fight David Benavidez, because David Benavidez, he's not going to get the Canelo fight anytime soon, and I think he's going to outgrow 168. He's a big super middleweight. I think he eventually is going to move up. I think his days are numbered at super middleweight division. I think he don't get the Canelo fight in September, he's going to move up, and in all likelihood, he's going to end up moving up because I don't see him getting a fight in September. So I think he should move up to 175, maybe fight a top contender at 175, maybe a Callum Smith or somebody like to get his feet weight at 175 and then challenge the winner of Bivol versus Beterbiev and try to show your greatness at 175. Pave your own path. Don't worry about Canelo. Canelo had his era, had his legacy. His legacy is cemented. He's going to be one of the great fighters of all time. Definitely Hall of Fame fighter. He really don't need to fight Benavidez. That ain't gonna strengthen. It'll strengthen his resume, but it ain't gonna really. His resume is already secured. You got a strong resume. He's been in there with a lot of top names, so ain't nobody gonna hold a Benavidez fight against Canelo if it don't happen. He's been in there with enough top fighters that there ain't nobody gonna really hold that against him. So I think Benavidez need to pave his own way. Try to set out to create his own legacy. And move up to 175 and chase greatness with the winner of Bivol and Beterbiev. Like I say, don't just go up there and fight them off the rip. Get a fight in at 175. Get your feet wet at 175 against a top 5, top 10 light heavyweight. Get the win at 175 and then set the stage for the winner of Bivol versus Beterbiev, fighting whoever come out of that fight victorious. Yep. OG Blaze said, "How did you get a cut with a headgear on, man? The man hit him with a vicious elbow. He made sure he hit him with that elbow up under the headgear. It was a street fight that broke out in a boxing ring. That boy say, okay, this was what time we on. It is what it is. Anything goes. I'm gonna bring some UFC to this type of fight. Then he hit him with an elbow, split him open like a cantaloupe. That's what happened because he got tired of Fury grabbing him by the head and punching him. It was a street fight.
So many fighters who got injuries, like Jamel Charlo couldn't fight Tim Tszyu because of his hand. Matthias can't fight Teofimo because of his hand. But you don't see them. You just got to accept it. With this, you can see the man's face is cut open. So when it is in your face that is cut open, they're still complaining. Then it's
he's not faking. It's a legitimate cut. A lot of people trying to say he tried to, fake his way out the fight. He not really hurt. He's scared of Usyk. That's stupid. Yeah, that's stupid. When you look at the video, you can see, it was a legitimate injury. And like I say, we got a fight date.
Imagine if we're waiting for a fight now, yeah? So many fights, sometimes there's injuries. That's it.
Yeah, look at I go back to the great fights in the 70s. George Foreman versus Muhammad Ali in Africa. George Foreman got cut in sparring. That fight got pushed back. That fight was supposed to happen a couple of months before it happened. That happens in boxing. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is, man. Give His Excellency in Saudi Arabia a lot of credit, man, because within 24 hours he had a new fight date. So he's a guy that makes things happen. I like him. I like what he's doing for the sport of boxing. Oh, Lisa Snow, she is a tank basher. She said you can't love boxing and be a Tank fan. That's contradictory. You're not a fan of Tank, okay? Tank is one of the faces of boxing, but Floyd Mayweather had his haters. But one thing about his haters is they paid the money on pay-per-view to watch him win. They wanted to see him lose, but they watched him win. And that's what Floyd Mayweather bragged about that and said, yeah, they buy my fights. They come to see me lose, but it don't never happen. As long as they paying their money, that's all I care about. And that's what they saying about Tank when he producing them record gates at his fights, doing strong pay-per-view numbers. He's saying to all his haters, y'all continue to come see me lose, or the people that love me continue to come see me win. Whatever it is, you're paying your money to see me, and that's what it's all about. That's gonna line my pockets up. So, yep. Terrence Crawford, who's number one pound for pound fighter in my opinion in boxing. Some people say Inoue, I say Crawford. What he did to Spence, nobody saw that coming. Inoue got some good strong wins against guys in the lower weights. You know, nobody thought he was gonna do that to Scooter, Stephen Fulton. That was a impressive win, and he backdoored that with another win, against the other champion that won 22. And he's got a fight coming up against Luis Neri. I think that fight coming up in the next couple of months. So he's a guy that's definitely at the top of boxing. But I have him number 2. But Crawford, man, what is Crawford gonna do? You know, there's been some strong speculation that the fight with Spence is not gonna happen. And for what I'm hearing, PBC is fighting on Amazon Prime now, but they got to put up all the money. Amazon Prime not putting up no money. So I don't think Al Heyman is looking to put up the guarantees that Errol Spence Jr. is going to want to get and what Terrence Crawford is going to get to make that rematch happen. Considering the fact that the first fight was so lopsided in Crawford's favor, I don't see that fight happening. I don't see the money being put up for that fight to happen because both fighters are going to want actually more than they made in the first fight. And the first fight is not, and the second fight is not going to do the business that the first fight did. And both fighters want more money. And this time, Crawford is going to get a higher percentage. He's going to get the bigger payday because he's going to be the A side in this fight because he won the first fight. So I just don't see the numbers working out for that fight. So I don't see that fight happening. Now, the question is, Crawford is being linked to a Canelo fight in September. As a report came out about a little over a week ago that Canelo next 2 fights is going to be Jamal in May and Crawford in September. And if that's the case, will Crawford take a interim fight in the spring, or will he just wait for the Canelo fight in September? That's going to be interesting because we already in the month of February, and he don't have anything from what I'm hearing on the horizon as far as opponent. So they're going to have to, if he's going to fight, they need to get something lined up for Crawford so he can fight around about the same time that Canelo's going to fight. We all know Canelo's fighting May 4th, Cinco de Mayo against Jamal. So Crawford would need to try to get a fight lined up somewhere in that time frame, April or maybe early June, somewhere in that time frame, right around with Canelo fight. So he'll be ready to go in September.
I want to give you some news, bro.
Okay.
Errol Spence and Crawford fight is not off.
It's not off.
No, the rematch is still in play, just to let you know. But go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
The rematch is still in play, but go ahead.
Oh, it's still a bit because Dan Raphael said that it's not happening. I don't see how what I'm saying. It could happen because I think he probably got to get an opponent. The best case scenario for Crawford probably would be to fight Spence at 154 in April or June, early June, and get that win at 154, and it won't be as big a jump from 154 to 168 to fight Canelo in September. That would be a good game plan if I'm Team Crawford. But again, where is the money going to come from for the rematch? Because the PBC has got to put their money up on Amazon Prime. Amazon Prime's not putting no money up for the fight. Is Al Heyman going to put up the money for the fight? Because Crawford is accustomed to making a certain amount of money. He just came off the biggest win of his career, so he ain't taking no pay cut. He going to want more money, if anything, in this rematch. And then Spence is used to making a certain amount of money, so he's going to ask for a big-time purse. Is Al Heyman going to put up the type of money for that fight, considering the fact that the first fight was a one-sided affair for Crawford, and the fact that the second fight is not going to do the business at the first fight, because a lot of people are going to say that Spence don't have a chance to beat Crawford based on what they saw in the first fight. So where is the money going to come from? Is Al Heyman going to be willing to put up the money? A lot of people say, well, he put up the money for Thurman and Zoo. Yeah, but Thurman not asking for money. Like, he ain't asking for the guarantees like Crawford is asking for. He ain't asking for the purses that Spence is asking for. And Zoo is getting his money from Australia, and he's getting his money from No Limit Promotions. What people don't understand about that fight, you got No Limit Promotions that's putting up the money for Tim Zoo, and you got the PBC that's putting up the money for Thurman. In a Crawford versus Spence rematch, the PBC would have to put up the money for both fighters. See, the difference in the Thurman Zoo fight is PBC only putting up half the money. No Limit Promotions. I ain't talking about No Limit with Master P. I'm talking about No Limit out of Australia. They promote Tim Zoo. They putting up the money for Tim Zoo. They putting up his guarantees, and the PBC is putting up Thurman guarantees. So they footing half the bill. That's not going to be the case for Crawford versus Spence too. The rematch, they have to put up all the money. They got to put up the guarantees for Crawford and Spence. I don't think Al Haymon is willing to do that, based on how their first fight played out and based on what both fighters are going to want. And based on the fact that the numbers are not going to do as good as the first fight. So I don't see him putting up that money. So that's why I'm very doubtful that fight happens. Maybe it does happen. I hope it does happen. That'd be the best case scenario for Crawford. Get you a fight in. Don't wait around for the Canelo fight in September. Canelo active. He fighting. You ain't fought in a year and a half. And you jump in there 3 weight classes against Canelo, a guy that's one of the top fighters in boxing. You had a decided disadvantage. Get you a fight in. Don't come in that fight inactive and as a little guy. At least have your fight in at a 154 where it won't be as a big a jump. You'll be jumping up kind of like Jamel was jumping up, only 2 weight classes instead of 3, and off for over a year and a half inactivity. You don't want to be in that position fighting a guy like Canelo, because he fighting in May and he gonna turn around 4 months later and fight in September. So he gonna be still in rhythm. He probably gonna take 2 weeks off after the Jamal fight, and he gonna be right back in training camp getting ready for September fight. He'll be ready. He'll be ready to rock and roll. You don't want to be in a position where your last fight was against Spence, damn near over a year and a half ago. So I think that'd be the best case scenario. But again, who gonna put the money up for that rematch? Will Al Haymon play both fighters? He I don't think he's gonna be willing to do that. So we have to see how it all plays out. Yep. Tank, Lisa Snow say Tank fighting in the UK didn't cause Conor suspicious. Yeah, he might be fighting in the UK. I don't even know if that's the case, but he ain't fighting no Conor Benn. Conor Benn is fighting at, he's not even at welterweight. Conor Benn last 2 fights been at junior middleweight. He fought that big toss Latino fighter in Orlando. That fight was at 154 or a little less than 154. And his fight with Pistol Peter Dobson, that fight was at 152. That fight wasn't at welterweight. So you're talking about a guy at 152 basically fighting at junior middleweight, and you got another guy that's fighting at 135. How that fight gonna happen? And you listen to Tank's team, his trainer, they say they fighting at 135. They're not going up to 140. Because remember, that's what they were saying about the Devin Haney fight, potential matchup. And he said, no, I'm not fighting Haney at 140. If Haney wants to fight me, he need to come fight me at 135. So I find it hard to believe that he's going to go up to 147, I guess, and fight Conor Benn. I don't see that happening. I think the more likely scenario is he fight Frank Martin, whether it be in the UK, where they want to open up another market, or whether it be in Vegas, or whether it be maybe in Atlanta. I think his next opponent in all likelihood is going to be Frank Martin, or maybe Jose Valenzuela. I think it's going to be one of those 2 opponents. It's not going to be Conor Benn. OG Blaze say Ben's fighting guys twice his size. Yeah. Think about it. He's fighting at a junior middleweight division, basically, but he's a small guy. You look at him against Peter Dobson. Peter Dobson was a much bigger guy, naturally bigger guy. And his fight when he fought that Latino fight, that guy was much bigger than him. He actually should be at 140. He seemed to be small for 147, let alone 154. Conor Benn, he need to be at 140. So if he ever can get down to 140, then maybe him and Tank could fight at 140. But again, Tank team say he's at 135. He ain't going to 140. So I don't see the fight happening. But Conor Benn does look small. He looks especially if he looks small for 147. He had no business up at 154. He's a small welterweight. He need to be at 140 to me. It seems like that's more of his. You look at his size, he should be at 140. But you got to be disciplined, man. You got to be disciplined. You got to live the fighter's lifestyle. I ain't saying he is. I'm saying he isn't. But yeah, I'm looking at his frame. He should be at 140. He, he's fighting up in junior middleweight his last two fights. Lisa Snow say Crawford needs to fight Boots. I don't care. The 147 division dry right now. Yeah, Crawford's trainer Bomac say that they chasing legacy fights. They chasing big money fights, and Boots don't fit that. So they ain't trying to see Boots right now. Probably ever, really. So that fight's not happening, man. And one thing about Boots, I like Boots. Boots is what I call a 5'2" fighter. He is a fighter that has everything. He's got power, he got speed, he's fundamentally sound, he's very technical, and he's very versatile. That's what I call a 5'2" fighter. But he's been promoted horribly. Horribly. He's been promoted horribly. And that's the problem. The man been on two he's headlined two main events on major cards. Like when you look at his whole career, he's probably headlined some little small shows. I'm talking about major cards, like on Showtime. He's headlined two cards. That's the Lipinets fight and the fight with Villa. That's the only two fights that he headlined on major cards. So he's been promoted poorly. He's not a big name in boxing. The hardcore boxing fans know him. I know him, but the casual boxing fans don't know him. And if Crawford fights him on pay-per-view, that fight does probably 200,000 pay-per-view buys, if that. And Crawford, again, at this point in his career, he's looking for big money fights. He's going to command a big purse. There's no way Al Haymon going to put up that type of money for a Crawford versus Boots fight. Boots ain't never been on no pay-per-view. I think he was on pay-per-view as an undercard fighter for Tank Davis. I think it was a co-main event, actually, to Tank versus Hector Garcia. He fought that boy. What's that guy named Karen? He fought Karen in the co-main event, but he ain't never headlined no pay-per-view event. He ain't never been a B-side to no pay-per-view fight. So that fight is just not feasible as far as money-wise. Al Haymon not putting up that money, no money for that fight. And another thing, Boots ain't even signed to with Al Haymon. He's a guy that's without a promoter. Because I think his last promoter, Cameron Duncan, unfortunately, I think he passed away. Now, he was getting pushed by Showtime and Steven Espinosa, but Showtime is out of the business of boxing, so he don't even have Showtime pushing him no more. So he need to make a decision on who he going to sign with, because he ain't getting no big fights with the PBC if he ain't signed with Al Haymon. So that's number one. So, and number two is he needs to build his profile, because he's been promoted horribly. Horribly. For a guy of that talent, he should be much more marketable of a fighter, and that's not the case right now. That guy, he went the distance with Karen. He sure didn't know how to cut the ring off. He was headhunting, looking for the one big shot, trying to put on he's trying to get a highlight reel knockout, man, instead of cutting the ring off, jabbing to the body, doubling it up on the jab, trying to stifle Karen's movement, man. Because I ain't think Karen could move for 12 rounds. When he was doing all that moving early on, I said, oh, he gonna slow down. That boy ain't never slow down. That boy was in great shape, boy. That boy was on his bicycle from round 1 to round 12. Didn't get tired. I ain't never seen nothing like it, man. I was thinking he was gonna slow down. I think he's gonna slow down in these championship rounds. Boots gonna be able to do some damage. Never happened. That boy was moving the whole fight. Boots could never catch up to him. Didn't know how to cut the ring off. That was I ain't gonna say it was a horrible performance, but that was not a good performance by Boots against Karen. But he did come back off of that mediocre performance, and he got a good win versus Villa. Ended up stopping Villa with a vicious knockout. So that was a good win for Boots. A good bounce back from the Karen fight. MAW in the house. He said, hell no, DB WBC Mando. DB won't walk away. His shot as Mando do. DB, who is DB? DB. He's the Mando. Mando, who we talking about? I don't know who DB is. The thing about Boost, Boost need to do like Benavidez in this regard, man. He need to pave his own way. Quit trying to chase the big names. The Spence fight didn't happen. You was looking for that fight. That's why you went the IBF route. That fight didn't happen. Then you was trying to make the fight happen with Terrence Crawford. That's not gonna happen, man. But pave your own way, man. Try to set up fights with other top fighters, other champions at 147. You got Stayonis, who has the WBA welterweight belt. Try to get a fight with him. You got who else you got? You got Stayonis. You got Mario Barrios. Ain't he the WBC interim champion? He's the interim champion, so you can fight him. You got Satilian, which is gonna be a tough fight because Satilian, he's with Golden Boy, I think. So that's gonna be a tough fight. He's coming off a big win over Alexis Rocha. You know, so he's one of the top fighters in the WBO. And then you got Cody Crowley. So you got some good fighters over there. But he need to find out who he's gonna sign with. Who you gonna sign with, man? You need to sign with Al Heyman, man. You want to get some big fights with the PBC. You know, you don't have Showtime no more that was, you know, promoting you, and you had a deal with Showtime. Then you was with Cameron Duncan. He's passed away. He's no longer there. So he needs to sign with a promoter. You know, I'm not saying a promoter, but he needs to sign with Al Heyman as his advisor. And I think that'll set the stage for him to get some big fights with the PBC. But he needs to make some moves here. He's sitting on the sideline for a while now after the Villa fight. He should be trying to capitalize on that great win and keep the momentum going and keep building his career. But again, he needs to make some decisions, man, make some moves here. Can't be sitting on the sideline. Real Boxing TV say tail. Okay, we're gonna see about Teo, man. He gonna put it on the line Thursday night, put up his WBO title against Jermaine Ortiz. Let's see how he look, man. He say he's gonna put on a big time performance, man. He say the fight ain't gonna go 12 rounds. Say he's gonna knock out Jermaine Ortiz. Say Jermaine Ortiz been doing a lot of wolfing, been doing a lot of trash talking, and he gonna have to make him pay, gonna make him eat his words. So we're going to see how it all play out, man. Jermaine Ortiz, in the interviews that I've seen, sounds real confident. He believes that this is his moment, that he's been a guy that's come very close, but no cigar in a Lomachenko fight. Got a draw in the Joseph Adorno fight, a fight that a lot of people thought he lost. He got dropped twice in that fight, but he was able to rally, win some rounds, and get the draw, majority draw. You know, he beat Jamel Herring. That was his biggest victory of his career. Beat Herring. Yeah, that was an upset win, as Herring was a favorite going into that fight. And he's able to get that victory. So he's fighting a guy that's a very game fighter. I think he's a live dog in this fight. So it's going to be an interesting fight, man. I think Teal wins the fight by decision, but I want to see how he fights this style of fighter, man. Based off of what I saw for Sandor Martin fight, a guy that's more of a technical boxer. He kind of struggled against that style, so.
Let me just say something quickly, yeah? I've seen Teofimo Lopez's #1 biggest fan in the world, Real Boxing TV, has made it on the chat.
Yep.
And most of these fans, right? And, you know, I love Teofimo. He's great for boxing. We need Teo in the sport. But I just want to say something to the Teo fan boys. You can't be putting other names in the dirt. And you cannot put Terence Crawford's name. Like, Teo's putting Terence Crawford's name a little bit in the dirt. Now, you want all those big fights, then Teofimo got to come out like the TAKEOVER. Teofimo got to show that there's levels to this. No tough fight. Because if it's a tough fight, yeah, Max, Real Boxing TV, and all the rest of the Teo fans, Low knows no shit about boxing, and everybody else, you can't call out Crawford like that anymore. You can't call out Crawford if Teofimo don't shine. Just remember that, yeah? So Teofimo got to shine, bro. And it's
Yep.
all the pressure's on Teofimo and Real Boxing TV. Because all that talk of Crawford, either it's going to carry on or shut the fuck up. Because it comes down to this performance. And being the top OG at 140, we've seen what JB Sports, what Devin Haney has shown, what he's done to another champion, right?
Yep.
So it's all about the momentum. It's all about the action. So now Tio's done all the talk. Now it's about action Jackson. Teofimo's got to come out because he's going to get compared. And if he wants to be the top OG at 140, he just got to show he's on another class. But go ahead. Pound for pound, that's the same link. I pressed the link. If you're a member, you can't get in. It only shows you can upgrade. But if you're not a member, it goes straight through, bro. I already tried it, my brother. But go ahead. JB,
Yeah.
rebuttal with what I said. Tell me if everything I'm saying, do you 100% agree or do you disagree? Go ahead.
I 100% agree with you. He got to make a statement, to get the Crawford fight, to get people thinking that he has a chance in the Crawford fight. He needs to make a statement against Jermaine Ortiz. The thing about Jermaine Ortiz, what makes this whole situation kind of tricky, is Jermaine Ortiz is not well known, but he's a better fight. He's a very good fighter. He just don't have the accolades. Kind of similar to the guy that Keyshawn Davis fought before he fought Beterbiev. He fought a guy that was a good fighter, but not a lot of people knew the guy. Keyshawn Davis struggled in the fight. Keyshawn Davis, a lot of people thought he even lost that fight. It was very close. I thought Keyshawn edged it out. I actually was at that fight. That fight was in Rosenberg, right outside of Houston. I actually was at that fight, and it was a close fight. It was a close fight, man. He gave Keyshawn some problems, but he wasn't the guy that was known. I knew about him. But it was a lot of people was like, man, why is Keyshawn struggling with this guy? Man, this guy is nobody. I was like, man, the guy's good, man. He just don't have the accolades. That's kind of the same thing with Jermaine. Jermaine Ortiz is more known than that guy was, but Jermaine Ortiz is a guy that's better than what his accolades are showing. A lot of people don't know him. They know a little bit about him off the Lomachenko fight, but they don't know him like he not known. He not put up there like with the top fighters at 135. He's not looked on like a Shakur Stevenson or Tank Davis. And I'm not saying he up there with those guys, but I'm saying he's a good fighter. He's a top 5 lightweight. Actually, I mean a top 5. I ain't gonna swear. I say he's a top 10 junior welterweight because you got to give the 4 champions that the top 4, and he's probably right outside that top 5. Top part of the top 10, maybe 6, 7 as far as junior welterweight. So he's a good fighter, but he don't have the name recognition. So a lot of people thinking, oh, you just beat Josh Taylor, you just beat Lomachenko, you should beat Jermaine Ortiz. But it's just not as simple as that. Because the guy is actually a good fighter. He just don't have the accolades like a Lomachenko. A lot of people thought he beat Lomachenko. I don't think he won the fight, but it was a close fight. I thought Lomachenko took over in the championship rounds and won the fight, but it was a good fight. So it's in the styles make fights. So, and we seen that Teofimo Lopez struggled in the Sandor Martin fight, another guy that's not known, but a guy that's actually a good fighter, just like Jermaine Ortiz. So it's gonna be interesting to see, man. It's interesting to see what happens, man. Teo definitely, I think, is gonna win the fight, but will he get a knockout? Will he dominate him? I don't know about that, man, because I've never seen Jermaine Ortiz actually dominated in a fight. He's lost fights, but he's not just been dominated.
Yeah, let me just say this, bro. At the end of the day, you got to be doing something right for you to have haters, right? Teofimo Lopez got a lot of haters because he does something which puts him in that platform. He's doing things that people can't do. That's the truth, right?
Yep.
Rapstar's got haters because Rapstar does things that people can't do. And Zavin, let me just tell you this, bro. If the trolls are just going to be trolls, yeah? What did I say about 2024? When I started 2024, what did I say? I only want to speak to the boxing heads. It's time to be a troll killer. And I think you missed that live. You need to go watch that live, my brother. You got to go watch that live. That trolls are going to be killed off. If they got nothing better to do but troll, my brother, then yeah, I think these times they're going to have to be killed off sometimes, bro. But let me say this. Ultimately, In boxing today, when you give it, you got to back it up because people look at that. They look at your victory. They look at what you've been doing. They compare you to your contenders, your peers, the people which are in competition with you. You
Yep.
get me?
Yep.
So it is what it is. At the end of the day, the way I look at it, you talk that shit, you gotta back it up, bro. But go ahead, JB.
Yeah, you're right though. He said he gonna knock out Jermaine Ortiz. That's what I was trying to tell Punch, because Punch was like, man, he's got to just get the win, man. Jermaine Ortiz is a good fighter. He don't have to get a spectacular win, but he did say he was gonna knock him out though. He said it ain't going 12 rounds. He said he's gonna stop him. He's gonna put on a big time performance against Jermaine Ortiz. So he's gonna have to live up to his words. You know, Jermaine Ortiz say he's gonna win. You know, and he sounds very confident. We'll see, man. We got
Let
two
me
guys
say
that's
this
very
to some
confident
of my
going into this fight.
subscribers as well, JB. The reason why I got no time for trolls, when 10 trolls come in, yeah, I send the link. And this is just to prove to my subscribers time and time again. If you want to troll, hit the fucking link and show me your real troll. But trolls have got no balls. They ain't even got a voice. So if you want to hear trolls, bro, there's many channels who are trolls themselves, and I ain't one of them. But go ahead, JB. But
Oh
there's the
yeah,
link.
you.
There's the link for anybody, and everybody. There's the link. Don't be
Yeah, y'all come
scared.
on. Let's talk boxing, man. We got a big fight coming up in 2 days. Well, actually, less than 2 days, man. We got a big fight coming up, man. We got a big time matchup on a Thursday. We usually don't have too much boxing on a Thursday, but we got a fight on a Thursday. And another thing, I just seen this on the boxing calendar, man. You know, Anthony Joshua versus Francis Ngannou, that fight's gonna be on a Friday. I didn't know that. I was like, what? That fight actually gonna be on a Friday. So boxing is putting these fights on different days, not just on Saturday. That fight actually gonna be on a Friday. And here in the United States, they mean that fight's gonna be on like a Friday afternoon, like it's gonna be in Saudi Arabia, unless they put it on at a time where it be on at prime time. But usually when they over there in Saudi Arabia, them fights be on around 5 o'clock, 4, 5 o'clock. So that's on a Friday. It's gonna be interesting to see, man. A lot of people be working. I know I'm probably be at work, but I'm gonna try to maybe get off early and try to catch that, man. But I seen that the other day. I'm like, man, they put this fight on a Friday. Man, yeah, it's on that fight is on a Friday. So it'll be on a Friday afternoon if you're here in the United States. So you don't have to keep that in mind. That fight's not gonna be Saturday. So that fight's coming up, I think June 8th. It's on a Friday. So we have to that's interesting. But yeah, so we got a big
But
fight coming up.
let's talk about something that people are not talking about. We're all talking about how Tio wins, the way he's supposed to win, why he's supposed to win like this, what he's been saying, and if he's gonna win. And you see how Teofimo's #1 fan, Real Boxing TV, has run away because I called him out. He needs to come back here. Max, we got love for you. We don't care. It's all just, you know what I mean, entertainment. But Max,
Oh
you
yeah,
need
you should
to
have real boxing TV.
Teofimo's
Come
on.
on, man, and give us a reason why how Teofimo Lopez wins the fight
But I
Thursday
was
night.
actually getting to a very good, interesting point. There's another opponent here. His name is Jermaine Ortiz. He ain't just coming to dance. Now, this is his biggest fight as well, to fight for a belt. So, what is Jermaine Ortiz got to do? What can he do? What blueprints can he take to beat Teofimo? Why don't you break down what Jermaine Ortiz has to do, bro?
Yeah, what Jermaine Ortiz is gonna have to do is he's gonna have to establish his jab. He's a 1-2 fighter. Left jab, right hand. He's gonna have to double up on that jab, jab to the body, control distance. He's gonna have to keep Teofimo Lopez at bay. He's going to be all the way out or all the way in. I think if he's in the mid range, I think he like to probably be in there because that's where a lot of fighters like to be in that mid range. But I think if he's in the mid range, he's at a disadvantage because Teofimo Lopez is just a great counterpuncher, and Teofimo Lopez has the faster hands. He has the he's the guy that's more powerful. He's a more powerful puncher than Jermaine Ortiz. So he needs to be all the way in or all the way out. Control Teofimo Lopez on the outside, make him have to reset off the jab. When Teofimo Lopez tries to close distance, you must smother his punches, must shut down his offense. So it's gonna be a good fight, man. I think he's gonna have to show his boxing ability. He calls himself the technician. He's got to make the fight a technical fight because as far as that athleticism goes, he's at a disadvantage, and as far as power goes, he's at a disadvantage. So it's gonna be about him basically trying to box and outbox Teofimo Lopez. Box Teofimo Lopez ears off. That's what he's going to be trying to do. And he's going to have to hit Teofimo Lopez with enough punches to get Teofimo Lopez's respect. Don't make it where Teofimo Lopez don't fear what's coming back, and he just start trying to walk him down and trying to close the distance and land his shots. He's going to have to get his respect. But he's got to make this fight a boxing match. He's called himself the technician for a reason. He was able to box and be competitive with a Lomachenko, who's one of the best boxers in the history of boxing. Actually, he was able to go tat for tat with him, and a lot of people he won that fight.
Everybody and their mum and dad, anybody who's a hardcore boxing fan, included from this new people coming in. Tone Deaf, big up to Frank. Tone Deaf says, look, he's from Massachusetts. I don't even know where Massachusetts is. Right, my state. I've never heard of that state, brother.
It's on the East Coast. It's on the East Coast.
Massachusetts on some kind of a sport or something in
Boston, Massachusetts. That's the big city in Massachusetts.
But I don't know. Nobody's ever told me in their life that they're from Massachusetts, and I know a lot of people from America. I've been there multiple times, over dozens of times. So this guy says, I hope Ortiz is conditioned after the 5th round. Everybody is saying that Ortiz has a conditioning problem and a stamina issue after the 6th or 7th round because they've seen him not be able to elevate in certain fights, not just Lomachenko fights. Go watch his fights. He sometimes has this stamina issue where he's not as consistent for the whole fight. Would that take into play in this fight? But he's going up in weight. So if he's going up in weight, doesn't that help him? But go ahead, JB. Please speak to the people.
Yeah, it could help him. Now he's going up to 140. He was struggling to make 135, so that might help him with his punch output and his power behind his punches, and it might make him be stronger in the championship rounds. That's one thing he did have problems with in the Lomachenko fight. Now Lomachenko put so much pressure on you because he's throwing feints, he constantly letting his hands go, he's giving you different angles, he put a lot of mental pressure on you. So Jermaine Ortiz gassed out in that fight, no doubt about it, and he's that gassed out in other fights too. So they asked him about that in the lead up to this fight with Teo, and he said that he solved that problem, that he's been in the gym, he's worked on that, and he says it shouldn't be a problem in this fight. So we'll see, man. Proof is in the pudding. You know, you in with a top level fighter, man. It's another high pressure type of fight, and your mental game as well as your physical game got to be on point in this fight. And we have to see if all that come into play and you gas out again. So, you know, Canelo Alvarez had that problem throughout his career, gassing out. He seemed to solve that problem, you know, in his last several fights, but he's had times in his career that he's had problems with stamina. So hopefully Ortiz, for his sake, that he's solved that problem. He started gassing out against a dangerous puncher like Teofimo Lopez, he could get stopped. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out, man, Thursday night.
So will Ortiz go on a defense mode and survivor mode?
Yeah, he might. You know, he got to be defensive, responsible. He can't throughout the fight, not only late but early. He got to be this. You going against a guy that's got explosive power. This guy is a guy that's, you know, he ain't Tank now. He ain't no one hit a quitter like Tank, but he's got good power. Teofimo Lopez, and you got to be careful with a guy like that, man. He got wobbled against Lomachenko. He take that type of punch from Teofimo Lopez, he gonna be on the canvas. So he gonna have to be very defensively responsible. He's gonna have to fight a complete fight from rounds 1 to round 12. He can't gas out in this fight. He gets stopped doing that with Teo.
So Lisa Snow says Ortiz will be competitive for the first few rounds, but then decline. Ortiz swings without being patient. He lacks defense. What do you think?
Do you agree with Lisa Snow? Well, she say he after first 2 rounds. She say after the first 2 or 3 rounds, he gonna. I don't see him gassing out that early, but I can see him gassing out in the second half of the fight. That means
She
after
said he'll
round
be
6.
competitive for the first few rounds. Did you not see that?
Okay, he'll be competitive for the first round. Then he gonna
Yeah,
start
BJ
declining.
said it, bro.
I don't think it's gonna be that early, but I can see it happening like that maybe after round 6. So toward the second half of the fight, round 7, 8, 9, 10, I can see him maybe declining then, maybe losing stamina, getting tired. I can see that happening, but I don't see it happening. I don't see him fighting after round 3 or round 4. He started declining. I don't see that happening. I don't see that happening. I can see him declining a little later than that, maybe round
Yeah,
7, round 8.
Ortiz also looks a bit nervous because he didn't really try to take Teofimo out of his comfort zone. He didn't challenge him in any way, didn't say nothing to him, just kept his whatever he was asked of, he said. So Ortiz has got no swagger like that himself. He ain't trying to get his fighter out of comfort zone. He's like, I better make this fight and I better make a good fight. I mean, is he really coming to win, bro? I think he's a bit shook. What do you think?
Well, we're gonna find out Thursday night. I don't think he's shook. I just think he's a low key type of guy, reserved type of guy. And I know he was talking trash to Shakur, on Twitter, saying he want to fight Shakur when Shakur was looking for somebody to fight. But I don't think that's his nature. He's not a big trash talker. He's a quiet guy. He said he ain't had his cell phone all week. Somebody got his cell phone, so he's focused in on this opportunity. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity for Jermaine Ortiz. He's been a guy that's come close but no cigar in the Lomachenko fight. So this is his best opportunity to win a belt and become the top guy at 140. So I think he's gonna come to win, man. I don't think he's nervous or nervous jealous. He gonna have butterflies like all fighters have butterflies before the fight. Tio gonna have butterflies, so it's just part of boxing. But I think he's gonna come in there ready to fight. Will he get the win? Maybe, maybe not, but I don't think it'll be because he's nervous or got jitters or just not ready for the moment. I don't think that'd be the case. I just think that it'd be Teofimo Lopez being a better fighter. Let's go to the chat, see what the chat's talking about. Pound for pound king in the house. He says Ortiz does waste a lot of energy. Yeah, that pressure Lomachenko put on you, man. He put a lot of mental pressure on you. He's throwing a lot of punches. He's doing a lot of feints. He's setting you up, setting traps, thinking he gonna come up top and then he'll throw punches to the body. It's just a mental game from round 1 to round 12, man. That he just mentally exhausts his opponents. But he's had that problem in other fights too. So he said he solved the problem, but like I said, his proof is in the pudding. They asked him about that, and he said that he's been working on that in the gym and that shouldn't be a problem against Tio. So we'll see. Lisa Snow say Ortiz, he swings wild, then eventually gas out. It's not really his stamina, it's him not being patient. Yeah, he's an aggressive fighter though. Yeah, Ortiz, he
What
come to
about
fight,
the
man.
Haney's? Answer the question about the Haney's, Bill Haney helping Ortiz, and Haney's have been helping them behind the scenes. Will that take any effect?
Yeah, his style is similar to Devin Haney. He's a guy that he does everything off the jab. He's a 1-2 puncher. That's what Devin Haney is. Left jab, right hand. Haney is a little bit more disciplined in that style, and he's a little bit more effective. He's probably a little longer with the reach and his style of fighting. And he's a guy that knows how to control range. He's probably a little bit more consistent in that style, but they're kind of similar. And he's defensively more responsible than Jermaine Ortiz. Ortiz gets hit, and he gets hit late in the fight when he tires out. Devin Haney don't have that problem. He's strong from round 1 to round 12. He don't noticeably gas out like Ortiz, but their style is very similar. And I did see Ortiz working with Bill Haney. But I didn't see Bill Haney at the press conference. I was kind of watching the press conference. I was like, who is I thought Bill Haney was Jermaine Ortiz's trainer. But I think he was just giving him some pointers, working with him a little bit, but I don't think he's going to be in Jermaine Ortiz's corner for this fight here. If he was, you would have heard him at the press conference. Bill going to make it known when he in the house. He just wouldn't have been sitting in the background like that. So I don't think he's training. I don't think he'll be in the corner for this fight
So
Thursday night.
after all that talking, JB, I want to see with over 46 people in the chat, Let's get some likes because now I want to ask this question. As we know, Teofimo is that kind of a favorite. He's a favorite, strong favorite. Is anybody backing for an upset? And is anybody willing to put their name up to say that there's going to be an upset and Jermaine Ortiz, the 135 pounders, coming up to beat Teofimo Lopez? Is Teofimo Lopez going to lose against Jermaine Ortiz? Anybody? Is anybody backing Jermaine Ortiz? Not one body. Not one person. Wow.
Yeah, Teofimo Lopez, he's a big favorite. What is he? 8-1 favorite? Something. I don't think it's. Yeah, I know he's a big favorite. I can't remember the odds, but he's a huge favorite in this fight.
Imagine backing Ortiz in the money.
Yeah, I bet the fight to go the distance. I know a lot of people might be predicting Tio to knock him out. Maybe in the first half of the fight or the second half of the fight. A lot of people gonna bet that. But if I put money on, I probably bet the fight go the distance. You can bet different things for these fights, different prop bets. It's gonna go the distance, or it's gonna be a knockout under 6 rounds, or after 6 rounds. You can bet all those type of bets. And if I had to bet, I bet this fight goes 12 rounds. That way, it's not gonna get stopped before 12 rounds.
One
Daniel,
person putting their name up,
yeah,
JB. One
yeah,
person's name, Edwin Castillo,
uh-huh.
is saying that he's going for Ortiz to beat Teofimo.
Oh yeah, I see that. He believe in Ortiz. Yeah, Jermaine Ortiz is a live dog. He's a live dog in this fight, no doubt about it.
Tone Deaf says he wants Ortiz to beat Teo and shut him up.
Yeah, a lot of people want Jermaine to beat Tio. They think Tio is delusional. You know, he
And
thinks
Edwin
himself. He
Castillo,
holds himself in higher
Edwin
regard than he should.
Castillo thinks that Ortiz is going to win by seventh round stoppage to Teofimo. Edwin, you better come back here. And do you want to put any money on that? He's saying that Ortiz is going to stop Teo. Talk to me about that, bro.
Man, Ortiz got like 8 knockouts. He's like what 17-1 with like 8 knockouts. He's not a knockout artist, but again, he should be stronger at 140. He should be stronger. He was struggling at 135.
I'm taking a picture of all the names that's going for Ortiz. Go ahead. Go ahead. You keep cooking while I take these
Yeah.
pictures. I can make sure they remember.
Technique said Tio would do a job on him. Yeah, he could. He could do a job on him. He said he's gonna do a job on him like he did Josh Taylor. Huh? If he's able to do that, that'll be impressive because he dominated that fight. You know, the first 3 or 4 rounds, it was close. I think I even had that fight tied at the 4th round. But after Ortiz made the adjustment in that fight, he took over that fight. He pretty much won every round after round 4 and won that fight going away. So if he's able to do that, man, that'll be impressive. Let's see here. Yeah, I got some people picking Ortiz. Got a few people in the chat picking Ortiz. Tone Deaf said Ortiz is going to do a number on Shakur. Going to do a number on Tio, like Shakur would do on him if they fought. Seven one say Ortiz looks good. Food fight. He's saying Ortiz is food for Tio. Okay. OG Blade says Ortiz not that guy. He ain't the one, huh? He ain't the one that's gonna beat Tio, huh? He ain't gonna do it Thursday night. Yeah, I think he gonna lose the decision. You got a few people picking Ortiz. You got Edwin Castillo, Technique. Got a few people picking him. Tone Deaf, he said he wants Ortiz to win. I don't know if he's picking him to win. He wants him to win to shut up Tio, shut down the takeover. So we'll see. Yeah, hopefully we'll be talking about this fight late Thursday night, man. We'll see what the outcome is. If Ortiz is able to pull off the upset, hey, y'all can come in here and gloat. Say, hey, I told you so. Everybody, their mama was picking Tio to win the fight, and I picked Ortiz. I told y'all what was gonna happen. I know boxing. I know about these upsets. I know about styles. This is the wrong style for Tio. You see what happened in the Sandor Martin fight. It wasn't hard to see, but I saw it. Y'all didn't see it. You know, you can brag. You can brag if it happens like that. We'll see. It's gonna be a good fight. Good fight. Let's look at when you look at Teofimo Lopez's resume, he's got a strong resume. He's been in there with obviously, you know, we talk about Lomachenko and Josh Taylor, but besides those two fighters, which are great fighters, he's just had a strong resume. You look at who else he fought. He fought Richard Comey, knocked him out in the second round, out cold, sleep, like he took some NyQuil. Beat him. He's beaten he beat some good fighters. He fought Kambosos, who was the number one in IBF. He lost a split decision. He's beaten Sandor Martin, guy that beat Mikey Garcia, put him into retirement, sent him off into retirement. You know, he beat, you know, he's got some good quality wins. Diego Magaloni, Magalino beat him. He was a solid fighter. He's got some good wins. He's got some real good wins, man. You look at his overall his resume, and he was fighting good fighters in fights that were he hadn't had a lot of fights. You know, he's fighting 12, 13 fights, and he's fighting good names. He's got a real strong resume. And they put him in quick with the top names, and then they put him in there with a Lomachenko fight, and that was like what his 15th fight or something, 16th fight when he fought Lomachenko. He's already a champion at 135, beating Comey. That was for the IBF belt, so that was an undisputed. Was it undisputed? No, I guess it was a unification fight because Haney had the WBC. So he's a guy that's very impressive for the amount of fights he had. He's got a strong resume. He's got like 20 fights, 20-1 or something like that. I think he is. In those 21 fights, he's got a lot of good names. You got some people that had 30 fights and ain't fought nobody. Bunch of C, D plus level fighters. So you gotta give Teal a lot of credit. He started off. He start off in a baby pool. They put him in 6 feet, and then he was in deep water after that. He been fighting top names from pretty much off the rip. Joker's wild. Say Teofimo is going to get the good fight if Top Rank wants to keep him. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see who he gonna fight. If he say he wins, he beats Jermaine Ortiz. What's the next fight? A lot of people say, "Oh, he's gonna fight the other champions." The problem with that is the other champions are on different platforms. Rolly's with the PBC. They fighting on Amazon Prime. Again, so he's got a fight already lined up with my boy Pitbull. Then you got Sabril Mathis. He just signed with Eddie Hearn in Matchroom Boxing. He got a fight in Puerto Rico versus Liam Parro. They look like they trying to set up a fight with him if he beats Parro and fight Devin Haney, who also is currently fighting under Matchroom Boxing on the Zone. He's trying to line up a fight with Ryan Garcia. So that fight will be hard to make. So it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be interesting to see what Teofimo Lopez does. He's with Top Rank, but a lot of the Top Rank fighters fighting at 135. A lot of the big names that he could potentially fight are at 135, and Teo's at 140. Shakur's at 135. Keyshawn Davis is at 135. I'm trying to see any fighters that Top Rank have at 140. Arnold Barbosa is with Golden Boy now. Even Jose Ramirez, who's at 140, he signed with Golden Boy. So Teofimo Lopez don't have a lot of options. That's why I think he probably was kind of going in on Keyshawn Davis at the press conference, saying that Keyshawn Davis don't need to quit acting like a fanboy. Yeah, no, want to take pictures and stuff like that. He told him don't call him out after his fight with Pedraza. So I think he said that because he won't Keyshawn actually call him out. Yeah, no. So he's a guy that's up on the top rank along with Teofimo Lopez. That's an in-house fight. So we'll see, man. We'll see. Got to get the win Thursday night, and then we can look at possible opponents for Teofimo Lopez. Go to the chat, see what the chat talking about. Yeah, Lisa Snow say they co-promote fights all the time. No excuse if the fighter wants it, they can make it happen. Yeah, it sounds good. They should be able to make fights happen. They shouldn't use being on a different platform to prevent big fights from happening. But that just go by what's been going on here the last several years, Lisa. That's exactly what's been preventing a lot of these fights from happening. These fighters on different platforms. See how long it took Crawford and Spence to happen, and it took really Crawford leaving Top Rank. His contract ran out. He ended on bad terms, him and Top Rank, and he was a free agent. That's how the fight got done. You know what I'm saying? That's how the fight got done. Now, we do have an example of Tank versus Ryan Garcia. Ryan's was with Golden Boy. Tank was with Floyd Mayweather Promotion. That fight got done. But that fight was so big that both platforms can come together because they know it was going to make money. Everybody was going to eat. But when you talk about a fight with Teofimo Lopez for taking on Sabril Mathis, that fight is not big enough for Top Rank and Matchroom to come together and do a co-promotion. It's not big enough. It's not big enough for everybody to eat.
Let me get my 2 cents off to some of these trolls. Are you Mexican boxing fanboy piece of shit? How about that? How about you a fucking Canelo dick sucker? You're fucking with the wrong guy, bro. Just because I think Tyson Fury still got the chance to beat Usyk, I'm a fanboy. Man, you a trolling little piece of shit. Hit the link. Hit the link so I can show you about Rat Montana, what Tyson Fury has done to you already. Huh? You delusional fucking troll. Have you got the balls to hit the link so I can take you fucking serious? Or do I have to boot your ass out of here like a little bitch boy? Huh? Have you got a fucking balls? Have you got the balls? Ask me that fucking, listen, if you ain't got the balls, bruh, and you want to be a troll because you live off my name, then watch this. I'm going to burn you some more. He's a piece of shit. Hit that link, bro, or you're a piece of shit. You ain't got nothing, no substance. I'll give you a fucking half a minute. Hit that link, or I ain't going to listen to none of your shit. So you got a chance. And you can't say that Rapstar don't give everybody a chance to come and talk. Am I right or wrong, JB?
Yeah, you're right.
Right. So
Right.
hit that link, bro.
Yeah, you're right.
No. I want him to hit the link. We already know the 35 people that will come and speak. Hit the link. Hey, bro, that's all they can say. Oh, you sound emotional. Ah, Rapstar, you sound emotional. Nah, bro. That's just my energy. I ain't no emotional, you dumb bitch. I just want smoke. Idiot.
Yeah, that troll never hits the link.
He's a pussy.
I've banned like at least 30 of his accounts on my channel, bro. He's also known as
pussy. Look, I gave him a chance, TBS, and he's still there speaking on the chat like a pussy. Like a, one of them guys who's just a nerd sitting on a computer.
Yeah. No testicles.
Yeah, and he reminds me of this. This is who this Mexican boxing fan #1 is. This is exactly what he reminds me of.
I saw you scratch your ass and sniff your fingers. I saw you scratch your ass and sniff your fingers.
Little weasel cunt. Got no balls, there's trolls.
Some of his troll accounts he goes by Lord Pinche Punchy, Cuauhtemoc. That's all the same faggot. It's all the same piece of shit.
Wow, these trolls have got 5-6 accounts.
Oh, I blocked like I'm just telling you off the top of my head, but I've blocked more than 20 of his accounts, bro, on my channel, on my channel alone.
Anyway, now you're here. Let's talk boxing. Forget this little piece of shit.
That's right.
Because he ain't never gonna hit the link, bro.
Nah.
Somebody boot his ass out of it, bro. He got no substance. He's a proper troll. The only trolls I want to keep who come and they want to speak, and I can kill them.
Yeah.
Teofimo Lopez versus Jermaine Ortiz. It's going down. One more day to go. The weigh-in's coming soon. How'd you see this fight, TBS?
Oh man. So with Teofimo, what I've learned is not to make early predictions with this guy because I gotta wait till the day of the weigh-in and see how he's cutting weight, see if he's got that eye of the tiger in his eyes, and also see his opponent. You know, if how they look too. But if the real Teo shows up, I expect him to win.
How?
Ortiz is tough. He's never been knocked out, so most likely by decision. Kind of like how he did to Taylor, just whoop his ass for 12 rounds.
So you expect him to outclass him?
Yeah, he's just gonna outclass him. You know, Ortiz might win 1 or 2 rounds, but it's gonna be domination by Teo if he shows up 100%, mentally focused, of course. Him and Fury, bro. Him and Tyson Fury, they're both in that same arena where like you can't really foresee how it's gonna go down until the weigh-in, bro. That's why I don't like to make early predictions with those guys.
You like to see how they look on the weigh-in, yeah?
The weigh-in and the final face-off. Yep. It's very telling. You got to look at the body language. Also how they look physically.
You ain't here long anymore, are you? Sorry, go ahead. I'm laughing at the trolls. Go ahead.
Yeah.
You ain't here any longer, are you, bro? Go ahead.
Right. So those are the two guys that are just unpredictable. You just don't know what you're gonna get with those guys. And I mean, you know you're gonna get an exciting fight for sure. I've never seen a boring Fury fight or a boring a Teofimo fight. So that's for sure. You're gonna get an exciting fight. They're entertaining as hell, which is why they got lots of fans. But as far as like how they're gonna perform,
yeah. No, you're
it's
right.
hard
I
to tell.
agree with you. I agree with you there because Fury has beat some of the best in the world, like he did the Klitschko and killed the curse. Then Fury beats up Deontay Wilder, but then you know it looks ordinary against an MMA guy. And then sometimes, you know, fighters they give you that doubt, right? So, but Teofimo's done worse. Fury's beaten everybody he's faced, just not looked good a few times, right? He's just not looked his best a few times, but when it has mattered, he's done what he's had to do, right?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, the problem is here is people think, what the fuck happened here, bro? How did you get knocked down by an MMA guy? But you can't base all your life and your career on that one MMA guy because Fury has also got the skills, and don't forget, he's nearly 7 foot, while the other guy is 6'3", 6'4", Usyk, who only has beaten Anthony Joshua in a 12-round fight, while Fury really has beaten better names, and he's a much more bigger guy, and he's a heavyweight. So he's a live dog to beat Usyk still, even after a bad performance, because that's just the way it goes. You can't just base it off that, right? But at the end of the day, I also agree with you here that sometimes you just don't know what you're going to get if that's what happened.
Hmm.
Happens sometimes. But with Teofimo Lopez, he's reached the highs and then he's come all the way down by losing to a guy that nobody thought he would lose to. Then
Right.
Teofimo also gets knocked down by a Sandor Martin that people thought, wait there, what the fuck's going on? Teofimo's timing was off. He wasn't looking that sharp. So Teofimo has given doubts, even though he's beaten two good names. But Teofimo
Right.
still has given a little bit of a question mark. Now, the only way that question mark goes away now is that if Teofimo performs on another level and shows that he is now a more all-rounded fighter and he understands what it's like to be a champion. If Teofimo shows that he ain't playing and he's on another level to Jermaine Ortiz, he outclasses him, then you got to say that Teofimo is who he is.
Yeah. Yeah. For sure. For sure. Like this will demonstrate some consistency in his performance because he's coming off a great performance, right? So, arguably performance of the year in 2023, you can make that case for him. So if he comes off back-to-back great performances, then people will start forgetting his bad performances and have more faith in him, and he'll be more reliable, basically. So it'll show that he's probably, over all the baby mama drama and all that shit, and that he's really focused on boxing now. But then when he does this shit where he reads these like Bruce Lee quotes and shit like that, it's kind of like, okay. I mean, and I like Bruce Lee. Don't get me wrong, but um, I don't know. He's just kind of all over the
Do you
place.
think
You know what I mean?
Teofimo was off today with his speech?
It
You
was
think
kind of all.
Teofimo's mad, don't you? You really think Teofimo's a bit crazy in the brain? That's why you
I
like. I
just
think I know why TBS likes Teo, because he knows that he likes Teofimo because he knows there's a mental side to him.
yeah, yeah,
He can mentally flip. He could be a really nice guy, a philosopher one day, talking about Malcolm X, Gandhi's, and all these great stories and all the words of wisdom. And then one day he could be saying on Punch's channel, "Fuck those people, motherfuckers! I'm done with every
yeah,
motherfucker, bro. Fuck
yeah,
those people can go to ESPN. I'm done with this guy." He can lose it. Like sometimes he'll go from a peaceful guy to a crazy motherfucker.
yeah, man, yeah, and it's just a recipe for great entertainment, whether you like him or not. Like you can't deny this guy is a fucking star, man. And I can't. I
But
wish
that's
it
the
was
big
on a.
question, though, bro. That he's only a star if he performs. Because if he doesn't perform, then that star quality, the hype, the aroma, all the that it doesn't get taken seriously. Stars
Yeah,
have to perform when it comes to it. Stars
that's true.
have to show why they're going to be stars.
That is true. That is very true. But you know what? As long as he makes it a very competitive fight, I think he'll be all right. Like you look at a guy like Sean Paul. Even in his losses, all of his losses were very, very, very close decisions that could have gone either way, really. Um, which is why he was able to stay relevant up until his very last fight. He was still considered an elite welterweight, right? Like when Bud Crawford fought Sean Porter, that was considered Crawford's best fight up until before Spence, obviously. So I think that he brings enough entertainment value to where as long as he makes it competitive, like even in his loss with Kambosos, that was a great fight. That was an entertaining fight. I mean, were you not entertained, Rap?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. As long as he brings the entertainment, I think he'll be all right. But he should win if he's gonna call out Bud Crawford for sure.
Ain't nobody
Can't be
gonna take
calling
him.
out Bud.
Nobody ain't gonna take him serious otherwise.
Yeah, he got
But
to make a statement.
you can't move up and fight, the number one guy in another division if you lose.
Yep.
Forget lose, it's how you win.
Yeah, yeah.
Make a
Also that.
statement, TBS. You gotta make a statement, TBS.
Yeah. That's a good point too. Yeah, he's gotta knock a guy out that's never been knocked. People will be like, you know
Not
what?
even that. Outclass the man.
Yeah, just watch him out. Yeah.
Yeah, he probably does need a knockout because if he fights Crawford, he's gonna be moving up in weight. So he must demonstrate he got power at 140. That's one thing we haven't seen, the power at 140 that we seen at 135 from Teofimo Lopez. We ain't seen the power. He's still winning. That was a good win over Josh Taylor, but he hasn't had the show the power that he's had at 135. So he actually do
But
need
he
to get a
don't give a
knockout.
fuck what you're saying. Just like TBS said, he got the Bruce Lee chi in him. He's been reading a lot of Bruce Lee right now.
Oh, you gonna break out some karate out there then? We're gonna
I
do
don't
some
know, but
karate?
he's gonna try to do the 1-inch punch.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah,
Hey,
he's
you
a
know, Tio
philosopher
made
now.
me laugh. They said to Tio, "What are you reading?" And he said, "Bruce Lee."
Yeah, why are you reading at a press conference? That was
He
kind
said,
of,
"Oh, I'm
I'm
reading
saying reading it.
Jit Kwon Do. Jit Kwon Do."
Yeah. He want to
Yeah,
be
but
great like Bruce Lee.
yo, I won't lie though. Bruce Lee is a very inspiring person.
Oh yeah, he's a
So
legend.
he's a legend, like an inspiring person for any person. So I think he could have said a lot of names. Imagine if he would have said, "I'm reading Michael Jackson."
Oh no.
Imagine if
oh,
he would say, "I'm reading how to make a casserole."
Oh yeah.
Uh,
That'd have been bad.
oh shit, bro.
Yeah, we'll see with old Teal, like I said, he's got a golden opportunity Thursday to put on the type of performance.
He said Bruce Lee's my mentor.
Yeah. Yeah, he was reading that while the press
Hey
conference was
yo, I
going
love
on. It was
Tio.
like,
Hey yo, I love Tio, bro. Tio will
you know,
speak all kinds of stuff, man. I like the way he was saying Malcolm X. He's been watching Malcolm X, Martin Luther King. He been watching all kinds of shit, bro. He said everybody's born in South Africa. We were all black.
yeah. I
I
don't know
don't
about all that.
Hey
I don't know about all
TBS,
that.
but TBS, that's what I'm saying, TBS. Did you think he was a bit off?
I don't agree with everything he says, but I do think it's entertaining, and I think the way he fights in the ring is entertaining. I mean, the guy is just overall entertaining.
Man, I
I
just
mean,
realized I'm famous right now. I keep finding, like TBS said, they keep making 10 different accounts just to come here and say I'm a Fury fanboy. Okay, I'm a Fury fanboy, and what? And what, pussy? There's only one Tyson Fury. There's only one Tyson Fury. How about that? Yeah? Pussy came to America and beat the fuck out of the king, innit? Pussy. Just because I say Tyson Fury still can beat Usyk. Imagine this though. If Fury beats Usyk, I'm gonna look like a king. Wow. I am the boxing celebrity right now for Tyson Fury for these trolls. I'm the man. No, but listen, hey, shall I play when Teofimo was speaking about all this stuff? Let me find it. You guys talk while I find it.
yeah, so yeah, we gotta see how it all plays out Thursday night.
I
Oh,
believe
Teal. Yeah, see what those Teal's gonna
Lomachenko.
do. Now,
I also believe Lomachenko fights that month. There's a lot of fights in May, bro. So I don't know why he chose May the 18th. That might affect his pay-per-view sales, but I mean, I'm still gonna watch it.
Yeah. You talking about Fury and Usyk? Yeah, May 18th. Yeah, they
Yeah.
moved it to. Yeah, they moved it to May. Yeah, that's gonna be 2 weeks after Canelo fight. So yeah, it's gonna be. I guess that's the best date they could come up with. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting. That's gonna be going on at this fight gonna be going on in the afternoon here in the United States. So it'll be interesting to see what type of numbers they do. But it's definitely a big fight. The winner of that fight gonna be number one guy in the heavyweight division, be undisputed. So it's a fight that's been talked about for what, a year and a half, 2 years. So hopefully it'll get done. Hopefully we won't have any more injuries and the fight finally goes off. Yeah, but they got
Well,
the month of May gonna be some good fights though. You're right. Month of May gonna have some good fights coming in there.
yeah, May is a competitive ass month, bro. And so I don't know if that was a smart move. I think he should have done it in April, but I guess he's trying to make sure that the cut heals all the way or whatever.
Yeah, you're right. Because I think that was good. That was quick for the excellency to come with a date. Within 24 hours of the injury, he had a date lined up. They had postponed. They said they're gonna be fighting on May 18th, so they was able to get it done. So the cut wasn't as bad as they probably thought it was gonna be. They probably didn't take as many stitches as they thought it was gonna take. So he's able to get back, and they didn't have to postpone it like for 2 or 3 months. It's actually what it was gonna be in February. Now it's gonna be in May, basically 2 months. Postponement. So that's good. It wasn't gonna be no 3 or 4 months. So it's 2 months.
All right, let's have a quick listen of Teofimo Lopez and Jermaine Ortiz, and then I want your views, TBS and JBL. Just see what's.
Bluetooth connected.
Let's listen to this.
Jermaine, the technician, Ortiz. Gentlemen, thank you so much for being here. First of all, Teo, let's start with you, champ. What are we reading here? Because you had this book out all press conference. What do we got?
Is my mic on? Oh, okay, cool. I just gotta make sure. First off, I just want to thank the Lord Almighty. Above it all, He gave us this day today. It's a glorious day. We all are here, so we are all blessed. And right now, the teachings of Bruce Lee. It's one of my mentors, and if not, my master. So I really believe on it. Be water, my friend. The art of fighting is Jeet Kune Do or Do. So, with all that being said, just blocking noise, just staying positive through it all, and just carrying myself as I should, as a well-being man, someone that has a lot of credentials. However, at the same time, knows when it goes to that ring and it's time to lace up the gloves and be in that corner. That's where everything defines my moment.
Jermaine, I'm going to come over to you. Here we go. Your first shot at a world title. How you feeling?
I'm feeling amazing. Great. The happiest I've ever been.
How's Vegas been this fight week? There's a lot of distractions. I've been talking about it all afternoon. How has your time been in Vegas, canceling out the noise and just staying focused at the task at hand?
It's very hard for me to get distracted. I have a great team that keeps me protected from any distractions. I don't have a cell phone during fight week, so no distractions. It's been great.
You mentioned that yesterday at open workouts, and I gave you a big smile when you said, "Hey, I don't carry my cell phone in fight week." I think that's commendable. At 26, or I'm sorry, Teo, I want to come back to you real quick. At 26, you mentioned your accolades. You've accomplished more in the sport than most could ever dream of. At open workouts yesterday, you were electric. Backflips, energy, excitement. How do you translate or cage all of that? When I look back at the marketing for this fight, it's a circus. We're literally marketing a circus here in Las Vegas. How do you cage all of that up and channel it for Thursday night?
Well, because I'm the big clown of the sport of boxing. You know what I'm saying? Got to make everybody laugh, and I got a big nose for a reason. To put on that big red bubbly nose right there. So for everybody to hit. What else can I say, man? This is a beautiful moment. I want to thank Bob Arum and Top Rank. I really want to thank ESPN for the beautiful platform. You know what I'm saying? Mark Chinook. This is Top Rank. This is boxing.
Settle down. That's my line, bro. Settle down.
Am I gonna get copyrighted for that one?
You owe me $18.50.
18. Oh, shoot. I got to check for you. But, with all that being said, I'm grateful. It's good to be back. I waited for some time, wanted to see the likes of these young talent coming through. And I think at the end of it all, I still got that fire in me. 26 years young. I've done a lot in my career. However, this is only the beginning. I'm still not in my prime yet. And I look forward to putting on a great show. We have a tremendous dance partner in the name of Jermaine Ortiz, and it's great. He's definitely wanted this fight for a while now, and I know he's well prepared. So am I, and we'll do our thing come Thursday night.
Let's talk about that. Let's get into it a little bit. There's been a ton of mutual respect from both.
Well, with all being said, and with all being said, would he was very chilled out, JV Sports.
Yeah, you talking about Jermaine Ortiz? Or you talking about? But both fighters were very calm. Both guys, they focused, and they both seem like they ready to rock and roll Thursday night. Tio came out there, and he's talking about Bruce Lee as his mentor, and he's really looking forward to the fight. And he sounds very, very focused on the fight, man. He feels like he's at peace with who he is at this moment. So he's ready to rock and roll. So this should be a great fight.
And what do you think he said, TBS, when he said, in this big circus, I'm the clown with the red nose, and they're trying to get my red nose? What do you think of that?
I think what he's trying to say is he's the star, the attraction, and I agree. I mean, he is the main event, so he can. And he is one of the biggest attractions in boxing currently. So I agree with that. And I agree with what JB said. They both seem focused up until now. Ortiz seems very calm, and it's like the guy, the mediator there, the guy that was asking the questions. He said there's been a lot of respect up until now. Jermaine Ortiz said no, it's not really respect. It's just a calm before the storm. And I was like, oh shit, this guy's got his mind right too. Then, that was like a great answer. So I think, yeah, we're gonna get a great fight.
Yep, gonna be a good test for both guys, and it's gonna be come down to the game plans, what each fighter brings to the table, and what adjustments they make. I think both fighters are gonna probably have to make adjustments in this fight. So it's gonna be interesting to see when the trainers come in, what kind of game plan they come up with, what kind of in fight adjustments they make. Boxing IQs of both fighters, which ones is better on that particular night. It's gonna be a lot of different variables that's going to come into play that's going to decide this fight. You got two top level fighters. You got a guy that's obviously in Teo, that's the number one guy at 140, and you got another guy that's a dangerous fighter, man, a guy that's not don't have the accolades, but actually is one of the better fighters at 140. So it's gonna be an interesting matchup.
Yeah, I'm sending the link for anyone and the trolls, because I don't want to hear no trolls in the chat, because you trolls are pussies, the whole bunch of you. Here's the fucking link for the last time before I go. If any trolls got to get anything off his chest, please hit the link. Or you're a clown and I'm the lion in the circus. How about that? Yeah, but I'll tell you
that's what Ortiz should have came back with. Like you said, Ortiz should have came back with. Like he said, he was a clown. He said, "Yeah, I'm the lion." That would have been a good comeback for Ortiz.
Man, Ortiz ain't saying shit.
Yeah, he reserved. He quiet. He's
Ortiz
focused.
ain't saying shit.
The man don't even have a cell phone. Rap star. That man focus on fight. He ain't with all that talking. He focused. He put his cell phone up for a week.
That's right, bro. That takes a lot of discipline, bro, to leave your cell phone.
Keyshawn Davis said to TBS, Davis said to Teofimo, I did not disrespect you. So I just watched another article. Teofimo told him, you said that Crawford was going to beat me. And he said, well, I didn't disrespect you with what I was saying. He goes, don't bite the bullet. What does Teofimo mean, JB, don't bite the bullet? Like, tell me his phrase of don't bite the bullet.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear that part of the conversation. I thought he meant because he told Teofimo Lopez, he told Keyshawn Davis that he didn't want to take no picture with him or something like that, and don't call him out after his fight with Pedraza.
Yeah, what does
I thought he meant don't bite. I thought he meant that once Keyshawn addressed the situation publicly when they asked him that at the press conference. I thought he was saying don't bite the bullet, but you did bite the bullet. You bit the bullet. You fell for the okie doke. Basically, what I was throwing out there for you. I wanted you to comment on what I said, and now you to comment on what I said, and
There you
hopefully
go. Keyshawn
you do
Davis
call
just
me out
spoke it.
after your fight.
Yeah. So
Hopefully you do
what
call me
he's
out.
saying is that basically what you just said. Teofimo said that Keyshawn just biting the bullet, just retaliating to anything I say.
Yeah, he falling for the okie doke. Basically, that's
And
what
he
he
should
meant.
be, and like Tio said, you should be focused on your fight and not needing to talk about that.
Yep, yep. He also knows that Keyshawn is a stablemate of Terrence Crawford. So maybe if Crawford don't want to fight, I'll beat your protege, and then maybe you will want to fight after I beat your protege.
Oh damn! I didn't even think of that.
Yep. Yeah, you might be thinking
Yeah,
about it. I think Tio playing chess out there. Everybody else playing checkers. He thinking on another level here. He's a philosopher. He's thinking on a whole another level, I think.
he's
Yep.
been reading a lot. Yeah, he's been reading. So yeah, this guy's like somebody that just came out of jail or something. His mind is right. He's focused. He's hungry, and he's crazy. Like somebody that just came out of jail.
Yep. Crazy like a fox. So we thought he said, we was looking at the fight before Josh Taylor, what he was going through with his dad and all that. Seemed like he had a lot of turmoil going into that fight. So a lot of people thought that was going to play a part in the fight, but he actually was able to focus in, and he put on one of his best performances of his career as he dominated Josh Taylor, beat him decisively. So he seems like to be the kind of guy when the fights, when that bell rings for the first round, he knows how to zone in on what he got to do. He's going to be ready to rock and roll. So I think he's going to be ready to go. All that philosophy stuff, that's good at the press conference, but all the stuff he's going back and forth with Keyshawn Davis. But I think once that bell ring, he's going to be focused on the task at hand, man. He's going to be ready to put on a big time performance and make a statement.
Yeah, yeah. And the thing about craziness is, if you can harness it and focus it, it can actually be a good thing. Like his dad's crazy. His dad's cuckoo, obviously. So, and it's contagious. Like craziness is contagious. Crazy people. If you're around crazy people, they'll drive you crazy.
Yeah.
Right? So like I think his dad's driving him crazy, and everything around him is driving him crazy. But he's finding a way, I think, to harness it. And if you can do that, then that's powerful.
Yep. And that's gonna be interesting to see what he does, man. He's a guy that right now, after that win over Josh Taylor, he's a top 10 pound for pound fighter. So he's trying to capitalize on that, get a win, maybe move up a little bit high in the top 10 pound for pound. So it's a good test for him. It's a good what was out there, what was available. This is a good opponent. I know he was looking for fights with Crawford or Haney. Those fights weren't available. So this is this is a good fight. Looking at what's available. And this guy that's in house with top rank. It's a good opponent, man. It's a good test for Tio. Yep.
All right, man. Well, hey, Rap, thanks for having me. Salute, JB. I gotta get back to work, but you guys keep it going, man. You guys keep it going, and hopefully you're still on live when I clock out. I'll jump back on if
Hey,
that's the
you
case.
work, hey, boxing son, you work 24/7, bro.
No, I just work at night. I work a 10-hour shift
Oh, you do night
week,
shifts.
so that's why I don't go live as much. Cause yeah, like I only got like Saturdays I go out. I work hard, but I play hard too. So I go out Saturdays, and Sundays is more chill. So that's when I go live. And yeah, and in between I just go on other people's panels, support channels that I believe in, especially rap stars.
Nah, man, do your thing, bro.
All right. Salute to you, TBS.
All right, guys.
All
Later.
right. Take it easy. All right.
So let's see the weigh-in, JB. Let's see the weigh-in, my brother, and let's see how the fighters are looking.
Yeah. Let's see how they looking and see. Hopefully, won't be no weight issues. Hopefully, everybody on weight. And we ride a rock and roll. If you don't wait, that let us know that you're focused. You didn't did what you had to do as far as the training and getting ready for the fight, preparing for the matchup, and you ready to rock and roll Thursday night. So that's gonna be a telltale sign, man. Hopefully both guys come in on weight. We ain't got to be, oh man, he 2 pounds overweight. He got to go get in the whirlpool, come back in the next hour, try to make weight. Hopefully we ain't got to deal with that. Because if we do, then it means somebody wasn't focused or wasn't doing what they supposed to do in training to get and make weight. So hopefully that won't be the case. I think both guys gonna come in 140 or less. I don't think nobody gonna come in overweight. But we'll see. We'll see. Jermaine Ortiz had a hard time making weight in his last fight. Had a hard time making weight. So hopefully that won't be the case. I think Teofimo Lopez is gonna make a weight. He's not had any issues making weight. So we'll see tomorrow.
Yeah, somebody better not miss weight, bro.
Yeah, hopefully nobody miss weight. There's a lot on the line for both guys, man. Both guys know this is a big fight. This is Jermaine Ortiz's biggest fight of his career, the toughest fight of his. Well, he's been there with Lomachenko, but I guess you say Timo is higher than Lomachenko because he beat Lomachenko head to head. So this is the best opponent on his resume, Jermaine Ortiz. So this is a fight of his career. He's looking to finally get over that hump. He's been close with Lomachenko. He lost he got a draw in a close fight with Adorno, so he's looking to capitalize on this opportunity.
Well, let's see, bro, because a lot of talk been done. Now it's time for action.
Yep. We'll see Thursday night.
For action.
Yep.
Have you been watching the episodes? Teofimo Ortiz episode 1, 2, and 3.
I haven't got a chance to see it. It been popping up on my I just popped up on my phone while I was at work. I didn't get a chance to see it. It's called, what is it called? Blood, Sweat, and Tears. I think that's what it's called. Yeah, I'm gonna try to check it out. I'm gonna try to watch all 3 episodes. Probably try to get it in tomorrow. I'm gonna try to catch it before the fight starts. No doubt about it. Try to watch all 3 episodes.
Yeah, you ain't been watching them, no?
No, I haven't checked them out. I seen it's been popping up on my phone, but I was not able to watch it. I'm gonna check it out though. I'm gonna catch it. I'll catch it probably tomorrow, sometime tomorrow. Try to check it out. I like to watch those all access shows. Kind of give me more crunk for the fight, more pumped up for the fight.
So you think Devin Haney's gonna pop up?
No, that's a top rank promoter show. He's not gonna be there. Well, it's in Las Vegas. He might be there. I wouldn't rule it out. You never know, but there's a chance he'd be there. Bill will probably be there. I don't know about Devin. Teofimo Lopez said they tried to make the fight with Devin, but Devin Haney didn't want to make it. They didn't accept the fight. So I don't know who. I don't know. He said he got something on his phone that's pretty much verifying what he said. So I don't know. I know Devin Haney's in negotiations with Ryan Garcia, but I did see Devin Haney came out on his Twitter a few days ago that he told Oscar to send a real offer. Basically, Oscar is sending shitty offers. Leonard Ellaby, who promotes Rolly Romero, said the same thing, said similar things, that the reason why the Rolly-Ryan fight didn't get done was because Oscar De La Hoya sent him a shitty offer. So I don't know if Oscar actually want to make the fights with Ryan or he want to kind of milk Ryan Garcia, who's the biggest star on Golden Boy, want to milk him a few more fights and then put him in there in a high-risk fight. I don't think they might want to do that right now. He's trying to do what Ryan is telling him to do, but in the back of his mind, I don't think he's really want to make the fight, actually.
Now, I want to ask your opinions. Gervonta Tank Davis asked for 2 Ferraris. And on the media, the Excellency Turkey El Sheikh, he said, I'm going to send Mr. Davis 2 gloves.
Yeah, that was good.
And if he wants to come and fight over here, obviously what he's saying is he's going to make the mostest money. I will send him 2 gloves if he wants to come and play over here. What did you take from that? And what do you think about Turkey's response to Tank Davis's Ferrari callouts.
That was a good comeback by his excellency. It was his excellency. That was a good comeback, man. That was a good comeback. He said, first of all, you got to give me two Ferraris before I even discuss a fight over there. Well, he said, I ain't gonna give you no two Ferraris. I'm giving you two gloves. So that was a good comeback by his excellency. So that was a good comeback. So I give him credit on that. But I just think Tank is actually just on Twitter talking. I don't think he. I don't think it was ever a serious conversation about him actually having a fight over there in Saudi Arabia. I don't see that happening. He's with Amazon Prime. He's with the PBC. I know Leonard Ellerby is out here saying that Tank's the boss. He called the shots, but basically he's gonna fight on Amazon Prime in his next fight.
Yeah, but they
Al
can
Heyman
still show
is
the
his
fight. They
advisor.
can still show the fight on Amazon Prime and split it with the and fight in Saudi.
Fight who in Saudi? Who's he fighting in Saudi?
Devin Haney. That's what the
Haney.
Saudis telling him. Put your
Oh,
gloves on and let's get you in with Devin Haney.
where's the fight
But
going?
Tank Davis
What?
is now talking about Conor Ben, and he's saying that the last thing you heard is him telling Conor Ben that I'm working it out with Eddie Hearn, and the tweets were shown that he is working it out. And just about a few hours ago, England announced that they've sent an offer for Tank Davis for Conor Ben now. They've sent Tank Davis an offer now for a
Where?
huge amount of money with Conor Ben, but the fight he's supposed to fight is Devin Haney. They're trying to offer him in Saudi Arabia.
Okay, where's that? What weight is that fight gonna take place at? Because Tank is at 135, Hank and Haney is at 140.
Yeah,
Where's
but
that fight gonna take place at?
but Tank Davis is talking about fighting Conor Ben, and Tank Davis has already been at 140 pounds to fight Mario Barrios.
Yeah, ditto Conor Ben. Where's that fight gonna take place at? What weight is that fight gonna take place at? Because last time I checked, Conor Ben was fighting at junior middleweight.
But
His
now
last two fights.
Conor Ben is going back to welterweight.
But still, though, Tank ain't fought no heavier than 140.
Yeah, so
He's not going up to 147 to fight no
Tank's
Conor
got
Ben.
excuses for Devin Haney at 140, right? But Tank don't want to make excuses for Conor Ben at 147
I
because
just think
Tank on his last tweet has agreed. He said, "Fuck it, I'll fight him at his weight."
at what weight? 147?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I believe it when I say it. I don't think he's gonna fight Conor Ben or Haney in his next fight. I actually think he's gonna fight on Amazon Prime, probably in Las Vegas, Atlanta, or something like that. I believe it when I see it. He's going over there to the UK and fight Conor Ben. Who's gonna be the lead promoter? Is it gonna be the
Man,
PBC or is it gonna be
too
Matchroom?
many excuses for Tank Davis,
Because
bro.
Tank definitely. I don't see him fighting on no Matchroom promoted card. That's gonna be a PBC promoted card now. Will it be in the UK? I know he's talking about fighting in O2 Arena and or maybe at one of them big stadiums over there. That sounds good, but there's a lot of variables that got to get figured out, man. Because
Nah,
first of
man.
all,
Abdullah needs
Abdullah Wahid,
excuses. How come Abdullah just go and do what you gotta do? You want that Abdul money? He's fucking Abdul Wahid now. So let's see what Abdul Wahid's made of, bro. Because he wants to go fight Conor Ben, but he don't want to talk about Devin Haney at 140. But he happy to fight Mario Barrios.
why
Man,
would he
let's
fight
stop
Conor
capping
Ben?
for
Conor
Tank.
Ben ain't got Conor Ben ain't got no
Everybody's
belt.
capping for Tank. Coach Calvin's capping for Tank.
Yeah,
That fat guy, what's his name? Coach Kenny Ellis, is that his name?
yeah, that's his other trainer.
Yeah, that's another guy that's always trying to cap for Tank Davis and always trying to protect Tank Davis. And then you got the worst one. What's his name? This is him, Leonard Ellerby. Look at his nose.
Yeah, that's his.
Look at this guy, Leonard
That's the
Ellerby, bro.
CEO of Floyd
Cap,
Mayweather Promotion. Yeah,
all
yeah.
cap.
Who's it? Yeah,
Yeah, let's get Abdullah. Let's get Abdullah in the real fight. Abdullah, let's go.
we'll see, man. It just really, I don't know. Conor Ben ain't got no bill. It's just like, what you going to that fight? You going to that fight for, I guess, some money, I guess. But you fighting a guy that's not even your weight class, ain't got no belt, not even one of the top guys at 147. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, what's the point? You go over there and get a win outside of money. What's that fight? What is that fight doing for Tank
I'm
Davis? A
surprised
Conor
Tank
Ben
Davis
fight?
never asked the Saudi Excellency to send him a gold purse.
Yeah, man. Like I said, I think this is all propaganda. I think Tank was trash talking with Conor Ben, talking about relax, let me and your boss get the fight done. You just sit back in the cut, man, because you ain't calling no shots. You a worker. You're an employee. You ain't no employer. Let the two employers talk and get this thing figured out. We'll let you know when it's out, when it's signed, sealed, delivered. You know what I'm saying? So that's just some trash talking. I ain't think that like, oh, if it's gonna happen, the fight's gonna happen. He's going to the UK. He might be going to the UK, but I don't think he's gonna be fighting no Conor Ben.
But
I
that's the
think his
fight
next
he's
fight.
negotiating. He ain't fighting no other fight, bro. That's the biggest money fight. Because Conor Ben, believe it or not, without the belts, has become the biggest name in Europe after Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury. The money's on Conor Ben after those two big heavyweights.
What's
So
up?
Tank Davis, yo, go check Twitter, or let me go on my computer. Let me go upstairs. Let me get all the tweets for you. Let me show you tweets. The
Yeah, show
last
me tweets.
tweets. The last tweets. Go check it out, bro. Tank
Oh,
Davis has agreed to fight Conor Ben. They
where?
have just sent the. They have just sent an offer, a major offer for Tank Davis
Who's
to
saying? Who
fight
you just
Conor
saying match?
Ben in
You
fucking
saying Eddie
England.
Hearn? You said Eddie Hearn and Matchroom sent Tanker offer?
Yes, sir.
How you
They've
gonna
got
send the A
major
side offer?
backing for the fight.
Where's the fight
Bro,
gonna
you're
take
late.
place?
Hey, bro, you're late. Go. Let me go get all the
Oh yeah,
messages
give
for
us
you.
a rest. Let me ask you one question. Where's the fight gonna take place at?
Well, Tank wants to fight in England.
Okay,
And
Carl,
Conor Ben's
you
getting his
forgetting one thing.
license.
Conor Ben
Conor
can't
Ben's
fight
getting
in
his
England.
license back in
When okay,
February.
well he do that, but he ain't got no license right now.
But he
Right
will
now,
be
as of
getting
right
it back.
now,
And then
okay, you assuming.
stop
You
making
assuming.
excuses, bro.
You
Go check
assuming
the
he can't
messages.
fight in England.
Don't
That's why
make
he's fighting in
excuses
Vegas.
for Tank.
I ain't making no excuses. The fact of the matter is he can't fight in the UK. Conor
Hey,
Ben,
bro,
his
go.
license
Yo,
is
yo.
been
If I get these
suspended.
messages, I'm gonna make you read every single one of them.
Send me the message. Send me the message.
Go
Then I
fucking
need to
look
see a message.
yourself. Have you not got Twitter?
Okay, I will check it out, but I need to see
But
the
please, bro,
BBOC. I need to see a message from the
Tank Davis has just
BBOC.
accepted the fucking fight, bro.
That sounds good, but the man can't fight in the UK.
Well,
He's
the man
suspended.
fucking wants to fight.
He got to get a license from the
And they even
BBOC.
negotiating for it to be in Saudi Arabia. They haven't even
Okay, yeah,
fucking
and it's gonna have to
announced.
be in Saudi Arabia because it can't be in the UK because he's banned the fight from in the
But
UK.
he
That's
ain't.
why he fought in
Listen,
Vegas in his last
bro,
fight.
stop this. Eddie Hearn has just said that Conor Ben in the next couple of weeks is getting his license back. Okay.
Eddie Hearn
So
said a lot
once
of
he
things
gets
that ain't
his
true.
license, once he gets his fucking license, your boy, Javante the King, face of boxing, Tank Davis is gonna start to make that fight. Now, if he ducks that fight, then you know he's a triple duck.
Man, that
But
fight does nothing for Tank. That fight does nothing for
right
Tank.
now, as we stand in the next couple of weeks, that's the fight they're moving for. Now,
That
watch
fight
this.
does
Let me
that fight
explain this
does
to
nothing
you
for
now.
Tank.
If Tank Davis is showing that kind of energy, forget about if the fight's going to happen or not. If Javante Tank Davis is going to show that fucking energy, yeah, then you understand that he's showing this energy all of a sudden for Conor Ben, but he doesn't show this energy when it comes to the other guys around his weight class, bro. And the problem with Tank Davis, he wants to act like a king, but then he's happy to talk to Conor Ben about a fight. So it's like a hypocrite. It's like Tank Davis and his people are like hypocrites, bro. And this is all I'm trying to say to you, that I like Tank Davis. He's entertaining. But don't you think
Uh,
in 2024, bro, don't you think as a 30-year-old man from America, don't you think that it should be a big fight with Tank versus Shakur, Tank versus Haney, Tank versus Teo, Tank versus Matthias? I'm just saying, as a fan, don't you think that's what the fight should be for him?
Yeah, that should be the fights for Tank Davis. But
Thank you.
will that be the fight that he happens next? Those guys have fights lined up. Sabril Matthias got a fight lined up. Devin Haney's in negotiation with Ryan Garcia. So we got Shakur Stevenson is retired. So that's like I say, we saying all these people, but it's easier said than done, man. Fights got to get done. But these other people got other plans. So hopefully the fight get done. Like as far as him fighting Conor Ben, he'll beat Conor Ben because Conor Ben ain't that good. But Conor Ben does nothing for him. Conor Ben ain't even got no belt. Conor
But
Ben is a guy got a
regardless of what
name,
you
but
think,
Conor
bro,
Ben needs to get
at
his license in
147,
the
maybe
UK.
Tank might take a beating.
Man, he'll beat Conor Ben's not
At
good, man. Conor
147,
Ben was
at
getting tagged by
147,
Pistol
maybe
Pete.
Tank will take a beating. You don't know.
Pistol Pete, man, he was getting
At
touched up by
147, bro,
Peter
Tank
Dawson.
fanboy, He might take a beating.
He
But
was
let me
getting
just tell
touched
you
up
this
by
right
Peter
now. Tank
Dobson,
is
man. Come
scared of
on,
Devin
man. Peter
Haney, bro.
Dobson is a
Tank is
guy
scared of
that's
Devin
nobody
Haney.
ever heard
Tank
of.
is scared of Devin Haney. That's one
Yeah,
thing I
like I
do.
say, Devin Haney, that's a good fight. I
Tank
entertain
is
that fight.
scared
He
of Devin
actually is a
Haney, bro.
legitimate fighter. He
Stop
actually
the
is a
cap.
pound for pound fighter.
Tank is
Conor
scared of
Benn
Devin Haney,
does
bro.
nothing for Tank. Conor Benn
Tank
does
is
nothing
scared
for
of
Tank.
Devin
That fight
Haney.
is a waste of time for Tank. That guy don't even have a belt. He's not that good. That fight does nothing for Tank. Now the Devin Haney fight, that's a good fight.
But
I wouldn't
Tank is
mind that fight at
scared, bro.
all. He's a top
Tank
10
don't
pound
want
for
them
pound
fights,
fighter.
bro. Tank just
Well,
doing a lot of cap.
you saying Eddie Hearn is going to send Tank an offer and he's going
Man,
to fight on a
everything's online,
matchroom
bro. The offer's already
promoted
sent.
card? That's not going to
The
happen, rap
offer's
star.
already sent. They already got this deal going on. You're
Okay,
late.
I understand what you're
You're
saying, but I'm
late.
telling you what I'm
But
saying.
look, you
I
know I don't want to
guarantee
look,
you,
JB.
Tank ain't fighting on no
But
matchroom promoted card.
JB,
Matchroom ain't gonna
whatever
be
you
calling the
say.
shots on no Tank fight. I'm
But
telling you that right now.
JB,
I
you're just too late.
guarantee you that.
JB, you're too late, brother. So
It don't matter. I'm
I
telling you
don't
what's
want to
gonna
have the
happen though.
conversation until you go and do your homework because
Tank ain't fighting
let
on
me
no
just
matchroom
finish,
promoted card.
bro. Oh man, JB, man, you gotta let me finish, bro.
Okay, I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying
Man,
to tell
you're
you,
just
rap
too
star.
excited not to. You just don't want to hear it.
I'm telling you how boxing works,
All
man. He's
right, but
not
you
fighting
don't
on
know
the
shit
matchroom
right
boxing
now.
promoted cards.
You don't know shit right now. They didn't call out Tank. Tank called him out.
Yeah, that's cool.
Right. Tank says, I want to make that fight now. Then they went back and forth. Now they've got to the point that Tank has said, all right, let's make this deal. So they have then sent him an offer.
Okay.
Now we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. Now, what we do know is that he's happy to talk about that. That's it. So he wasn't happy to talk about that with Devin Haney, bro. So stop the cap. Tank
Yeah,
Davis is ducking Devin Haney.
Devin Haney's in negotiation with
Tank
Ryan.
Davis is ducking Devin Haney, and that's it. Fuck the negotiations, bro. Your boy Tank Davis is acting like a duck. And all these guys like Coach Kenny Ellis and all these people like Leonard Ellaby, well, we don't need these fighters. We have the big pay-per-view numbers. We sell more. We don't need anyone. We're the best. Listen, bro, that talk has been done for too many years. Fans are sick of that talk. But, I understand. Tank Davis has got fans, just like Tio's got fans, like Canelo's got fans, Wilder's got fans. Hey, they got to do what they got to do for Tank. It is what it is. I just say that Tank, they're like yes men. If Tank says he wants to jump, they're going to say, how high? You know what I mean? At the end of the day, bro, keep the same energy. Tank should be putting it on these young guys. And regardless if he's fighting them or not, he should tell them straight. Now, fuck you. I fight Devin Haney. I fight Teofimo. I fight Shakur. I'm Tank Davis. That's what I want to see. But, hey, it just seems like it's like a hypocrite. Always like, oh, nah, it's all right to hear this, but we can't hear that. It's like you're a hypocrite, bro. Tank Davis is a hypocrite. But I will say this, though. Tank is exciting. And that's why I get annoyed. Because I know Tank Davis can do more. You get me? I just know Tank Davis can do more. And that's all it is, bro. But let me read the what's people saying. Benavidez and Canelo. Yeah, that's another fight. That's another fight. Tank is publicity ducked Devon. How you missed that? Hey, we need these
All I
punks
know is
out the
Devin is in negotiation with
Shelton,
Ryan Garcia.
Kenny, Ellaby. All of these guys are bad for boxing. Pound for pound. Wow. Yo, man, Canelo Alvarez and Benavidez, that's asked for as well. I don't blame that, bro.
But you know
Benavidez
what's funny, rap star? Benavidez Canelo, that's a big fight, but actually Canelo and Bud is a bigger fight, revenue wise, gross and
maybe
money
maybe
making
in
wise.
revenue,
That's a bigger
maybe in
fight.
revenue and all that.
Yeah,
Might be,
it's a
but
bigger fight.
yeah, that's the same
That
as
fight gonna do $1 billion.
Jake Paul and KSI is a major fight. YouTube.
I
Maybe in
don't know, bro.
revenue, it could be a big fight. I'm not
Yeah,
denying. I'm not denying that, but that's like Inoue versus Tank is a big fight. Inoue
that's a big
versus
fight.
Tank going up 3 weights is a big fight. Even if somebody like Teofimo wanted to go up 3 weights. That would be a major fight. Teofimo doing something like that would be crazy. So, yeah, all them can be big fights, but the realest fight is David Benavidez for
Yeah,
me.
that's a big fight. I want to see it, but unfortunately, it's not gonna happen anytime soon. Because the map has already been laid out for Canelo in his next 2 fights. He's fighting Jamal in May, and he's fighting Crawford in September. Benavidez need to move up to 175, get a fight in, and then challenge the winner of Bivol versus Beterbiev.
That's a fight that's going to be fireworks, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Arthur Beterbiev versus Dimitri Bivol, bro. I mean, I know that most of us are going with Beterbiev, but the more I look at Bivol, he's an accomplished fighter. He's a true 175-pounder. He has a lot of, good things going for him. But the problem with him is when you see him with guys which are not that great, like Ordinary, right? You see him going the distance with them. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you look at him and you think the man's going distance with all these guys, right?
Yeah, Bivol, yep. Yeah, he's going to distance, but he's outclassing all those guys. He's beating them,
But he's still going the
separating
distance
himself.
by winning the rounds, right? But he's going the distance. But then
Yep.
you think to yourself, this other guy, bro, he be taking these guys out the water. Lyndon Arthur couldn't stand in the ring with Arthur Beterbiev.
Yeah. His style make fights.
You saw
Bivol is not
what
the puncher
Arthur
that Beterbiev
Beterbiev did to
is.
Joe Smith Jr.
Oh yeah, that
And
was a
Joe Smith
dominating
went in.
performance.
Joe Smith went all rounds with Bivol.
Yeah, Bivol's he's not a knockout artist. He's a boxer. He's a sweet science. Hit and don't get hit. He's a classic 1-2-1 fighter. Hits you with the 1-2, left jab, right hand, and then it touch you again with the left jab. And then
Grumpa
get out of way,
lumpa.
get out of harm's way.
Yeah.
He likes to control distance, man. He's a guy. He gets on autopilot. Once he gets control of the fight, he'll
Hey,
flow to
don't tell
the decision.
JB about Grumpa Lumpa. If you tell
Yeah,
JB, okay, who's Grumpa Lumpa?
he talking about Javante Davis. He asking him where the offer is. And Javante told him to relax. He working with his boss Eddie Hearn. They'll get together and then they'll send.
So you know about that.
Oh yeah, I seen that a couple of days ago. But what I'm
So you
telling
know who Grumpa Lumpa is.
yeah, but what I'm telling you that's
And
trash
now,
talking.
do you know today the offer has been sent today after all that? Do you know that?
Well, let me see that. Who that's on Eddie Hearn's Twitter page? Where's that at? The offer has
That's
been
out
sent.
there, bro. Go check.
Where's that? Where's the article?
Grumpa Lumpa has
Yeah,
got
okay.
a deal come. Mr. Grumpa Lumpa.
That was a day ago. Ain't heard nothing today.
Oh my God, JB. I know you don't like that name, Grumpa Lumpa for Tank.
I don't care about that, but what I did see that he said he want Tank to send him off. He waiting on the offer from Tank. You said Eddie Hearn was sending Tank an offer, which don't make no sense because Tank is the A side. They ain't sending Tank nothing. They ain't calling no shots. Tank gonna send them an offer. They ain't sending Tank nothing. They ain't how it work with the A side. You ain't gonna send the A side nothing.
Grumpa Lumpa is the best name
We're gonna make the deal, and I'm gonna make the deal with your boss, and you gonna take what you gonna make from your boss, and I'm gonna make what I'm gonna make because I am a boss.
It's a Grumpa Lumpa. No more Abdul Wahid, bro. Grumpa Lumpa. Now let's give Tank a break a little bit. Tank's still all right, you know.
But just look forward to seeing Tank versus Frank Martin on Amazon Prime. That's what's likely gonna happen. All this Conor Ben talk, that sound good, but that's not likely.
So he's gonna duck Devin Haney, but fight these fights.
He's gonna fight somebody at 135. That's the weight class he campaigning in. It's Frank Martin.
Ain't he happy?
He ain't finna go. He ain't finna fight no junior middleweight. He ain't finna fight no junior middleweight.
Tank versus match room fight. Someone like El Gato Catrell. Oh yeah, Catrell.
Yeah, Jack Catterall, he's fighting Josh Taylor, right? That fight is
they're still trying to get that contract dates. Josh Taylor said they offered too low money.
Oh man, here they go. They if they don't get it done this time, walk away and don't ever come back. I don't want to see y'all talking about fighting each other no more. This thing been dragging on 2 or 3 years. They've been talking about fighting, and then they don't get done. He dropped 2 or 3 of his belts. He ended up fighting Teofimo Lopez. If they can't get it done in this round of negotiation, everybody move on and don't ever revisit no contract talking no more. Obviously, y'all can't come to no agreement. But I was looking forward to that fight. That first fight was a good fight.
Now I want to talk to you about Keith Thurman versus Tim Tszyu. How do you think Keith Thurman's going to do with Tim Tszyu? I mean, Tim Tszyu's the favourite, as you can understand. It is at 154 pounds. It's for Tim, and it's not even for the belt. It's at 155 catch weight now. It's not
Yeah,
even for the belt. I
yes,
don't think. I want to hear your opinions on this whole thing. Go ahead.
yes, cause it's an interesting fight. Tim Tszyu, this is the biggest name on Tim Tszyu's resume so far. If he can get this win, this would be a good win, a good name on his resume. He's got a lot of momentum behind him. He's been very active, unlike Keith Thurman. But I got to give Keith Thurman a little credit. He seems like to be the type of fighter that don't struggle with after a lot of inactivity. You know, you seen it in Wilder. He hadn't fought in a while, and he looked horrible against Parker. And you seen other fighters like Spence hadn't fought in a while. He looked horrible. But Thurman, he don't seem to be the type of fighter that struggle after inactivity. He seemed to be able to get and fight and still fight at a strong level, at a high level. You look at the Mario Barrios fight. That fight, he hadn't fought since the Pacquiao fight. That fight had been like 2 years ago. He came in that Mario Barrios fight, and he did not show any ring rust at all, in my opinion. He didn't get the knockout, but he did not show any ring rust. He was very explosive in that fight. He still had the quick feet. He still had the combination punches that he was throwing. He was a guy that's very athletic type of fighter. He seemed to lose any of his athleticism. Now we going on another 2-year layoff, damn near like it was in the Barrios fight, and he's older now. So it's gonna be interesting to see will Father Time finally catch up with him? Father Time in the inactivity, catching up to him at the age of 35. Will that be a factor? Or will he come out and fight like he fought the Barrios and fight like he just had a fight 4 months ago? Now he ain't showing any ring rust. Well, that's what happened when he fought Barrios. Will that happen again against Tim Tszyu? If that's the case, then we're gonna have a good fight on our hands. If he does show ring rustiness, if he does show his age at 35, then Tim Tszyu is gonna walk him down. He's probably gonna stop him in the second half of the fight. So it depends on what Thurman we get.
Could that be a problem, JB? When you try to stop somebody, it can put a lot of pressure on you, and you fight the fight slightly, which doesn't favor you, and it goes on points.
Well, Tim Tszyu is a guy that he brings pressure, but he brings smart pressure. He don't never be reckless with it. He's very educated with his pressure. You know what I'm saying? He kind of like Triple G was. You know, a lot of people think pressure fighter come forward, take 2 punches and land 3. That's not pressure fighter in a lot of cases. He comes with educated pressure, smart pressure, and a lot of times he'll bring pressure to get his opponents to throw, and he'll counter. That's what he's going to do with Keith Thurman. He's going to bring pressure to Keith Thurman, and knowing Keith Thurman is going to try to throw some punches to keep him at bay, and he's going to try to counter Thurman. So he's a very smart pressure fighter, Tim Tszyu. He's very consistent in his style. So it's going to be a good fight. He's a good body puncher, which is Keith Thurman's Achilles heel. So it's going to be a good fight, man. But Keith Thurman is a guy, like I say, he seems to be able to thrive off of inactivity. He seems to be able to come back and don't show no ring rust. So if he's able to do that against Tim Tszyu, it's going to be a good fight. He's gonna be able to touch up Tim Tszyu. He's got the power, he's got the speed to touch up Tim Tszyu. But does he have the stamina? He's able to stay at that pace for 12 rounds. He's gonna be able to hold off Tim Tszyu pressure for 12 rounds. Will Tim Tszyu slowly walk him down, methodically break him down, and end up stopping him to the body in the second half of the fight? That's the question that don't get answered March 30th. It's a good fight, man. I just don't know what Keith Thurman. If you tell me the Keith Thurman that showed up against Mario Barrios showed up with no ring rust, it's gonna be a good fight. It's a fight that Keith Thurman gonna be competitive in. It's gonna be a fight that he does have a chance to win. But if the inactivity, which is coming at the age of 35 instead of the age of 33 when he fought Barrios, it could come into play. The inactivity and the age, it could come into play. If that's the case, and then you moving up in weight, and then you fighting a guy that's good, maybe the number one guy at 154. So you add all that up, and, it's a steep hill to climb for Keith Thurman. So I probably would, if I had to put some money on it, I probably would lean toward Tim Tszyu, but I wouldn't be shocked if Keith Thurman won the fight. Keith Thurman actually is a more versatile fighter than Tim Tszyu, but he's just been hella inactive, and he's a smaller guy moving up in weight, and the guy he's fighting is very consistent in his style, and he has a lot of momentum. And he's been really rolling here these last several fights, man. He's found his groove, man. It seems like he's what they call a locomotive going downhill, man. He's gonna be hard to stop, man. He's gonna be hard to deal with from here on out.
You Americans are not very confident on Keith Thurman, are you?
No, because he's been hella inactive and he's moving up to a new weight class. That's a problem. But like I say, well, you know, other fighters show ring rust. Wilder, he showed a lot of ring rust against Parker. Errol Spence Jr. showed a lot of ring rust against Terrence Crawford. Thurman seemed to be a guy that don't show a lot of ring rust. I don't know how he does his training camp. He makes it like an actual fight, actual boxing match, and he's able to translate that to the fight after being out for so long. It don't seem to hamper him. He don't seem to show a lot of ring rust. Because I'm telling you, against the Barrios fight, he didn't have a lot of ring rust to me. He didn't get the knockout. He didn't have the power that he normally have, but he came in that fight, man, rolling. I ain't see a lot of ring rust at all. I ain't see any ring rust against Barrios actually.
So, are you understanding that that's the American opening up for Al Heyman and Amazon Prime?
Yep.
Are you excited to see a new promotion?
Yeah. See what they doing? They being smart because Tim Tszyu has a whole country behind him. He's getting that Australian TV market, Australian pay-per-view, and then he's got his own promoter that's putting the money up for that fight. No Limits Promotions is putting up the money for Tim Tszyu. PBC is putting up the money for Thurman. That's why that fight is able to get made and be put on pay-per-view. That's why I'm very skeptical that Crawford and Spence, the rematch, is going to happen, because in that fight, Al Heyman going to have to put up all the money. He only had to put up half the money for Thurman Tszyu, just for put up the money for Thurman, and No Limit got to put up the money for Tszyu. Crawford and Spence, he got to put up the money for both fighters. And both fighters going to command a high purse. And you look at the fact that the first fight was one-sided in Crawford's favor, it's not going to do the numbers. I don't think the fight's going to happen, man. I don't think the money is there for that fight to happen. I don't think Al Heyman going to be willing to gamble his money on a fight like that. I don't think it's going to happen, man. As we know, Amazon Prime is not giving the PBC no money. They putting their own money up. So I'd be doubtful that that fight happen. I hope it happens for Crawford's sake, especially if he want to fight Canelo. I would rather see him get a fight in before Canelo fight in September. I would hate to see him sitting around to September and while Canelo fight Jamal, beat Jamal, and then he fight Crawford in September, and Crawford don't have no fight at 154, and he jumped straight up from 147 to fight Canelo at 168. He'd be at a disadvantage with the weight and the inactivity. He'd be out the ring for over a year and a half, so he'd be at a big disadvantage. So hopefully, I wouldn't mind. So in that regard, I wouldn't mind seeing him fight Spence in a rematch just to get a fight in between the Canelo fight. See what the chat talking about here. Pound for Pound King said Carmel, the new young guy Floyd has. Yeah, Carmel Matone is the next great fighter. It was Floyd Mayweather Jr. Tank Davis took the throne from Floyd. Now he's looking for Carmel down the line to take the throne from Tank, I guess. The next great fighter to come out of Mayweather Promotions. Is that Stephen Brinley, unbiased Brim Reaper? Spence versus Crawford 2 is dead. Yeah, I believe you're right, Stephen. I think it is pretty much dead on arrival. I just don't see Al Heyman putting up that money for the purses that Spence and Crawford gonna want for the rematch. It's just not. He's not gonna do it. He's not gonna put his money up on that. He ain't gonna do it. He gotta have money to put on 12 to 14 shows on Amazon Prime. You know, he'll put up the money for Canelo and Crawford. He put that money, you know, he's going to make that money back, but he's not going to gamble on the fight because the first fight was so one-sided. What type of numbers will that rematch do? The first fight did 650,000 pay-per-view buys. You know, I would think the rematch probably do maybe 400,000, maybe 500,000 if you being generous, maybe. But it's more like 400, 300 to 400,000, probably in that range. So then Spencer Crawford gonna want more money than they made in the first fight. They did 650. So it's just a gamble all the way around, man. It's a chance that you could lose a lot of money, take a bath in that fight. I don't think Al Heyman gonna be willing to do that. But Tone 509, Spence sells more than Tank. PBC sells a fake Tank agenda. Do you think they would sign Canelo if they already had a pay-per-view star? Yeah, you know, you want as many stars as you can get. Shit, you ain't gonna just say, "Oh, I just got one, I'm good. But I don't want to sign you, Canelo. I got Tank. Oh, no, I'm good." No, you're not gonna do that. You know what I'm saying? That ain't how it works, man. You want to continue to expand your brand. You know, that ain't got one ain't got nothing to do with the other. The other, it's apples and oranges. You know, Tank do big numbers, do big gates. He did 1.2 million pay-per-view buys versus Ryan Garcia. That was the biggest fight of 2023. Not Canelo versus Jamel or Canelo versus Ryder. Those did some good numbers, but the biggest fight of 2023, revenue-wise, was Tank versus Ryan Garcia. Salute to you, Don Ramon. He say facts, JB. That's what I'm saying. I'm just spitting facts. That's all I'm doing. Just spitting facts. Stephen Brentley, unbiased Brent Reaper, say 300K at best. Yeah. Yeah, I think he probably do around 300,000, 400,000. I was just being generous, 500,000. They probably not even do that based on the outcome of the first fight. And again, Al Heyman got to put up the money for both fighters, unlike the Thurman Zoo fight where he only had to put up half the money. So I don't think he's going to be willing to do that. So I don't see the fight happening. MAW is in the house. He say, I'm not a big Tank fan, but he always in boxing news about inside and out, whether we like him or not, getting more publicity than most. Says you a star, Baton. Yeah, facts, MAW. One of the biggest stars in the sport of boxing, man. That's why Haney want to fight him, Shakur want to fight him. They know that's going to be their biggest payday and their most high-profile fight to date. So obviously they want to fight him. But as Canelo said when everybody was calling him out, he said, I can't fight everybody at one time. Y'all got to wait. Be patient. I got 89 people calling me out. I can't fight y'all in May. I can't fight 89 people in May. Out of these 89 people, I can fight 2 of y'all in this particular year. Because I only fight twice a year. I fight in May and I fight in September. So all you 89 people, I can't fight you all at one time. So that's the same thing with Tank, man. You can't fight everybody whenever his next fight is. A lot of people want to fight him. A lot of people want that payday. A lot of people want that high-profile fight with Tank. OG Blaze said, don't get scared. Dare to be great, bud. You know, I don't think Bud mind fighting Spence again. I don't think it's outside of the Canelo fight, it's probably the biggest fight out there for him. But the problem is Al Heyman don't want to put up the money. And then another thing is the problem is the deadline to pass. That fight was supposed to happen by December, the rematch. So we in February now. So really Bud don't owe Spence anything. That contract is null and void. But he can give him, he can negotiate with him and try to make a rematch. But that contract is null and void. And another thing, Bud won the first fight, and he said he wanted a rematch at 147. And as we know, I don't think Spence can make 147 no more. He needs to go up to 154. So that's another obstacle for the rematch to happen. What weight will it take place there? Now, Bud, you would think Bud want to go up to 154, especially if he's talking about fight Canelo in September. Go up to 154, get your feet wet, fight Spence, win the rematch, and then move up 2-weight class instead of 3-weight classes and fight Canelo in September. Don Ramon said this should be on regular Prime, not pay-per-view. You're right, Don Ramon. You're right. But the problem is Amazon Prime ain't putting up no money for PBC fights. They just gave them a platform to showcase their fights on, but they not putting 1 red cent on the fights. That's the problem. That's why a majority of these fights are going to go on pay-per-view. They're going to put it on pay-per-view and they're going to try to make money like that. They're going to be very strategic in what they put on pay-per-view. It's got to be big fight. You're not gonna see no Benavidez, Andrade type of fight on no Amazon pay-per-view. I'm telling you that right now. It's got to be big fights, so it's got to be strategic fights. Like this Thurman Zoo fight. A lot of people say, wait a minute, JB Sports, that's not a big fight, but it's a strategic fight. You got Tim Zoo, who has a big market in Australia. He gonna have that Australian pay-per-view money coming in. And then Tim Zoo is with No Limit Promotions, not Master P, but No Limit Promotions out of Australia. They putting up the money for Tim Zoo. Al Heyman putting up the money for Keith Verman. You see what I'm saying? So the PBC ain't what they call footing the bill. They not footing the bill on everything involving this fight. They going half and half. And they looking at, they can make some money. Thurman got a name. They get money out of Australia. They do some decent numbers over here in the U.S. They think they can make some money in this fight. You know, that's why they going with Canelo and Jamal. Canelo is a big name. Jamal Charlo is a big name in boxing. Canelo is the face of boxing, or one of the faces of boxing. And that fight's going to do good numbers. When he fought Jamel, that fight did was 650,000, somewhere in there, 700,000. I think that fight did. I think he fight Jamal, it'll probably do at least 500,000. It might do a little less because people gonna say, well, his brother got beat, didn't try to win. What makes us think that his twin brother gonna do any better? So the name has been tarnished based on what Jamel did, but I still think that it'll do at least 500,000 because Canelo is one of the biggest draws in boxing, and then Charlo, he does have name recognition. So that's a fight that's going to do numbers and going to generate revenue for the PBC. The next thing going to be looking to do is Canelo Crawford. That's a guaranteed money maker there. That's the type of fights they're going to be putting on, strategic fights on Amazon Prime when they put it on pay-per-view. MAW say, mediocre or not, we don't gotta be Tank fans. Take a lot of Tank still sells pay-per-views, regardless of Matone. If Tank wasn't a star, he'd have no media coverage. Yeah. And he wouldn't be doing the gates he's doing. He wouldn't be doing the pay-per-view numbers he's doing. Yeah, he's a big name in boxing. One of the big attraction in boxing. Don Ramon say it'll probably do 200,000. Yeah, I think that's kind of low. I think it's probably looking at the floor is 300,000. The ceiling is 500,000. I don't think it do 500,000, but I think the floor is 300,000. It's just that first fight was so one-sided. It's gonna be hard to sell that rematch. I don't think we got to worry about that fight. It ain't happening. Al Heyman ain't gonna put up the money for that fight. Matone 509 say at MAW, I don't agree with Tank being labeled as the face of boxing. It's debatable if he's a face of boxing, but he's one of the faces of boxing. You want to say Canelo's the face of boxing? That's a good argument to have, based on what he's doing throughout his career. Now, based on 2023, Tank had the biggest fight in boxing. So if you want to just say based on what happened in 2023, you would say Tank is the face of boxing. He did 1.2 million pay-per-view buys with Ryan Garcia. Nobody came close to that in pay-per-view buys this year in the United States. So MAW say PBC got to put quality fights on now or they're going to be homeless again. Oh, they got the money, man. Amazon Prime put them on, though. Amazon Prime ain't putting up no money. Amazon Prime, that's different than other people that invested a lot of money in the PBC. And Al Heyman, ran through that money, putting on fights, putting on events. Al Heyman made the people a lot of money now. Let's not forget that he put on Mayweather-Pacquiao. That fight generated a lot of money for a lot of people. Then he fought, then we had Mayweather versus McGregor. That fight made a lot of money for a lot of people. You know, so they had a lot of big fights. You know, he had Errol Spence Jr., Mikey Garcia in Cowboy Stadium. That fight made a lot of money for a lot of people. He put on some fights, man. They had some successful events, pay-per-view events during those times. It's just that boxing is in a different place now. You got to be strategic in what you put on, man. You got to. You say you need to put some of these fights on free TV. You need to build these young fighters up, which a lot of these promoters are doing a bad job of it. You look at Jerome Bruce Ennis. He's been one of the most poorly promoted fighters in boxing. Horrible promotions. Well, a guy with that skill set, he should be one of the faces of boxing, man. He's nowhere close to that because he's been poorly promoted. It's a damn shame how he's been promoted. You know what I'm saying? You would think a lot of people say, well, why he need to get out and do it on his own? He got to get it from the mud, man. Be a self-promoter. You know what I'm saying? But he's kind of seems like to be kind of like a quiet guy, reserved guy. Don't want to do his talking in the ring, but you see you ain't getting the proper promotion, man. You got to go out there on your own and get your name out there. You got guys that's like Rolly Romero, who's not half as good as Bruce Ennis. He's out there doing interviews. He's out there selling his name, man. Out there selling his product. You got to be a businessman at the end of the day, and you got to be a self-promoter. You know, other guys are making it happen. Look what Keyshawn Davis is doing. You know, I know he got Top Rank putting him on some good cards, and he's a good talker, and he's able to get his name out there. That's what Jerome Bruce Ennis is gonna have to do, man. You can't sit back in the cut and expect your career to just blow up like that, man. Because a lot of these guys don't want to fight you, man, because it's high risk, low reward. Well, that goes back to you not being promoted right. But Tone 509 say, who's paid the most? That's the face of boxing. Yeah, if we going by who paid the most, yeah, Canelo's the face of boxing. He's making a guaranteed $50 million per fight. I'm just going by how many people actually paid to see you fight. And nobody paid to see them fight more than the people paid to see Tank versus Ryan. That did 1.2 million. And no other fight came close to that. The numbers that it did at the gate, no other fight came close to that in 2023. So that's what I'm basing my face of boxing on. If you want to base it on who getting the most money, who getting the bag, yeah. Tank ain't getting nowhere close to what Canelo getting. Canelo got 50 million off the rip, and then he getting some pay-per-view numbers, so which is going to end up being more than that. MAW say, was it Tank versus Ryan biggest pay-per-view of the year? Yeah. That warrants recognition, but Canelo always consistent sells well. Consistency is what matters most, in my humble opinion. Yeah, like I say, if you want to base it on who got the biggest bag of 2023, yes, it's Canelo Alvarez. But I'm just going by who actually bought your fight. You know, Canelo fought John Ryder. You know, the numbers for that fight didn't officially come out, but I heard some rumors about what type of numbers that fight did. It did not do great numbers. They had a great crowd out there in Guadalajara, Mexico, a sellout crowd in a soccer stadium, had like 93,000 in attendance. Great on TV. Where they had the fight set up the ring in the middle of the stadium. It looked good on TV. But I don't think it did great numbers. Now, when he fought Jamel, that fight did good numbers. It did, 650,000? But still, that's a little over half of that's less than half, actually, than what Tank versus Ryan did in 2023. So that's why I'm basing it on 2023. Now, we're going to see what Canelo versus Jamal do. If Tank fights Frank Martin, we'll see what that do. I don't think it's going to do what Canelo versus Jamal do. So if that's the case, then Canelo be on his way to reestablishing himself as the face of boxing, in my opinion, doing the biggest numbers on pay-per-view. MAW say having Canelo on board for 2 more fights to start off on new platform is the best possible outcome PBC can ask for. Yeah. That's what they gonna do. The PBC got 12 to 14 fights on this deal with Amazon Prime. It actually ain't no deal, really. It's just they providing them with a platform to show their fights. They got to put the money up. So they got 12 to 14 dates. They providing them dates. Let me just see that. That's all they providing them dates. And the PBC got around 200 fighters. So it's gonna be some fighters that they're gonna have to make some big pay-per-view fights with some big long undercards. It's gonna have to be a lot, about 8 or 9 fights on a particular card. You know, all of them won't be on the pay-per-view portion, but a lot of them be on the undercard, non-pay-per-view part of it. Or maybe they'll put some of them on regular Amazon Prime, like how they did when they was on Showtime, and they put on Showtime pay-per-view, and they put a lot of those earlier fights on YouTube, on Showtime YouTube. They might do similar thing on Amazon Prime. You know, have the main event, and they have the undercard for the main event pay-per-view portion of the Amazon Prime, and then they have maybe 2 or 3 fights on regular Amazon Prime, and then you have 2 or 3 other fights that's on the non-televised card, part of the card. So they might do it like that. But they're gonna have to have some fights where they have putting a lot of fighters on those cards, man. They got a lot of fighters that are waiting to get fights, get dates. And they can't have them just sitting around. And you know, you got limited dates. You guys just do the math. 12 to 14 dates. You got to divide that by 200 fighters. That's about how many fighters that the PBC has. So you're gonna have to put on a lot of fights on a particular card. You know, one card might have 10 fights on there. So if you want to try to get the fighters that you advise and manage on Amazon Prime, you're gonna have to have a lot of fights on each one of those cards that get made, man. I think this Tim Tszyu Keith Thurman card is when you look at that card, they got a lot of fighters on that card. You got 4 fights on the pay-per-view portion of the card, and then you're gonna have some fights that's gonna be on Amazon Prime, from what I'm hearing, maybe 2 to 3 fights that's gonna be on Amazon Prime. So that's gonna be 7 fights, and they might have some fights on the non-televised portion of the card. I'm hearing that Floyd Mayweather Jr. protege Carmel Matone is going to be on the non-televised portion of the card. So you can have around about maybe 10 fights on that Thurman Tszyu card. So that's going to be the blueprint. That's going to be what PBC going to be looking to do when they do these cards. They're going to have a lot of fights on these cards. They got a lot of fighters, and they got limited dates unless they find another platform to showcase their fighters, which I haven't heard anything about them getting on another platform. So it's going to be interesting to see how they do it. Marcus Chad says Canelo's doing $2 million versus Bud. It's going to be hard to do $2 million in this era with the illegal streaming. It's going to be hard to do $2 million, but I do believe it's going to do at least $1 million. That fight is huge. That fight gonna have the casual boxing fans excited. That fight gonna be so big that you're gonna have ESPN probably gonna be live from that fight. You know, a lot of times ESPN, they'll talk about the fight on their broadcast, but they won't necessarily be live from the fight. I guarantee you, Stephen A. Smith, Shannon Sharp, they gonna be doing their show live from Las Vegas during the fight week of Canelo versus Bud. They gonna be down there. That's how big that fight is. You're gonna have people that normally don't cover the boxing gonna be at that fight. You know, that fight's gonna be huge. The weigh-in is gonna be crazy. You know, the weigh-in, they got to put that weigh-in outside. They can't put it inside, man, because you're limiting the crowd. That's gonna be it's gonna be so many people at that weigh-in. They're gonna have to put that weigh-in at the same place they had the weigh-in for the Tank versus Ryan fight. Remember they had it outside? I think it was in front of the T-Mobile. They set up a stage or something, or maybe they had it at a park somewhere in Las Vegas. They had it outside. They had a stage set up, and it was crazy how many people they had at that weigh-in. I think it's gonna be similar to when Canelo and Bud fight. It's gonna be a crazy atmosphere. Matone 519 say Benavidez versus Plant 175 and 70K versus Andrade. That's why it's gonna be hard for Benavidez to probably get a headline, a pay-per-view fight on Amazon Prime. He's probably gonna have to be a co-main event or something. Maybe when they do Canelo versus Jamal, they put David Benavidez as a co-main event. I heard that he could be fighting Jesse Hart. He fighting Jesse Hart. That's definitely an undercard fight. Put that on as a co-main event of Canelo versus Jamal. Be kind of messed up though with the press conference. You know, Benavidez and his daddy gonna be talking shit to Canelo. Canelo gonna be trying to get ready for the fight with Jamal, but that fight gonna get hijacked by Benavidez and his daddy. They gonna be talking a lot of shit, so they probably won't put Benavidez on the same card with Canelo. So they know the question is gonna come if that's the case. But Benavidez don't have a lot of options at 168. If he can't get the Canelo fight, he don't have a lot of options. Jamal's fighting Canelo, so he don't have a lot of options at all. You know. The fight with David Morrell Jr., I know that's a fight a lot of people will call out, I asked for, but David Morrell has no fan base, has no fanfare. Nobody knows who he is. I know him. I'm a hardcore boxing fan, but the casual boxing fans don't know him, and that fight would do horrible numbers. Benavidez versus Andrade did 70,000. What you think Benavidez versus Morrell gonna do? Morrell's not even as known as a boo-boo. That fight probably do 50,000. So they're not gonna put, like I said, Al Heyman not gonna put the money up for the fight. That's the problem. It's cool when you get 70K, but I'm not putting the money up. Showtime putting the money up, and that's cool for Al Heyman. Al Heyman might can bite that bullet, but he ain't finna bite no 50K bullet when he putting up the money. That ain't gonna happen. So I don't see Benavidez Morrell happening. If it do happen, and not as no main event, it's gonna be on the undercard, a co-main event probably. It ain't gonna be the main event. So I don't think it's enough money for Benavidez. High risk, low reward. So Benavidez is making a certain amount of money in his fights too. So he's gonna be looking to have fights that command that type of person that he's looking for. Canelo has a big fan base, not David. It's a fight people been waiting for a while now. Let's see it. Yeah, I want to see it too. But you know that report came out last week, pound for pound, and it said that Canelo likely opponents for 2024 are Jamal in May and Crawford in September. Then have Benavidez as part of the plan, man, as part of that. So it is what it is, man. Like I said, if I'm Benavidez, I move up to 175. I know I ain't gonna get the fight. I ain't finna stick around at 168, man, because I think he's outgrown the division. You know, anyhow, he's able to make the weight. He's able to cut weight. He's young. He's able to rehydrate, and he's able to still fight at a high level. But eventually, his luck gonna run out, man. He's got to move up, man. He's a big guy, big guy. His weight that he should be at is cruiserweight. In my humble opinion, he should be at cruiserweight. I think light heavyweight actually ain't his weight. He should be at cruiserweight. But he's able to make 168, man. He's able to, the rules that are set out in boxing, he's able to do those rules and make 168 in the weigh in and then rehydrate on fight night and come in and probably 200 pounds on fight night. And he's able to dominate. That won't necessarily be to his advantage if he moves up to light heavyweight or moves up to cruiserweight. But actually, cruiserweight should be the weight class he fighting in my opinion, big as he is. You look at his body frame, he should be a cruiserweight. Yep. With new comments down here. Don Ramon say, I want Morrell versus Benavidez. I don't care about the numbers. Let's go. Yeah. I want to see Benavidez Canelo. Well, that's not going to happen.
In a backup plan, I would want to see Benavidez versus Morrell, but Morrell is just not an attraction in boxing, man. He don't have a name, man. He don't have the backing. He's a good fighter, dangerous opponent. He's arguably the number 2 super middleweight in the division behind Benavidez and Canelo, but yeah, it's just high risk, low reward, and like I said, who gonna put the money up for the fight? If his excellence, his excellency, if his excellency puts up the money in Saudi Arabia, cool. Yeah, they put up the money for Benavidez versus Morrell fight, then the fight can happen. But if they ain't putting up the money, Al Heyman not gonna put up the money. I'm telling you right now, he's not putting up the money for that fight. He's not, because Morrell gonna want some money for Morrell. What they been paying Morrell not taking that to fight no Benavidez. He gonna want 3 times, 5 times more than what he normally make. They probably paying him. He been fighting in Minnesota. He fighting some solid guys, but he's a lot of guys with big names. He don't have a big name, but he's probably been getting paid $500,000 and somewhere in there, 500 at the max, 750. And that's probably really overpaying him. Like I say, he's not known, but he's probably making somewhere in the range of 500,000 to maybe on the high end 750,000. But when he fights Benavidez, all of a sudden he's gonna be wanting probably $3 million guaranteed, and then he gonna want some back end money off the pay per view, all that type of stuff, man. And Al Heyman ain't gonna be wanting to put up that type of money. That's the problem. So that fight's gonna be hard to make. Economics is gonna play a big part in that fight, keeping that fight from happening, in my opinion. Lisa Snow say David versus Canelo does numbers because promotion sheeps and casuals will see how big it is. Too hard. Big it is, too hard, cares, and watch. Okay. Oh yeah, the hardcores. How big it is to hardcores who are going to care about the fight and watch the fight. I got you. Yeah, hardcore. That's why it's a big fight. It's going to have not only the hardcore boxing fans, but it's going to have the casual boxing fans. So hopefully that fight gets done. I'm pessimistic about that fight happening this year. Hopefully early 2025, May 2025, maybe that fight happens. But Canelo, based on that last interview I seen, when he asked about the Benavidez fight, he said that fans need to be patient, that the fight is not going to happen when a lot of fans want it to happen, but he's not ruling that fight out in the future, basically what he said. So he's not in any rush to fight Benavidez. For whatever reason, I don't think he's scared of Benavidez. I just think he said it several years ago. I've been saying this a lot on this platform on Rap Star Boxing. I've been telling you guys that I take him at his word. And he said he's not fighting any more Mexican fighters. He said that. And he hasn't fought one since 2017. Now, you got some fighters out there that he could fight. Like a lot of people say, well, there weren't no fighters out there for him to fight that were Mexican fighters. So it's easy for you to say that he ain't fought one since 2017. Okay. But he does have some fighters to fight right now. Jaime McGill's out there calling for a fight. David Benavidez, want to fight. You got David Morrell, him and his team, his trainer. What is Ronnie Shields? I think it's a trainer. I can't remember his trainer, but I know his team been saying that they would like to fight a Canelo Alvarez. Of course they would. That would be like man, especially a guy that with a low profile like David Morrell, he get a fight with Canelo, and that could be even if he lose, he just got put on the map, man. His notoriety will go up sky high. Well, of course, he don't want to fight. He want to be champion. He want to fight the best guy in your division. Canelo's the top guy at 168, so Morrell will want to get that fight and win the belts, but just go along with who he been fighting and what type of fights he been in. He didn't jump and get a Canelo fight. You talking about going from the baby pool to the deep water as far as profile and what you've been making in your last several fights. That'll be crazy. Yeah. Lisa Snow say she out. She going to lay it down. Yeah, and I'm about to do the same, man. I got to get ready for work, man. Rap Star, if you hearing this, man, you got to come take over. I'm finna get ready to lay it down, man. Had a good time on this platform talking boxing, Rap Star boxing. Got a big fight coming up in a day. We're Wednesday now. Tomorrow we got a big fight coming up. Much looking forward to that matchup featuring Teofimo Lopez versus Jermaine Ortiz. The co-main event gonna be fire with Keyshawn Davis taking on Jose Pedraza. Can't wait to watch it, man, and can't wait to talk about it after the fight goes down, man. Hopefully, Rastar. I know Rastar will be having a live chat right after that fight. We'll be talking about that fight. Talk about a little bit more of it tomorrow, as we'll be dealing with the weigh-in tomorrow. Hopefully, both guys come in on weight. And we have the fight Thursday night. Hopefully, there's no shenanigans. Well, a fighter coming in a couple of pounds overweight, got to go jump in the whirlpool and try to lose that weight and come back and make weight. We don't want to have to deal with that. We want both guys to make weight on the first try, and that'll let us know that both guys have come in here properly prepared mentally and physically. So we'll see what happens, and we will see what transpires. Salute to you, MAW. Appreciate you. Appreciate everybody in the chat. Pound for Pound King, Don Ramon, Nation 509, all the guys out there, Lisa Snow, Matone 509, Brayon Guzman, Sam Hook, MAW in the house, Ultra Instinct, Don Ramon, everybody that's in the chat, man. Appreciate you guys, man. You guys keeping boxing alive, man. We just got to keep it alive, man. Talk boxing night in and night out, man. Keep this sport alive, man. We got a lot of fights that hopefully get done, man. Hopefully 2024 is the year that we get a lot of fights that we've been looking for. And hopefully we don't get what we've been getting the last several years. A lot of big fights not getting done because fighters pricing themselves out and fighters not able to fight each other because they're on different platforms. Hopefully 2024 will be different than the last several years. Hopefully that's the case. But I'm finna head out, man. And all you guys take it easy, man. Peace out.